All right, I'm back. I'm probably looking a lot fresher than last time you saw me at the end of 9 hours last night. But I've had a pit stop. I've had a sleep. It's a lovely day. I had a walk around. I'm refreshed and ready to go. Farah, how are you feeling?
Yes, wonderful, and so glad to be back. Uh, on the channel again. I was here last year. It was big then, and now it's huge. This is the behemoth of YouTube right now. It's a big deal. That's all
I'm
I'm saying.
surprised it's not on their homepage. When people are creating accounts for the new time.
Well,
I
I called them up. I called them up and said, "Why isn't it on there?" Um, and they were like, "The thing is, it would be just too big. It would just overload the YouTube servers if that happens, basically." But
That's fair enough.
no,
Yeah, they weren't prepared for an event of this magnitude.
exactly.
And I thought I'd give you a topic of great magnitude. I thought I'd just tee you up to talk about transcendent things. I think is how
Sure.
you have
It was
previously described it. Did
Yeah,
you have you refined the topic at all? What's the subject?
yeah. Well, first, I've shared some slides, Luke. If you wouldn't mind
Let me put them up.
beating them up, just want to do a little shout out to Cringe. He's done these lovely images. Although he's intentionally put down a brutalist building for mine, I'm 100% sure he's trolled me a little bit. But what I wanted to do for today's chat is to think about a world that is totally different to the one that we're in. And when you can hear a lot of political people chatting away, they either want to kind of roll things back 30 years, they want to, returners. I'm very much unlike that. I'm unlike most people in the political sphere in the fact that the kind of society that I would want us to move towards is so totally different and alien to the one we live in now that we're not physically capable of understanding. And the kind of world that we live in, like we just have so much of our kind of liberal materialist ideas baked into our brain itself. So what I wanted to do was to say, let's try and imagine a society where sorry, there's the doorbell going.
Do you need to get it?
No, it's fine. The material liberal ideas are abandoned for transcendent ones. And so what I've done is I've put together 12 laws of this. You could call it transcendent society. If you want to be a horrific political economist, you call it a psychic society. The idea of psychic profit as opposed to material profit. Now, just before we start, just to kind of buttress it, this is the world we literally live in. I saw this graph going around. It was on Gab. It was on a few other places here. People who say these values are very important to them. What does our society stand for in today? It's not about patriotism of the country. It's not about a religion or spiritual matters. It's not even about community. The only line that is going up in this case is just pure money, and this just totally depresses me. What's going to happen is, all that people care about is money and material things. So, the whole point of this chat is to act like shock treatment, and you're going to see some of this stuff, and you're going to think, Farah, you've created a chocolate teapot here. You created something totally unworkable, and the answer is yes. I've created something that is totally insane. You know how, like, if you ever read Plato's Republic, you're like, Plato, you are one sick man, basically. This is seriously messed up, bro. That's what I'm going for
Okay.
with this. So it
This
should be
is
at the very
Pharaoh's
least.
Republic.
Yes, yeah, well, exactly. So what are the 12 laws? We're going to look at them one by one, and I've kind of got my ideas for each one of them. So the first law of this psychic society is the aggressive capturing of art. Now, I've dated myself here right now. Any Age of Empires 2 plays out there, please give me a wallalow in chat. Thank you. But if you know how Age of Empires worked, but you could obviously have a victory through creating a wonder. You could have a victory through military defeat, but you could also have a victory from collecting these so-called relics, which are like items sprayed around the kind of generated countryside. And if you had
In
enough,
Galactic Battlegrounds, you collected all the holocrons.
right? Okay, yes, exactly. But this idea of like collecting culturally significant items, I think, has actual utility, both materially and spiritually at the same time. And I mean, you're going to hear a lot of Ruskin in this, unsurprisingly. Ruskin mapped out in his Oxford lectures, talking about what is the utility of our art. Like, I'm going beyond like why do we make it as human beings, and say like why do we keep it? Why do we value it in society? And you could approach it from the materialist perspective. Oh my goodness, my cousin. Oh, thank you, Nathan. Wallow. My cousin was telling me that he's like invested in part of an art piece. I don't know if you've heard about this. They can split it up into a chunk, and then you can buy a chunk of an art piece. It's literally like as an investment opportunity. That totally depressed me.
Do you put that piece up on the wall? It's like fractional reserve art gallery.
Exactly. You get 1 pixel of this like generic contemporary artist. Just awful. But basically, Ruskin said, look, that he thinks there's 3 different levels to the kind of value of art. There's a kind of utilitarian element to it. For example, if you think about it, art as a propaganda format, which again, people often overplay the importance of the propaganda piece, but I think it does reside there. Powerful men in history have always wanted to show their mark, and that's why they've always. If you see the kind of various church frescoes of the Renaissance, the bishops and the patrons always put themselves inside it, for example. So that there is a utilitarian value of art to say, look, art is about showing who's on top and who's the main man. But there's also 2 other elements. There is the moral element and this idea of transcendency itself. Regarding the moral, I think fundamentally art teaches us about things that we may not necessarily know about. So, for example, imagine a society that didn't have a single like heroic man amongst them. For example, consider modern England. How can they learn about heroism from themselves? It's very hard to kind of self-generate something like that. But art has, I think, the power to capture some of those moral quantities and show us what a hero is and what a hero does. And when I'm talking about art, I'm not just talking about fine art, but also, for example, literature. Plato's big problem with the poets was their power over men. But the whole idea of something like the Odyssey, for example, is to show this is what a hero is like. This is how we are meant to be as human beings. And it's kind of it is an art form. It is interesting, but it's also a way of showing this is how to be a man. I think art is also one of the few ways where we can kind of contemplate the infinite or a totally non-materialistic view, or help, I guess, kind of consolidate that idea in our head. And I'll give you a couple of examples. If you think of the Pieta, so this is a sculpture where you have Mary holding Jesus, who's just been taken off the cross. I don't know if you've seen this. Is quite a famous sculpture. Mm-hmm. That allows you to contemplate that moment in time and that kind of spiritual moment in a way that you wouldn't be able to with your own brain. Like, I want you to imagine in your head. If you've never seen it before, this is a good exercise. Imagine in your head what it's like to take for Mary to take down her son from the cross and to hold him for the first time, and that moment of there was the kind of a knowing to it. There's they don't know about they wouldn't have known the happiness at the time, but that kind of grief at the same time. Then look at the sculpture, and the sculpture acts as like a catalyst for that moment in our brains, and that's where I think art pieces act as loci for these transcendent experiences. A nation that is devoid of art will not be able to achieve that kind of higher moral quantity. Also, going back to the kind of utilitarian element, I think art also creates other art. The whole point of the Renaissance was one artist responding to artists. Historically, they were literally digging sculpture up, and artists of the time were trying to copy it, were trying to imitate it, and that generated new art. So I think you need art to create art, if that makes sense. I also heard, I don't know how much of this is true, but apparently like the Aborigines dot paintings were they were supposedly taught by a Westerner, which I thought
Interesting.
which I also thought was interesting again. Yeah, because and if you look at the history of art, art is all about people speaking to someone else and then kind of responding. Japanese woodcuts are a response to European woodcuts brought in by the Dutch from the 16th century. But those woodcuts from Japan comes back to Europe, and Van Gogh sees them and starts changing his entire style based on that. Art is kind of like, it bounces off each other, it inspires, it fuels itself at the same time. And so because our psychic society wants to essentially deliver more of this, more art, more transcendence, our entire foreign policy is going to be about expanding our artistic collection. We go to war not for resources but for a dance instead. Just imagine that. We're not going to bomb Afghanistan for its oil. We're going to steal its rugs. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's lots of beautiful works of antiquity in Iraq. I believe we could have nicked that instead of the oil.
Well, there's also other examples of this with, for example, Wellington during the Napoleonic Wars stopped. He was doing they're in the middle of a battle, and they noticed that Napoleon's I think one of his brothers' wagons were in the middle of this battlefield, and they had loads of Titians on there. So Wellington changed the entire battle strategy so he could go and get the art in the middle of that battle. And again, I think it shows the kind of and they're still in the National Gallery today. Some of our most beloved paintings that inspire the Pre-Raphaelites, etc., because one man realized the value of art in the middle of war. Okay, number 2. We're going to improve the virtue of the nation. When you think about today's society, we talk about the therapeutic state. We're often obsessed with people's health. Our physical being. We want to make them healthier. Now, interestingly, they don't care about the mental. Well, they talk about mental health, but they're not about the spiritual health of the nation. And their attempts to do this kind of physical health don't understand about the basic metaphysical elements of man itself. In the Christian traditions, the human is a combination of the soul and the body intertwined. We are not pure body, we are not pure soul, as the Gnostics or the Platonists would believe. And because of that, this approach of we can fix society through through banning smoking, for example, that's not going to change anything. Now, what if, as a society, rather than focusing on this line, which was the UK monthly GDP, what if we just tracked UK virtue instead, or the spiritual nature of England? What if I do care about line goes up, but line goes up for a good people instead of people who have more things, right? Okay. Now, again, back to my old Ruskin here. When talking about virtue and the nature of people, he makes a really interesting point in Traffic, and this is him talking to the utilitarians who basically want people to do certain things. In the 19th century, there were a lot of movements, for example, the temperance movement, etc., to get people to do kind of virtuous things. Drunkenness to the point where you're squandering your family resource. I hope everyone can agree is not a good thing, and it was something that often occurred in England. But the people who are trying to stop it were doing it mainly from, I would say, from a materialist point of view. They wanted good workers who weren't drunk during in the mill. A lot of people. There was a spiritual element to it as well, but. This is Ruskin speaking to those merchant owners, and he says, "Nay, perhaps you answer, need rather to ask what these people and children do, rather than what they like. If they do right, it is no matter that they like what is wrong, and if they do wrong, it is no matter if they like what is right. Doing is the great thing, and it does not matter that the man likes drinking, so that he does not drink, nor that the little girl likes to be kind to Canary if she will not learn her lessons, or that the little boy likes throwing stones at the sparrows if he goes to Sunday school. Indeed, for a short time, and in a provisional sense, this is true. For if resolutely people do what is right, in time they come to like doing it. But they only are in a right moral state when they have come to like doing it. And as long as they don't like it, they'll be in a vicious state. The man is not in health of body who is always thirsting for the bottle in the cupboard, though he bravely bears his thirst. But the man who heartily enjoys water in the morning and wine in the evening, and each in its proper quantity and time. And the entire object of true education is to make people not merely do the right things, but enjoy the right things, not merely industrious, but to love industry, not merely learned, but to love knowledge, not merely pure, but to love purity, not merely just, but to hunger and thirst after justice. So what we're talking about here is creating a society where we're not just like forcing people to do stuff. I think that's essentially pointless, but we need to, make them love virtue itself. Okay, so how would we go about doing this? Well, my strategy involves three different things: a combination of banning, inspiring, and training. Now, I don't want to go over the banning route. Like I said, I think this is often the worst approach, but it does have its like practical merits. And like Ruskin says, I think for a short amount of time you'll see benefit from it. But I think in the long term, it's not enough. And what we need to do is to go on that inspiring and training people to be virtuous in our society. Now, in terms of inspiration, I think there's lots you can do. I think, again, things like this kind of dovetails with the stuff I was talking about art itself here. But there's interesting moments in history, for example, where you've got, this is Leighton's imagining of Chimaway's procession. So basically, he's a famous early Renaissance icon painter and artist, and his art was so loved and so beautiful at the time, and so different that that Florence did like a little procession around the town, showing the icon to everyone. So you can see the icon behind across there, Chimaway. Across here, and then I think this is kind of like some of the kind of noble families all seeing it, but they created this kind of inspirational moment inside the city. And again, I think that's what the Psychic Society would do. It would again try and win the minds of people as much as the bodies. Now, in terms of the kind of the training aspect, one thing I often reflect upon is I don't know if you think about fat people, Luke. How often do you think about fat people?
Usually when I see one. That's about the extent of it.
Yeah. What's interesting for me about fatness is that it does not come from a single moment, right? Say, for example, I don't know, went to the shops and bought 4 tubs of Haagen-Dazs. I microwaved them and then drank them. Would I get fat from that? And the answer is no. The fatness comes from sustained gluttony, and it also must be maintained. That's what blows my mind is you don't just like get fat. You have to be fat, and then you have to eat a lot. Do you know, it's quite hard to maintain fatness. I don't know if you've
I once heard somebody arguing on this basis that fat people should be respected. That they're like basically athletes.
They sort of are, but they are athletes of vice, sir.
Yeah.
They're athletes of vice. That's it. They're athletes of gluttony, and again, this is where people go wrong with all of their medical stuff, because again, they try and ban stuff or to not understand that, something like gluttony does not come from a single moment. It's a compounded movement of the body. This is what the ancients would call the passions. Passions can be negative and positive. But they're grown or shrunk over time. Now, in the same way, I want a nation of like reverse fatties, basically. Instead of people eating and maintaining a diet of bad food and being fat. What about a diet of virtue? And on the right here we've got this is Giotto's virtues and vice here. You know, to train up virtue isn't about having a single moment of virtue. It is about loving virtue, as Ruskin says, but also about going through it, you know, just doing it once, but then also redoing it and growing it. Just in the same way that an appetite is growing. You know, just imagine a fat person. A fat person doesn't start out. Sorry if there are any fat people in the audience. I'm sounding obsessed with. It's just a good. It's an easy. It's a very visual representation. What I'm trying to say is that if someone at this kind of level of fatness, right there, you know, they didn't start out on 15 burgers a day. They started out on 2 burgers a day, and then went to 3, then to 4. That's how we build up virtue, right? Instead of doing, like, say for example, you've got like fortitude as something. You know, you build up fortitude by doing it, but also growing the amount of fortitude at the same time. So there's cyclical elements to growth. So nation will ensure that the line goes up above everything else, the line of moral virtue.
Amazing.
Okay, number 3. You know, the Psychic Society is not one that is, you know, we're not Luddites in it. We love technology, but technology is not even. It has its problems, and what the Psychic Society is interested in is, you know, a lot of technology is focused on driving efficiency and scale, but what about like newness at the same time? And that is to say, if you go back 3,000 years, the artistic techniques that were available then are not as many as there are now. So, for example, if you think about oil painting, you know, I think there were maybe some experiments relatively early on, but oil painting was something that was effectively popularized in the 16th century, or slightly before, maybe you could say the 15th century. So at some point, someone created a new medium, which then took the world by storm. So rather than focusing on technology that means we can just like churn out more rubbish, why not focus on technology that creates new ways of beauty or new ways of creating beauty itself? I'll just give you and just for those who say, you know, this isn't possible or whatever, you know, there are ways of doing this. So I don't know that if you ever heard of this before, CVD. It's vapor deposition.
Right. Yeah, I've heard of it.
So basically, what you do is you put your substrate. So that's the thing you're gonna fire onto here. You put it's like superheated gas at high pressure, and then heat it up. And effectively, you coat the substrate in a very fine layer of material. Now, like just in terms of how it's used, often it's used in like, I think for creating like nano silicon wafers and all of that kind of stuff. There's like high science usage as well, but at the same time, it's also used in fashion. So on the left here, this is a golden shoe from this is actually 1895, and the way that they did this was from they actually used gold leaf for this. So some poor guy used a special gold leaf technique. On the right hand side, this was a Burberry collection from about 5 years ago using metallic leather, and that used a CVD leather technology. So the one on the left hand side, the shoe would have cost like, I don't know, £20,000 or something ridiculous and be totally inaccessible. But on the right hand side, using that new technology, they've made beauty more attainable and easier to get at the same time. So you know, we've got all of these kind of R&D, you know, grants and all of this kind of stuff, but it's all focused on how can we make things more efficient. What if we were to turn all of our research focus onto generating technology which doesn't produce more but better instead? That's or again, like, how do we create new techniques that have never been done before? Just think, I mean, it's really hard for us to imagine something that's not there, but someone at some point, like, you know, said, oh, I'm going to mix pigment with linseed oil and I've invented oil painting, you know, and then all of a sudden you've got all of that art and creativity off the back of it. You know, what other hidden technologies are there that will expand the aesthetic capabilities of a society? Okay. Number 4 is to reclaim the tastemakers. You know, have you ever wondered why are things fashionable? What causes fashion in a society? Well, in today's society, I believe it looks something a little bit like this. On the top level is is what Bernays calls the invisible dictators, a group of hidden influential figures that generates all modern fashion. And I would say it's a combination of designers, stylists, they're the people who kind of choose the outfits for various people, and brands who manufacture things. Now, all of these three basically offload their ideas and items onto the various celebrities and media, and they effectively, buy them. You know, designers will offer up free gear for celebrities. Brands will offer money and cash to celebrities. They'll own. I know firsthand, for example, that some of the I got to be very careful from a legal perspective here. Some of the largest fashion magazines in the UK would do deals where if you buy a certain amount of advertising, you'll get a certain amount of editorial coverage at the same time. So if you've got the money, you can make your product into the top fashion magazines. You know, if you've got enough cash, ultimately. And then ultimately the consumer just laps it up. You know, we are a celebrity and media led society, and that's why you have everyone trying to be like someone like Kim Kardashian, which in my mind is like the worst idea. You know, because number one, everything's focused on like money again. You know, like how can we maximize profit margins? How can we sell more rubbish? And number two, it's like celebrities like the worst people. Like, why would we place? You know, like who are celebrities? They're either actors or musicians. You know, I say this as a musician, myself or whatever. These are often the worst people in society. You know, like there is a reason why the Romans considered actors to be like the lowest. You know, the professional liars. You know, that's how I consider them. What is the virtue of someone like Kim Kardashian? You know, absolute zero. There isn't I can't think of a single like genuinely good celebrity. Maybe Mel Gibson, and even then I think he's probably lionized more than, you know, I'm sure that like some kind of nana who does the hoovering at the end of a church or something like that has more virtue than all of the modern celebrity does. And I guess my concern about this is like, why are you talking about this, Pharaoh? Because this changes society itself. You know, like we are often, you know, Ruskin talks about it in a very definite way, which people don't like, which is like the artistic output of a nation is tied into its moral standing. But, you know, is it any surprise that someone like Balenciaga is producing like these kind of weird, like child pedo fashion shoots because they're run by, you know, criminally deranged, psychopathic, evil people fundamentally. And you know, I want to just contrast that to the past, which had its problems. I will admit, but the tastemakers of the past were like sort of flowed down this way. You know, you'd have the aristocracy, you'd have the craftsmen and the peasants, but it wasn't simply a case of the aristocracy saying, "I'm going to do this," and then everyone follow me. There would often be an interface between the craft level and the aristocracy. So, for example, the master craftsman would, you know, send goods and receive patronage from an aristocrat, and manage to change society in one way. But also, aristocrats of good taste would be able to form like what fashion was. And I'll give you another. I mentioned him already. You know, obviously a big hero of mine. Wellington. I don't know if you know this. You know, the Wellington boot was genuinely created by the Duke of Wellington, where he wasn't happy with the. I mean, this was for military purposes,
yeah.
But he wasn't happy with the current boots that the British Army had, and commissioned from a craftsman, you know, these boots, which then became standard in the military, but also super popular in society, and then turned into the rubberized version that we have today. And there's many such cases. Think about the wig of Georgian period is all related, but from, you know, one of the Georges basically said, "I'm wearing a wig," so it became popular as well.
I have to say that is a more handsome pair of shoes than any Wellington boots I've ever seen in real life.
Well, but the quality of craftsmen is better as well. Because do you think Wellington like really? Do you think he sat down with the designer with like a CAD design of what he wants, like a modern brand does? He just said, "Look, I'm looking for a boot up to my knee. I want it a bit like this. Go make me something." And so you need to have both the tastemaker and the craftsman to create something like this, because the crafts. It's what this is really is. It's the idea from the great man, but it's the hands of the great workman at the same time to interface and create something like that. And that's what we need to come back. I'd like to see great men of taste. I'll just give an example. Just imagine, what if all of society's taste and fashion was controlled by someone like John Dee? Just as a thought experiment, I think could be we could be living in a world which is so much more beautiful than the one we're living in right now. Which is literally controlled by like Boohoo and Kim Kardashian. Just think of that for a second. Taste must be controlled by the transcendent. Okay, weapons of nobility. I've totally stolen this from BAP, so I want to apologise any BAPists. But when you look at the past and see how they kind of like they arrayed themselves militarily, often it would be surprisingly colourful. Have you ever wondered why knights would wear these kind of ridiculously beautiful coat of arms and colours and distinctive uniforms? Well, it's partly because, again, there is no standardisation. It's literally individual knights and nobles going to their local blacksmith and commissioning a suit of armour or something like that. So again, you've got that tastemaker interface, but also it's about creating moments of personal valour on the battlefield. The idea being that you want people to see that you're the one leading the charge, that you're the one fighting everyone else, and you're the one acting nobly. And again, your conduct on the battlefield can be easily seen and will be noticed by everyone else at the same time. In a similar kind of way, do you know what? Do you know why, Lambda? Why the British chose red for their outfits in the 17th and 18th century?
No, but it looks mighty fine.
It was purely because cochineal, which is the red dye, was the most expensive dye of the time. So purely, it had no military benefit. It's just pure, like, showing we are the richest nation on the world, and we can afford to have all of our soldiers kitted out in the most beautiful red outfits. And again, obviously there is material utility in having camouflage, etc. But look, this is what modern warfare looks like. It's some absolute goon piloting a drone 10,000 miles away.
With
a
the
totally
ugliest UI you've ever seen.
I mean, look at this. This is a total disaster. It's just so far away from what of ideas of noble combat. And we often talk about what's happened to the warrior class, and this is what's happened to the warrior class. It's not a case of warriors don't exist. It's a case of it's impossible to attain personal valor because you can't get that recognition. I think obviously drones are the worst, but even like modern trench warfare and stuff like that is like you were just one of many slapped into this like horrific meat grinder, etc. Interestingly, I think that the last great period of personal valor in war was probably World War II with planes, where you still had think about some of the the dogfights. You had people recording kills, etc. You still had like people would recognize individual individual planes, etc.
Red Baron.
Yeah, well, he's from the First World War, but even in the second though, they still had an element of that and dogfighters, etc. What does that mean practically for our psychic nation? Well, the nation will only fight with weapons that allow individual glory, and BAP often talks about this idea of what we need to do is to develop. I think he talks about in June where they have the personal shields. And the idea of the personal shield is that it basically makes you immune to bullets because it's like I think it's all to do with velocity or whatever. Only slow items can go through it, or something like
Yeah.
that. And so what happens is, rather than having these kind of like bullet fights, everything goes to hand again. If you ever see it,
An elegant weapon from a more civilized age, you might say.
yes, yeah, exactly. But like, by creating that kind of close combat again, you're able to once again show that individual personal valor and bring back that kind of recognition, and with an aim to bring back the warrior caste in society again, and not some kind of faceless trans drone pilot. Okay, true competition. Have you ever seen Chariots to Fire before?
Yes, I have seen
Yeah.
it.
Okay. So it's a story about two runners. One is I think he's Cambridge fellow, and Liddell, who's this kind of Scottish Christian. I really enjoy it. I think it's really beautiful. Was that a Star Wars quote? Did I miss? What was the Star Wars quote
I said
missed?
a more elegant weapon from a more
Oh,
civilized age was the lightsaber.
oh, I see. Okay, that again, yeah. For example, that's true. That again, that is another technology where again it's focused on individual valor. Anyway, in Chariots of Fire, there's this moment where I can't remember. I should have looked up his name. The Cambridge guy basically gets pulled in by the Dons, and basically he is using the American method of training for the Olympics. So he's a runner. He wants to be in the Olympics, and but the Americans have been dominating, and the reason why is that they are taking like a professional approach to the Olympics. Now, the Cambridge establishment this time looked very badly on it because it's meant to be an amateur sport, and this idea of like training too hard or training professionally was not seen as a positive thing. And this is the scene where they basically say, "Look, you need to think about what you're doing. You're doing this kind of American coach style of things, and that's not how things are done." But what I think is interesting is that from this moment, from that kind of American professional style of Olympics, ideas of national competition have massively gone down. That is to say, I think the spirit of sports competition have turned into like parasitic legalism, it's about let's try and push the boundaries of science and the rules to the very limit, as opposed to society, like I suppose to the spirit of competition. And because of that, we've lost something at the same time. Like think about what was the purpose of the Olympics in the first place. Back in the day, it was to venerate the gods through amateurs showing their athletic ability. Right? What is the Olympics today? It is a way of showcasing how much money a nation can spend on its athletic equipment. Right, and tied to that, it's like everything in the Olympics has been made lame. And just to give an example, here's the 1912 Olympics. This is from the pentathlon, one of my favorite sporting events. And there's a pistol shooting element to it basically. And this is what it looked like. It's just a guy wearing
sleeve rolled up,
shooting an actual pistol at a target, basically. This is what pistol shooting is, right? I don't know if you ever watch any kind of modern pistol shooting today, right? Okay, look at this. You've got already they turn to an air rifle. Yeah, this is literally it. It's like what they here's the thing. It's like, oh, we have to shoot at a target, but the legalists, they say, okay, well, actually, can I use this technology? Like, how far can I push technology to kind of play within the rules? Rather than closing my eye, I can use literally a lame headset to block out one of the eyes, so I can shoot better. This is the spirit of competition has been totally compromised. I mean, look at that thing on our end side. This is it's so lame. Just shoot a damn pistol, man. That's what I want people to do.
Also, even the clothes that they're wearing is like some fancy modern, sweat wicking and reflective thing, which just looks ugly, and it's too try hard.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like technical fabrics. It's like, we realize that we can increase the accuracy by 0.001% because there's less fabric on the arms holding it up. It's like this is this is not what this again. People are just too thirsty to win. This Cascade stand. I didn't want to put it in here because it could be too racy. But we will literally adopt anyone from any nation if they're good at a sport. I know that everyone's obsessed with that. Renioasco. You know who's that tennis girl? Do you know her?
I don't know her name. Hang on, I can find it.
Yeah, basically, I'm pretty sure she's got like was it Romanian and someone else parent. I don't think she's even born in Britain. She just like lived there for a while, and it's like we're willing to adopt her as like the most British thing as strawberries and cream just because she's good at tennis, and it's
Emma Raducanu.
Yeah, exactly. It's the similar philosophy. We will adopt anyone from any nation as long as you're good at a sport and can help us win more medals. And again, that's not the point of the Olympics. The point of the Olympics is not to win medals; it's to show personal valor through achievement. And the Psychic Society would basically ban all of this nonsense. It's just a man shooting a pistol with a handkerchief on his head. That's it. We will enforce the spirit of competition. I genuinely think it's like a pharisaical force, Luke. It's the law versus the spirit of the law.
Yeah.
Okay, we're running behind. I'm increasing the speed now. Localized speciality. Did you know that Suffolk is the local is the place to go for silk weaving in the UK?
Wow.
Specifically Sudbury. I didn't know that. I grew up near Ipswich for a long time, but because of my interests in various textiles, I found out that there's like 4 or 5 mills all based near Sudbury. They're all concentrated together, and also they've managed to survive since like the 50s as well, which blows my mind. But this idea of like this localized speciality had been around for ages. Think about Sheffield steel. Think about Welsh slate. Like localities have it being known for a specific thing. Now I'm going to say something controversial now. I believe that towns only really exist as or they're often tied to a specific industry or a specific business, right? There'll be a local employer that that the town was built up around. And I think part of the problem of today is because of our quote unquote service-based economy and also the pull of London. Like, what is the point of most of our towns in England? They're not there to service industry anymore. In the past, there'll be a big factory or there'll be like an actual industry that people would go to. Now towns are either just satellites for the big cities or that they are kind of like these like sad desperate places. If you go to, I've been around to a lot of places in England in the last couple of years thanks to COVID. No more international holidays in the UK only. And what you find is that towns have no purpose or identity or like reason for being. They are just like dead asteroids floating around larger celestial bodies, and that's why you end up with places like this, which are just boarded up because they haven't got a heart to them, and the heart of these places is a business. And so the Psychic Society would try and build up purpose back again for these towns by having these kind of clustered manufacturing. Now, I think there's a couple of advantages to this. You can share ideas easier. You've got certain logistical advantages. Say, for example, if you want to spin off a new business, it's easy to do. Say, for example, you want to break away, you can do, and that's what you found historically when you've got this kind of concentration of talent in a specific area, and you've also got this international branding as well. Like I said, Sheffield Steel. We used to make things in this country. We used to actually like be someone. Now all we do is like, oh, I'm a startup that, we create a SaaS platform for, which generates widgets for the financial system. It's just everything's so cursed nowadays. I just want people just to like make stuff in their local area. Okay, reordering of the classes. This is a well-known fact. But did you know that that Japanese society was very hierarchical, similar to the medieval? This is from the Edo period, but it went as follows: the emperor was on top, followed by the shogun and the daimyo, which were kind of like the military leaders. The samurai attached to those kind of lords were next. Then you had the peasants and artisans, but the merchants were right on the bottom of society. And I think what's interesting is that in any society there are always people on top and there are always people on the bottom, and you just got to choose who that. A society just has to choose who that is. If you want to go back to the Evolian conceptions of civilization, you've got the kind of the age where the priest was on top, or the age where the warrior was on top, or whatever. I mean, someone's got to be on top, and right now it's finances. It's money is on the top, and it has created the worst form of society ever. Finance should not be at the top. I will literally take it, like in the 19th century, it was manufacturing, and even then, like there are many problems that they had, but I would choose that over finance any day. So I'm not going to say how I would reorder society, but what I would say is that finance be placed at the bottom of the pyramid. Basically, that's the one goal. I don't necessarily think you need to have like a warrior or a priest class at the top. I don't care who, so long as finance is right down at the bottom.
Is finance the same as the merchants? Or are they
I mean, in some, the thing is, I would say that there's sort of three merchant elements. There is the manufacturing merchant, there is the trading merchant, and then there is the financial merchant. But you've got to understand that the financial merchant came out of the traders, if that makes sense. The first banker is the Medici Bank, which came out of Florence's trade. The need to transport money internationally to organize elements of trade. Oh, sorry, I'm really sorry, Luke. Just one second.
Yeah, shall I talk for a minute? I agree with Excesses of Liberty that Pharaoh's PowerPoints are the best PowerPoints ever made. You'd think PowerPoint would not be a potential vessel for art, but Pharaoh has discovered the artistry even within modernity. Are we persuaded by Pharaoh's thesis? I want to join the society that he's building. His presentations always put forwards a strong and compelling and surprising and thought-provoking pitch. And I just want to live in the parallel universe where his crazy, wacky ideas are being carried out. By the way, I'll let you know while we're waiting who is coming up. We've got Panama Hat. Are you back?
I'm back. I'm sorry. The child had managed to break in. Apologies.
No
okay. I got 10 minutes left. We've still got three more to do. Okay. Rediscovering sacrifice, and no, I'm not talking about the some kind of ritualistic sacrifice of human beings. Don't worry. It's focused on this verse. Do you want to read this one out, Luke?
All right. While Jesus was in Bethany in the home of Simon the leper, a woman came to him with an alabaster jar of very expensive perfume, which she poured on his head as he was reclining at the table. When the disciples saw this, they were indignant. "Why this waste?" they asked. "This perfume could have been sold at a high price and the money given to the poor." Aware of this, Jesus said to them, "Why are you bothering this woman? She has done a beautiful thing to me. The poor you will always have with you, but you will not always have me. When she poured this perfume on my body, she did it to prepare me for burial. Truly I tell you, wherever this gospel is preached throughout the world, what she has done will also be told in memory of her."
So it's a really beautiful moment where something is wasted in celebration of God, and I think that's fascinating. And again, it really goes against our material understanding. Even today, I've been to many churches that complain about stuff and say, "Oh, we could just spend the money that we were going to spend on this on something else. It could go to my poor." But I fundamentally think that approach ultimately leads to the kind of materialism we're living through today. All you need to do is just take God away, and then you end up with this just focus on utilitarianism. How can we, put, you're going to be eating the bugs is a fundamental
This is the
outcome
opposite
of
effective altruism.
Yes, exactly. Now again, Ruskin has a take on this in this book, The Seven Lamps, which he talks about the 7 elements of modern architecture. He brings up one as sacrifice, which is kind of like what. Sorry, these are the different elements that he thinks are the most beautiful parts of architecture. And I'll just read this little excerpt here. I've said that it prompts us to the offering of precious things merely because they are precious, not because they're useful or necessary. It is a spirit, for instance, which of 2 marbles equally beautiful, applicable, and durable would choose the more costly because it was so, and 2 kinds of decoration equally effective would choose the more elaborate because it was so, in order that it might, in the same compass, present more cost and more thought. It is therefore most unreasoning and enthusiastic, and perhaps negatively defined, as opposed to the opposite to prevailing feelings of modern times, which is to produce the largest result at the least cost. But so what Ruskin's saying here is there is value in spending a whole lot of cash on something that's not necessarily doesn't have direct utility, as a form as an think of it as that kind of alabastian offering to God, if that makes sense. So this only works as an offering to God or as a way of beautifying God. But I think going through this process and saying we're going to spend a whole lot of cash on something that isn't going to feed the poor or isn't going to make our lives better, but it is an offering to God, is a very important one mentally. I mean, obviously, the Joker in this case here, when he set fire to a whole load of cash, he's doing it from a materialistic point of view, but I think it has a similar effect. When you spend a lot of money on something like a church or a beautiful piece of art, it's not going to make it's not going to necessarily change the lives of all of the people in the nation. And again, like, people might get annoyed at it, but I think it's a powerful tool at, if you were just to set fire to some money in front of someone, they would freak out. And it's a really good way of, again, shocking us out of modern materialism. What does the law look like? The nation would spend 10% of its GDP on sacrificial beauty. Just imagine that if we said every single year, we're just going to just build or create beautiful things as offerings to God.
Wow.
Okay. Number 10, glorious isolation. Basically, it's pretty simple. Just the psychic society would cut itself off from the world here. Just imagine this for a second. Controversially, I've even suggested abandoning what I call international English and coming up with a new form of English to distance ourselves from the rest of society even more. The logic behind this is we need to go through a process of internal introspection and rediscovery as a nation. And the fact is, when you're tied into the IMF, when you're tied into international trade, you are controlled by them ultimately. They still have power over you. The only way that you can really step outside of that paradigm is to go cold turkey for if you see what's happened with Russia, again, I don't really want to comment on it either way, but the fact is that they have sort of had this happen to them a little bit, certainly on the trade side of things, and it's massively helped their economy, but also their understanding of who they are in the world stage. And so I genuinely think something like what if we just banned all international holidays? Again, I told you this is unbelievably unpopular, but I tell you what, it would get people exploring England more, and having that kind of islander mentality.
It's going to annoy the middle class. That's always a plus.
Exactly. So I would, the nation be enforced 144 years of isolation from the world. Just imagine. That's 12 by 12, an auspicious number.
Yeah. Nice.
But the thing is, obviously the Japanese did this, but it was the American gunboat diplomacy that broke the Japanese. But we would back this with nuclear bombs at the same time.
We mean it. Exactly.
And mind the channel. That's the main thing. Okay, last two. I've got 5 minutes. Craft economy. You may be familiar with the arts and crafts movement. The Austrian element of this, known as the Wiener Werkstätte, the secessionist movement's attempt to bring back craft to the masses, failed horrifically because they ended up being this bourgeois, expensive product that only rich people could afford. But I think there is genuine value in having a craft focused society, and I guess the three advantages are: it's better work for the people. You know, if you ever made like a bowl or you've ever carved wood, it's so much more satisfying than pressing a button on a machine or sitting at a desk. I'll tell you now. It's better quality
That was
typically.
one of the most satisfying activities you can do, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's definitely true. You know, I think there is lots of good work you can do at the desk though, and I think I don't want to doubt, like, I don't want to be too negative on it. I'm not, but
Okay.
I think compared to a lot of factory work, I would rather have people crafting in their homes than working in a factory. Is what I'm trying to say. But the downside is it's expensive. But like, again, I want to ask the question. You know, how much more expensive is it really? Like, how much is a plate from IKEA? You know, £2 to £3. How much is it? I went to Etsy for a second. This is even before my amazing craft economy, Luke. And you're paying, you know, £16, £20. I mean, it's 100 whatever, 10 times more expensive. But what if we just banned it for homeware, for example? Like everything in the house had to be made by hand. What actual impact would it have in a yearly basis? You know, I still think from a capital cost perspective, people don't spend that much cash on their home. You know, they're mainly spending it on rent or mortgage or utility bills.
Right.
What genuine, like, and I think that the impact would be huge. What if we just like set fire to every single piece of IKEA furniture in the UK right now? You know, what would happen? I think it would be a massive positive to society. Okay, lastly, you know, English essentials. You know, what does every Englishman want? Well, the Englishman wants a home, he wants a job, family, and health. And so, I would suggest that it's down to the state to or the nation to provide a home and a living for every man. There's a line from the Smiths. You know, England is mine and it owes me a living. And I think it's a so much better way of offering a safety net to people as opposed to the dole, which obviously just doesn't work. You know, we have a society where it's just so easy to benefit from it that there's no incentive to move off. But what if we could guarantee a living for individual people at the same time? So at the same time, I think with the home thing, I feel like it's if you look like a percentage of people spend, it's often over 50%, and I think a lot of society's problems would be sorted if we like worked on that 50%. You know, I didn't necessarily. I'm not necessarily saying you do like big council homes or anything like that, but I think we don't really have nationally a strategy for home building or for dealing with this, and I think it needs to be sorted. But let's maybe leave it at there. I don't know if you had any thoughts or feedback in the last 2 minutes before
I'm in. I think your schemes range from eminently sensible to harebrained and crazy, and I think that I'd embrace every single one of them. So I want to, you know, just charge into battle with you for the purpose of promoting art. And,
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Transcendent things.
Yeah, exactly. But hopefully, again, you know, this is, I'm kind of being a bit tongue in cheek the whole way through. The whole point is to kind of get people thinking about what could a society look like if we weren't tied to this kind of cursed materialism the whole time. And but I got to be honest with you, Luke. I don't think people are ready for any of this. You know, if I had a political platform for this, I would get like no votes. But again, I think it's a case of what people need rather than what people want.
Yes.
But who knows in time? Who knows in time that maybe they'll see the light? But
we will impose onto people a better standard of living.
I think no. I think people have to want it. People have to want it.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, I think the people have to be broken first before they can be mended again. And I think my view is that the society we live in cannot maintain in the same kind of way forever. So maybe after that event, this kind of society can truly form once again, but it requires a big change.
Pharaoh isn't the dictator we want, but the one we need. So
Thank you.
successors of
Thank you so
liberty.
much.
Well, thanks so much for joining, Pharaoh. I think you've got a dash, but it was wonderful hearing your thoughts on that, and exceeded expectations as always.
Wonderful. Thank you, and all the best.
Thank you very much. Panama Hat has joined. How are you doing, sir? Can I hear you? I currently can't hear you. Hang on, have I muted you? Can you hear me? Type in private chat if you can. Whilst we figure out whether Panama Hat's microphone can be fixed or whatever technical issue we're having, let me introduce the subject. So, for those who don't know, he is a published poet and a poet of great skill and I hope renown. And indeed, I am currently holding a book called Winter Songs, a short collection of seasonal verse of Panama Hat's poetry. Let me type in private chat and see if I can. Oh, you're there. I can hear.
Hello, hello there.
There we
Yeah,
go.
sorry.
That's
I was just I was fetching some water.
Oh.
There you go. Hello.
Yes, I. Let me just. Right. Yeah. So, do you want to give an introduction to your work, your poetry, and this particular collection, Winter Songs, that I've got here?
Well, it's this is perhaps not the answer people might be expecting, but Winter Songs was basically the kind of like preliminary dip of toe into the water, so to speak, in terms of a poetry book that a sort of new poetry that the dissident right might like. It was very much an experiment. That's why there's such a massive shift in style and sort of tone between all the poems. And that's also why it's so short, because it was meant to be just kind of a, let's see how this is received type thing. So that was the idea behind that particular collection. But I do have something a bit more major.
Oh yeah,
which should be coming out soon, but I can't say too much about it yet.
Okay, that's a good tease. So I think what I'd like to do over the hour is both discuss the craft of writing poetry in general, and also maybe a few of these in particular. How does that
sound? Yes, though I am a bit reticent talking about my own poetry. Just because it's a tad awkward, because you sort of you want the poems to speak for themselves.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Really.
I respect that, and in some ways, I've never really published anything artistic to the public, and I've sometimes thought the same thing, that if I was to do so, it's almost bad taste to comment upon it, because you are whether you want to or not going to be taken as you hope that the work does its job better than your description of it will.
Yes,
if that makes sense.
The other thing as well, again, I this perhaps sounds a bit of a strange thing to say, but the poetry in Winter Songs was it's a very kind of eclectic mix, and a lot of the things in there were things I've written quite a while ago.
Okay.
And I don't know, it's something that was kind of as I said, a real sort of just seeing how people reacted, which is sort of partially a bit of a strange thing to say, because I've made it clear in the past that I don't think that that the dissident right should make art for itself, if that makes sense. In the sense that you shouldn't make art that panders to this specific audience. The focus should just be on kind of good poetry, good painting, good writing, all that kind of stuff in general. The just pure artistic quality that stands on its own 2 feet, because otherwise you get this kind of almost like loop of diminishing returns, where your audience, you'll find it very difficult to grow an audience outside of this particular sphere, which will limit us. Because I think we should have more kind of ambitious goals than just to pander to ourselves. And the thing is, as well, people, like I've said, don't write poetry that panders and is kind of outwardly based, if to use that word, But but if you like, I was on Scrump and Evelyn's channel the other day talking about poetry in general, and we read a passage from Chesterton's The Ballad of the White Horse, which is basic. It's a sort of semi-historical, traditional style ballad about Alfred in the fight to liberate England from the Danish invasion. And what the thing that we basically touched upon was that, well, this isn't what you'd call a based poem. It's not as such a kind of right-wing attempt at poetry, but it's a poem that, because its values are so fundamental and so eternal, all these values about struggle and honor and glory and the fact that things are always going to get worse before they get better, and that it's that eternal kind of faith in the will of God. It has a kind of resonant energy that really it hits at the heart of the soul, unless you've become totally kind of corrupted by progressive demons as such. Then it has this great ringing power. I mean, and one of the factors we talked about as well was that in the First and Second World Wars, many soldiers went to war with copies of the poem, and they were very, very keen to cling to them because they found it that much of an inspiration, that many copies of it ended up going to Flanders and into the trenches and this kind of thing. And the passage in particular, or the verse, I should say, is where Alfred is basically, his forces are losing everywhere. The Danes are all over the place. They're trashing all the traditional symbols of England. In particular, the Uffington White Horse is covered in weeds and cracks, and has been kind of laid to the wayside. And an apparition of the Virgin Mary appears before Alfred, and he kind of says, asks, well, in this moment, what should we do? And he talks about sort of his own spiritual doubt. And instead of the kind of cliched answer you might expect, or any kind of Deus Ex Machina, the Virgin Mary just says, I bring you naught for your comfort, naught for your desire, but that the sky grows darker and the sea rises higher, basically. So I'm here to tell you, buck your ideas up, because it's going to get worse, before anything gets better. Which is it's such a good moment, just because it's almost the reverse of what you come to expect, where a divine apparition comes to somebody and just says, I haven't got any good news for you. But nevertheless, this moment goes on to kind of stir Alfred out of his malaise, and he kind of, among a few other things, and he goes on to eventually, drive the Danes out of the kingdom. So yes, that was a bit of a tangent there, obviously, but it was a particularly striking moment and a good example of what good poetry should be, really, I think.
Yeah, there's something about striking poetry that sticks with you in the same way I find that music can, which is remarkable because there's so much less information, as it were, per second in a poem versus music. Because, a song may have lyrics and then additionally melody and harmony and rhythm and all of these other things, but there's a sort of there's a sort of musical quality to hearing a voice recanting, doing a good performance of a poem, and like overloading your senses just with the potency of the language. I think that if poetry has a function, and I don't believe art needs a function, but this is one thing that poetry does, or good poetry should do, is get to the heart of the matter of whatever it's trying to. Because I think that essentially between us
in our consciousness and between things that we actually feel or things that we do, there's a kind of semantic linguistic barrier, or a kind of cloud, if you like. And I mean, for example, that thing I just mentioned from the Ballad of the White Horse, it has a particular clarity in what it's saying, the way it's able to kind of cut through and say something about a particularly troubling situation or difficult time that just has a resounding effect. It's like, you kind of break through the cloud and just kind of get there. It's what I always call punch in poetry. That moment when you read or you hear a line and it literally feels like you've been hit with something, in a particularly good piece of poetry. And it's why poetry, I mean, it's a shame, because I think we live in perhaps one of the only times in human existence, or at least, the last 2,000 years or so, or maybe 3, where poetry hasn't been a kind of universal staying factor. Because again, and I mentioned this a few nights ago as well, is that in most human societies, there have been myths and epics and kind of common, what I would call poetry in the commons, where, even if 80% of a population can't read, they will have orally learned to recite all these things that are passed down to them. I mean, and they still exist in some parts of the world. I know that AA talks about whenever he goes to Iran, and you can sort of stop anybody in the street, and all these people there, and they will be able to recite large chunks from the great Persian epics, or from poetry by Rumi. And I mean, until fairly recently in this culture, we had poems that you would be made to learn at school, as that were sort of part of the canon, if you like, and that would just be there. They would just stay with you because they're poems. Part of their design is that they stick in the mind, or at least they should. This is why I'm not a fan of kind of poetry that messes around with form as such, and you get words blasted over a page like cannon fire, because it seems like too much of an exercise unto itself, rather than something that is going to provide that inner strength that good poetry often does. So yes, it's important. It's important that it does have that punch and that ability to, as I said, get to the heart of the matter, and not kind of not obfuscate inwardly. I mean, some poetry is less clear cut than others. Like, for example, something that T.S. Eliot would have written, like The Wasteland or Four Quartets, which is kind of clouded in a symbolism. But once the meaning of those actual lines becomes clear, then it is a very powerful thing still. I mean, Four Quartets in the English speaking world is practically it's considered a piece of Christian theology. All of the kind of more academic Christians I know adore the Four Quartets. It almost feels like sort of a subscriptural piece in terms of how it deals with the kind of philosophies of life and death and time, things like that.
I wonder if it'd be useful to just spend a couple of minutes with reading some extracts of poems, so that people are, given the experience that we can then mull over of what hearing potent poetry is like.
Certainly.
I've pulled up a few examples. Do you want a second to find some?
Yes, that would be good.
Why don't I read? Well, I'll read a few extracts myself, and while I'm doing that, you could be hunting. How about that?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll hear the ones you say, and then I'll try and find ones that kind of resonate with those as such. Okay.
So I'll start with this from Kipling. If drunk with sight of power, we loose wild tongues that have not thee in awe, such boastings as the Gentiles use, or lesser breeds without the law, Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. And then people will recognize this, I think. If in some smothering dreams you too could pace behind the wagon we flung him in, and watch the white eyes writhing in his face like a devil's sick of skin. If you could hear at every jolt the blood come gargling from the froth-corrupted lungs, obscene as cancer, bitter as the cud, of vile incurable sores on innocent tongues, my friends, you would not tell with such high zest to children ardent for some desperate glory the old lie, dulce et decorum est pro patrimori. And then a more positive, maybe more cheerful than the previous two. Sylvia Plath. Begin by dipping your brush into clear light, then syncopate a sky of duffy blue, with tilted spars of sloops revolved by white. White gulls in a feathered fugue of wings, outdo Surat. Fleck schooner flanks with sun and set, a tremolo of turquoise quivering in the tessellacted wave. Now nimbly let a tinsel pizzicato on fish fin be plucked from caves of dappled amber where a mermaid obelisk lolls at her ease, with orange scallops tangled in wet hair fresh from the mellow palette of Matisse. Suspend this day so singularly designed, like a rare calder mobile, in your mind. And then lastly, I'll pick... let's have an extract from a Shakespearean sonnet. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath too short a date. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. There you go. There's my four poetry extracts.
All excellent choices. It's funny because I was arguing with somebody just last week about poems like Dulce et Decorum Est, because although I don't have any criticism of it as a poem, but I was arguing with somebody about the First World War because I have a much more although I ultimately think we shouldn't have been involved in it, I think that the British Army performed especially well. And I was arguing with somebody who takes the kind of more mainstream view of it, which I call the poet's view, because the First World War in Britain, it's odd. It's almost entirely our perception of it is almost entirely defined by poets. I was sort of saying that as great as those poems often are, I was sort of saying, well, we shouldn't take this to be, because essentially if every British infantryman had felt like Wilfred Owen did, then there would have been a big mutiny in 1915 and we would have lost. We wouldn't have been able to do what we did. But anyway, that's incidental. Yes, I'm sorry. My computer is being tremendously slow, unfortunately. Trying to get. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll read a part of a slightly longer poem. I'll read the last section of it, and I think that everybody, once I get towards the end, will begin to realize what it is, because it's a very well known one, from one of my favorite poets. So here we go. There lies the port. The vessel puffs her sail. There gloom the dark, broad seas. My mariners, souls that have toiled and wrought and thought with me, that ever with a frolic welcome shook the thunder and the sunshine, and opposed free hearts, free foreheads. You and I are old. Old age hath yet his honour and his toil. Death closes all, but something ere the end, some work of noble note may yet be done, not unbecoming men that strove with gods. The lights begin to twinkle from the rocks, the long day wanes, the slow moon climbs, the deep moans round with many voices. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows, for my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset, and the baths of all the western stars until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles, whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides, and though we are not now that strength in which old days moved heaven and earth, that which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. So I'm sure everybody will have recognized that as Ulysses by Lord Tennyson. And the other one I wanted to read, just because, so this is a poem by Dylan Thomas called "The Force That Through the Green Fuse Drives the Flower." And I mean, that title it's a poem in itself, really. If you think about it, the force that drives the force that through the green fuse drives the flower. If you think of the image of obviously the stem that kind of gives way to the flower. I mean, that if that's the first line of your poem, before you've even got to the rest of it, then I think that is the mark of a real craftsman of this art. That's masterful. And of course, I will say before we begin, when you first hear them, somewhat like T.S. Eliot, I suppose, Dylan Thomas's poems seem somewhat sort of muddled in imagery and kind of metaphor, and they seem almost kind of drunk on words and wordplay. But the thing is that I mean, yes, some of his weaker poems are a bit kind of almost like words for word's sake. But ones like this are all part of a kind of philosophical continuum that he had about divinity and meaning. And I mean, one of his chief inspirations for writing poetry was scripture, kind of Christian scripture. The holy books, the rhythm of translations like the King James, which I mean, obviously leaning more towards the Catholic side of the equation. The King James has a slightly weird place for me, but being an English-speaking person, the King James is a kind of constant reference, just because the translation of the language and the way the language is set is so beautiful unto itself. It's very often when people used to ask me, well, what do you think is one of the best book of poetry? One of the answers would always be, well, the King James Bible. I mean, it really is, especially when you get to the Psalms and to the Proverbs, the way the language is weighted and balanced. It's really, really quite fantastic. Anyway, I'll get to the poem. The force that through the green fuse drives the flower. The force that through the green fuse drives the flower drives my green age. That blasts the roots of trees is my destroyer. And I am dumb to tell the crooked rose my youth is bent by the same wintry fever. The force that drives the water through the rocks drives my red blood, that dries the mouthing streams turns mine to wax. And I am dumb to mouth unto my veins how at the mountain spring the same mouth sucks. The hand that whirls the water in the pool stirs the quicksand, that ropes the blowing wind hauls my shroud sail. And I am dumb to tell the hanging man how of my clay is made the hangman's lime. The lips of time leach to the fountainhead. Love drips and gathers, but for the fallen blood shall calm her sores. And I am dumb to tell a weather's wind how time has ticked to heaven round the stars. And I am dumb to tell the lover's tomb how at my sheet goes the same crooked worm. So, I mean, really, that kind of evocation of, almost like, if God is, then God is all, kind of thing where, especially that, it's really given away in the lines, the force that drives the water through the rocks drives my red blood, things like that. It's, it's odd because nobody really thinks of Dylan Thomas as a kind of Christian or at least a religious poet, but he really was when you actually get to grips with the breadth of his work. I mean, not what you'd call it in an orthodox sense, but certainly the kind of evocation to the divine is there. And there's one more I will read. And since my computer is being so slow, I may just read it from the Imperium anthology, which I have in front of me, since it's in there. And I will say, I should have said at the start, this recent Imperium anthology of English verse, I must stress, my name is on it because I helped edit it and did the introduction, but I'm getting no royalties for this. So whenever you hear me or anybody else shill it, this is not a financial exercise. I was paid a fee to do the initial work, and that's it. So this is not me shilling for the sake of it.
You've already been paid.
Yes. It's a wonderful anthology, and I highly recommend everyone buy it. whether you're, into poetry or whether it's something that you're looking to get an interest in, which is again a really horrible thing to have to say, because I feel like it's not really a natural condition for there to be people in a society who just aren't in connection with what is really the lifeblood of their civilization. I mean, there's poems in this book going all the way back to pre-Chaucer. It's a reminder of how long the English and I'll use the phrase English-speaking peoples as well have been around. And of the sheer kind of talent which is held within that claim. There are some people that just go, well, I don't really like poetry. It's not really for me. I've got other, but it's, again, think of the fact that every society, other than these modern ones, there wasn't really such a thing as not being into it. It was something you would grow up with. You would know the history and legends of your people because you would just learn the epics that you heard people around you reciting. It would just be passed down to you as part of your inheritance. And remember, you have been deliberately deprived of that inheritance by, various elite forces in this society. They have seen to take that away from you, and I don't think it was an accident that they did. So what I ended the stream I did with Scrump and Evelyn just by saying, don't let them take it away from you. This is your inheritance. That they've essentially avoided giving you. So go after it. Make sure you get it.
If some of the neologisms and twisted misuse of language is the worst, the worst misuse of English, then perhaps poetry is the best.
Exactly.
Right use of English.
You'll begin to realize truly how degenerate this age is when you get a sense of the absolute heights you can take the English language to, and the absolute depth that's currently being left at.
I mean, that could be a hard realization to live with. It's probably
it certainly is, but that's kind of just being a dissident is basically that. Anyway, The Wind Hover by Gerard Manley Hopkins, and it's I'll just briefly say it's the epigram before the poem starts is "To Christ our Lord." Now, obviously, Hopkins was I believe he was a young man who studied for the Anglican priesthood in the, I think, 1850s, and became part of. He became very high church and became part of Newman's Tractarianism and the kind of the Oxford movement, and ended up becoming not only a Catholic but a Jesuit. And he was a very, very devout Christian in any sense. And so, obviously, this poem is, "To Christ our Lord." It was written when he saw a wind hover, which I think is a type of kestrel, isn't it? Hovering in the sky perfectly. And he had this kind of religious revelation where he grasped the perfection of that which God makes. So anyway, I won't say any more. I caught this morning's mignon, kingdom of daylight's dauphin, dappled dawn-drawn falcon, in his riding of the rolling level underneath him steady air, and striding high there, how he rung upon the rein of a wimpling wing in his ecstasy, then off forth on swing, as a skate's heels sweep smooth on a bow bend, the hurl and gliding rebuffed the big wind. My heart in hiding stirred for a bird, the achieve of, the mastery of the thing. Brute beauty and valor and act, oh air, pride, plume, here buckle, and the fire that breaks from thee then, a billion times more lovelier, more dangerous, oh my chevalier. No wonder of it, sheer plod makes plough down Sicilian, shine, and blue beak embers, ah my dear, fall, gall themselves, and gash gold vermilion. Which just, wow. Again, even if the exact meaning isn't initially clear, just the feel the way those words just bounce off each other is enough. I mean, one great bugbear I have with how modern poetry is taught is it's all about, well, what does the poet mean by this? What does the poet mean by this? What's this poem about? And it's a kind of deliberate, Derridarian reductiveness, if you like, which strips away one of the fundamental beauties of poetry, which is that even before, just don't worry about what it's talking about just for a minute. Just hear the kind of play between words and the the is I don't know is there a word for when like two pebbles dash off each other and it makes that kind of vibration through the air? Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Yeah.
I think that if there was a word to describe that, I mean, maybe there is an obscure one out there. So, but that effect that brilliant words have when they hit together, almost is the heart of the matter there.
It's like a lot of things in art where you can put words to parts of the effect, but ultimately your description is never going to recreate the effect of just experiencing it firsthand. You know, you have the experience and then you want to talk about it and deconstruct it, but the deconstruction it can only go so far, right?
Yes, exactly.
I've got a couple of quotes from Robert Frost about poetry, and I wonder.
Okay, go on.
Could comment. So he says, "Poetry is when an emotion has found its thought, and the thought has found words." He also says, "A poem begins as a lump in the throat, a sense of wrong, a homesickness, a lovesickness." So what do you think of those? As I mean, he's putting quite an emotional focus, I guess, there.
I would broadly agree, though. I would caution with the second one, because a lot of people have this impression that okay, well, I mean, so imagine that you see a new sculpture or a new grand painting by an artist you admire, right? And it's really good. And there's a general appreciation of the skill and the technicality and the difficulty that went into bringing that together, right? We all know how tricky it is to make a really solid piece of art, right? It's not something you can just do half-heartedly. But with poetry, there's this odd sense that essentially because of the lack of technical training or technical tools, you don't have to attend a course in acrylic paint, or you don't have to master a hammer and chisel, in order to make a poem. You need a piece of paper and a pencil at most. The trouble is that people assume that there isn't really as much of a labor, or they have this assumption that poems are written because you get a peak of emotion, or as Frost said, a lump in the throat, and so you kind of dash down all these words in a fit.
The first thing that comes to your head is
yes, exactly.
It's perfect already. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I think this leads to a problem because people do that and then they publish it, and it leads to it's a problem because they say good poetry isn't written like that. It isn't how it works. It's a very, very difficult thing to do, just like any art, and it involves often a lot of waiting. You have an idea for a poem and you write something down, but it can be any length of time. It could be days, weeks, months, years, until you really actually get the sense of what that poem was trying to say all along, and you can really work it into that. I mean, it's a very demanding thing. I mean, for example, that famous story about Coleridge, writing down Kubla Khan, the night after an opium-infused dream or whatever. I mean, bear in mind, Coleridge was a genius, and I am not, so I don't know. I don't perhaps he may be capable of things that mere mortals are not. But all I'll say is I have always been skeptical of that story somewhat. I think a poem of that caliber was probably. Some time was taken over it. Let's put it that way. I mean,
perhaps the first draft came out in a short space of time.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, there's a great quote by Clive James, who, on top of being a kind of TV critic and sort of essayist, was also an intensely devoted scholar of poetry, who wrote I've got it here. It's an enormous book of some of his own poems. And he said, the defining feature of a poet's life is, lying there awake at 4 a.m, counting syllables and crying because you can't find rhymes and things like that. It's very true. If you devote yourself to poetry and to literature in general, it's just slow attrition, like with anything else. Like if you devote yourself to painting or to sculpture or to writing music, if you want to do it seriously, then it's just as much blood, sweat, and tears as anything else. Never let the fact that modern bookshops are filled with half-baked effusions by, sort of ephemeral women. Don't imagine that is the height that isn't poetry. It doesn't even come close to the poems that we've read on this stream so far. For example, it's not even in the same ballpark. So remember that.
Yeah, I've dabbled in writing poetry a little, and I've also written lyrics for songs, and I guess there's similarities and there's differences. Yeah. One of the things that is quite interesting is that you can. It's surprising how you can have a certain idea or detail that you can add or remove just from one line out of many. Yeah. And yet it sort of flavors the entire. It's like it's more like cooking a soup or a stew or something where every part of the poem or every part of the lyric reflects on every other part.
Every syllable matters in a poem, basically.
Yeah. So could you comment on how you find deciding what actually to sometimes leaving something out can kind of strengthen the final result?
Leaving something out. Well, I think, of course, it's important not to overstate the points per se, because I mean, if there has to be a certain level of mysticism with poetry. In that, I mean, I'm somebody who believes that everything rests on paradox. That everything in the universe that God put here is rested on fundamental paradox, and that's why human rationality can't really grasp everything. Because we're not really capable of seeing through paradoxes per se. That's why they appear as paradoxes. But, I mean, one of the odd things is that in order for the poetry to break through that kind of linguistic separation between us and what we really feel or think about something, in order for it to break through that, you have to slightly elevate it and give it its own kind of mystical clouding in order to do it. So it's almost like, you need fire to break through fire or something like that. That poem by Dylan Thomas, the force that through the green fuse drives the flower. Because the meaning of it is slightly oblique. Of course, you're talking about, water whirling in pools and green fuses and all these things. If the kind of the crescendo that reaches is innately superior to somebody just saying, well, I think that the force of God is the same in all things. You're basically elevating a thought or a feeling to a level which is almost more towards the divine. I mean, I know some philosophers who argue that poetry or good poetry is a literal implement, is a kind of a hangover from man's fallen divinity, if you like. I know that my favorite, who I have to mention all the time, Gomez Davila, talks about poetry being literally he says the thumbprint of God in human clay, if you like. Almost like a kind of incidental thing. And I mean, the heights that you can get to with it does sometimes seem that way. But anyway, to properly answer the question. Sometimes you have to say less in order to say more, really. That sometimes it's more powerful to simply suggest something and let somebody arrive at the conclusion in their own mind than it is to outright say it. Because once you suggest it, if you can suggest something and then get that person to think it, it's almost like you're letting them have the experience you did via the medium of verse, if you like. So sometimes, as I said, it's about saying less in order to give somebody more, to give a reader, to give a listener more than they would otherwise get, basically.
How significant is it to you to read other poets to develop your own craft? Do you find that you do you find yourself consciously kind of deconstructing, trying to understand the process
all the time? All the time. Yeah, it's vital. I mean, anybody that wants to do anything has to understand the field up to them. So I mean, there's an Ezra Pound essay where he's giving advice to young poets or people that want to be poets, where he says that if you're so I mean, obviously he didn't use this exact terminology, but imagine you're like a GCSE physics student and you want to be a great physicist, or you want to be a great professor of that field. You don't run around showing everybody your GCSE revision notes, do you? Right? Like you don't go into the Nobel Institute and show them some notes you made when you were 15 and you were trying to learn the periodic table or something. I know that's a different subject, but you know what I mean, right? That you work at you spend years learning that field up to your existence, up to the point at which you entered it. And then once you've got a solid grasp of that, you can begin to think about moving forward with it. And basically, that's why it's so vital to understand and read poetry if you want to write it, because you don't want to start reinventing the wheel or making mistakes that you wouldn't otherwise have made. I mean, for example, again, to talk about it, this Imperium anthology is basically pre-Chaucer up to, I mean, where do we stop? Kind of the 1920s, basically, in one sitting, in a sense. So, I mean, it's not that you have to become a world expert, but you have to have an understanding of what English poetry is and the various falls and heights it's gone through and the various styles and because, and I mean, one mistake a lot of people make is that they start to read poetry and they only read, the Romantics, or they only read 20th century modernism, or they only read contemporary poetry, and this is in a sense just as bad, because then you have a view of it, but it's an extremely limited view. It's almost worse than not having a view of it, in a sense. But really, just if you're interested enough in poetry that you want to write it, you've got to be humble enough to read it. Otherwise, there is a kind of unfortunate arrogance there, isn't there? Where, well, I don't need to, I can express whatever I want because I know. Because no, well, you don't. There have been 2,000 years of poetry being written. Actually more than that. You've got to have a grasp of it if you want to contribute to it. Because remember, art. Whenever anyone sets out to make art, it's not about how the art makes you look and how it aggrandizes you. It's about what you give to that summation of human experience in that field. You are ultimately nothing compared to what you produce. I mean, there are bits of verse that were scribbled as graffiti on walls in ancient Greece and Rome that have survived, and their authors haven't. This is the thing. I mean, if you contribute something that people will remember, then you've succeeded. And anything else is kind of incidental from the point of view of the artist, really.
Should we talk about Gerard Manley Hopkins? Yes,
let's talk about Gerard Manley Hopkins. Very interesting figure.
He said, "Glory be to God for dappled things." So, can we talk about his exploration of nature and spirituality in his poems?
Yes, and I will say, just as an incidental note before we begin, Gerard Manley Hopkins was writing in the mid-1800s, and his poems were not really recognized until 30 years after his death, really. Around the time of around 1910 First World War, that's when it really came into its own, because they were almost kind of proto-modern, really. I mean, you heard that poem there. It's not really the kind of poetry that was being written in when that came out, or when it was originally written. I mean, it's not only is the kind of the kind of brazier of language there unusual, but it's written in meter. It's a very specific what Hopkins called sprung rhythm. So it is metrical. It's not free verse, but it doesn't sound like it, does it? It's, it has the intensity and the rush that a religious revelation of the type that inspired it would inspire. It's in a sense, I always hold it up as one of the greatest poems written in English, because it actually does an extremely good job of representing what it's supposed to represent, which is a religious revelation experienced through seeing a wind hover in the sky one day. I mean, in a sense, it's almost perfect because it does that perfectly.
What is sprung with rhythm specifically?
This is a tad complicated, but it's basically. I'm going to have to get some notes up here because this gets okay. Sort of technical, but it's basically. So
this was his innovation.
Yes, essentially. So I'm sure people will be aware that poetry, that a line of poetry is made up of syllables, right? In a line, I'm sure everyone would know that. And some syllables are stressed and some are unstressed. So, for example, compare thee to a summer's day, right?
Yeah.
You can hear that some syllables are stressed and some aren't. There's an emphasis on some, which, curiously enough, not all languages have, which is why poetry from English translates very badly into French, because they don't. That's why they talk like this, because they put the stress at the end of the line. That's because that's how all French is, you see. So anyway, that's beside the point. So anyway, Hopkins's sprung rhythm is to do with the number of stressed syllables, which then, so the amount of stressed syllables you have permits a number of unstressed syllables. So it's a bit difficult to define as such, but it's not something. This isn't something that he wrote down like a poetic theory and got published or anything. This is just something that he basically did and put to use. But essentially that's it. Is that if you have a certain number of stressed syllables, you then have to follow it with a certain number of unstressed syllables. And if you actually look up a version of the Windhover, there should be accents over certain words, because he actually would put an accent where certain stresses should be, because he was very specific about it. So it's because essentially what that means is that you can. It's irregular, so it's not like a form like say iambic pentameter, which Shakespeare and others are very famous for using, where you get the 5 metrical feet of 10 syllables, a foot being 2 syllables, one unstressed and one stressed. Instead, you get something like, we just heard in the poem, I caught this morning, morning's mignon, kingdom of daylight's dauphin, dapple dawn drawn falcon. You see that the very specific, quite odd way that the stresses appear in that is basically what sprung rhythm is. So it's essentially, the reason it exists is so that you can have the words kind of pinging off each other like you have in that poem, really, to the effect that they have, because it isn't just him putting sort of expressive words next to each other. It's specifically arranging stresses so that they kind of roll off the tongue in a certain way when you read the poem. Is what he's doing. That's more or less the catch of it.
As I understand it, Hopkins experienced periods of both religious devotion but also doubt during his life.
Very much so.
Do you think you can see that reflected in his poems?
It's actually it's been a while since I've gone through his complete works, because a lot of them are actually in Latin and Greek.
Right.
So, and my Latin is passable, but my Greek is non-existent. So it's a bit tricky. And a lot of his poems are written as religious devotions. As in, he saw poetry as a method of praising God, which tends to mean that they appear in periods of great religious strength rather than doubt. So I would caution to say that there aren't as many kind of doubting poems, if you like.
So the poetry came from the times of his life when he was experiencing the religious devotion rather than the doubt.
In general, but certainly thinking back, there are. For example, as he moved towards his death, he began to write much darker poems, and some of them definitely contained not so much a doubt in the existence of God, but a doubt in his ability to live up to, live up to the Christian ideal, to live up to to live up to, I suppose, what he had in mind as being, the kind of the end for which he was purposed. And I mean, in fact, now I think of it, I mean, those ones that really towards the end, the religious doubt really does come through.
I
mean,
am gall, I am heartburn. God's most deep decree, bitter would have me taste. My taste was me.
Yes, it does get intense. I mean, there's one poem towards the end called "Thou art indeed just, Lord," which is almost kind of a riff on, I think, Jeremiah, where he's basically he can't understand why the wicked and the sinners are allowed to prosper when the faithful are so often sort of neglected and suffering. I mean, it begins with justus quidem tu est, domine si disputem tecum, verum tamen justa loquar ad te, quare via impiorum prosperatur, which is basically, I think, from the Vulgate, in Latin, which I'm trying to. That's Jeremiah 12:1. I'm sure you have a much better grasp of scripture than me, but I think that is the Latin of that, essentially.
Okay, I don't know the Latin, but that sounds plausible.
Yes, I believe it's Lord, I know well that right is on thy side. If I plead against thee, yet remonstrate with thee I must. Why is it that the affairs of the wicked prosper? Never a traitor, double died, but all goes well within him. That's Jeremiah 12:1. Which is the Latin that's from. Yes. And etc. So anyway, the poem is quite short, and it goes, "Thou art indeed just, Lord, if I contend with thee. But sir, so what I plead is just. Why do sinners' ways prosper? And why must disappointment all I endeavour end? Wert thou my enemy, O thou my friend? How wouldst thou worse, I wonder, than thou dost defeat thwart me? Oh, the sots and thralls of lust do in spare hours more thrive than I that spend, sir, life upon thy cause. See banks and breaks now, levered how thick, laced they are again with fretty chervil. Look, and fresh wind shakes them. Birds build, but not I build, no, but strain time's eunuch, and not breed one work that wakes. Mine, O thou Lord of life, send my roots rain." So very, very kind of questioning and despairing, almost raging, really, against God, and that kind of thing. So yes, there is this constant trouble, and I mean, bear in mind, this is a man who caused enormous controversy within his family and within his circles of friends by essentially becoming a Catholic at Oxford, which was, in the mid 1800s, this was not something that one could do lightly. This was an intensely controversial thing to do, and he suffered for that, and then he spent most of the rest of his life as a very destitute Jesuit scholar, because and he was always in trouble for possibly unorthodox views on things. He was somebody who was very, very obsessed with devotion by suffering and depriving yourself. He was always fasting, for example, and there was an incident from when he was a schoolboy when he made a bet with a fellow boy that his devotion to God could see him go something like 3 weeks without water, and he made it something like 5 or 6. Well, I don't know, made it that long, but he made it a number of days, and then his tongue basically swelled up, and he collapsed during a church service and was carried out and forced to drink water. But he was that kind of person, and I think he forever felt a lack of ability to measure up to the Christian ideal. As I said, he always felt he was never good enough, and he had very little success in his life as well, because because of the Jesuits aren't allowed to engage in any activity for profit. He couldn't publish poetry conventionally, and he found it almost impossible to publish anything. So that's why most of his poems were completely unknown when he died. And I think that final line about, send my roots rain, he felt that he had not produced any art or any work that properly, had the impact he wanted it to, and that really that he felt honored God. I mean, he personally said that the Windhover was probably the best thing he ever wrote. Which, I mean, I would edge to agree with. But yes.
What ways has he been an actual influence or an inspiration to you in your work, either technically or as an approach or whatever?
Well, it's quite odd because when I discovered him, I was about, I'd heard of him, but I didn't really read his poems till I was about 16, 17. And when I did, I became very depressed because I read stuff like the Windhover and thought, I can't write anything within 10 miles as good as that. What's the point? I thought, well, this is, this blows anything I could do out of the water. So I thought, this is kind of awful. So, I mean, the thing is, it's simply that he was a great poet. He just was. He had great ability and great patience and a great talent to bring these things together, especially in the sense that a lot of his poetry is addressed to God or to Christ. Which, but it's not devotional in the same way that, say, George Herbert's poetry is devotional, who was writing kind of explicit hymnal type things. They're great poems in and of themselves that happen to be, devoted to God. And just as I said, I realized that there was a whole nother level to great poetry. If I ever write a poem that's half as good as the Windhover in terms of its talent and expressional, I don't know if that's the word, its ability to express in language, then I'll have succeeded as far as I'm concerned. It's just he is definitely up there with among the greats for his ability to kind of sculpt the English language into something so utterly achieving of purpose. I mean, I would put the Windhover up there with some of Shakespeare's best sonnets in terms of achieving what they're going to do in such a beautiful way. I mean, sonnets, for example, I've made the argument before that to me the sonnet is a kind of mathematical equation, and that a successful sonnet, they pose a question and then answer it within the bounds of the sonnet. At least the Shakespearean style ones do. Where, I mean, for example, the famous one that you mentioned at the beginning, "How shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" If I remember, the point of that is that he basically turns that convention on its head. And if I get the actual sonnet up, I used to know it off by heart, but I haven't read it for a while, unfortunately. It's slipping.
I read sort of the beginning and the end. I should have just read the whole thing because it's not that long. He starts off by making the comparisons of how they are different, as in she is more lovely and more temperate, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's going to be all these problems in summer, like wind and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the last couplet is the bit that really sticks with you, because he's saying that actually summer is brief, its day has much too short a lease. But in contrast, his love can remain immortal. And you think, well, that's not true because a human will die. But actually, his argument is that because his poem has described her,
yes,
then the poem is immortal because it will be remembered. People will say it to each other, and therefore she will gain immortality and transcendence over the, she's greater than the summer's day because of the sonnet.
Yes, which is kind of a wonderful, almost like sort of triple subversion of what right. of what you go in expecting it to be, right? I mean, again, the playfulness, the inventiveness of this kind of poetry is why it stands out so brightly. I mean, you have to remember that Shakespeare was such a talented poet and dramatist that every country in the world knows who Shakespeare was. Most countries teach him either in English or in their own language, just because he isn't just a great Englishman. He's a great man, full stop. Everyone knows who he is. I mean, I know that Jonathan Bowden, in much more bombastic language, always makes the point that, in the Elizabethan age, we had a dramatic and a poetic tradition that was among the greatest the world has ever seen. You could argue it's the greatest. I don't have the knowledge, perhaps, to argue that, but I can certainly see the logic in it. I mean, it's and again, just to go back to this point of the inheritance, it's if you to be a Briton and to have the English language among your blessings is something really special. You should never ever let it go. Never let it be taken from you. Never let the language slide into the kind of utilitarian neological mess that they're trying to make it. Don't let them strip away the beauty and the value and the power of what you can do with it and what has been passed down to you through the ages. It's and I'll keep saying that till I die, because it's such an important thing to remember.
Perfectly put. And thank you so much for joining me, Panama Hat.
No worries.
I'm going to take a quick break, and when I'm back, I'll be joined by Philippa Crit.
Okay.
The Conversations 2023. I guess if I'm going to play this every single hour over the course of the week, some of you will end up watching this section 40 times. Okay, so first of all, are you subscribed to this channel? Should be quick and easy to check. And if not, why not? I basically only use this channel once a year, so there's no need to fear notification spam. Imagine the travesty that it would be if in a year from now you missed Lambda Conversations 2024. Also click the bell button, and the bell button will give you a push notification a year from now, and you will think back and thank yourself for the foresight that you showed. I have another channel. The other channel is called Lambda Bible Studies. Every episode, every stream, we pick a chapter of the Bible and I have a guest and we talk over it. Just type in Lambda Bible Studies into the YouTube search box and it'll be the top result. Subscribe there, check it out, try it, see what good it does you to have an injection of the Bible, of scripture, almost like into your veins. Although maybe that's actually a dangerous analogy to use right now. Byline for the channel should be try injecting something that's good for you this year. There's also a Discord associated with that channel, a lively community that's ranges from wise veterans of the faith through to seekers who are trying to figure out more. Maybe they're on a faith journey of their own. I also have a Twitter. Go and check me out at I am Lambda, all one word. If you're anything like me, and I suspect that you are, you spend too much time online as it is in this weird, cursed half-life that we all have to endure. The thing that I'm most excited to tell you about is called Lambda Weekend Retreat. And actually, we did one of these last year. It was a massive success. From Friday the 21st to Sunday the 23rd of July, a group of us will be staying on the beautiful south coast of England, 10 minutes walk from the beach. If you're interested, send me an email, lambda.retreats@gmail.com. But it's more than just an opportunity to hang out with each other. It's a big opportunity to clear time in your calendar, clear time in your life to draw closer to God. Last year, about half the people who came weren't Christians. We sang hymns, we did Bible studies, we prayed, we talked about faith, and I don't believe there was a single person who regretted coming in the slightest. It was a really genuinely joyful, amazing time, a chance to take faith a little bit more seriously. Jesus said, "Behold, I send you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. So be wise as serpents and innocent as doves." My mission is to foster a community of Christians who are indeed wise as serpents, who see through the lies we're surrounded by. If you're interested in this, send me an email, lambda.retreats@gmail.com. Check your diary, the weekend of the 22nd of July. I anticipate that it's going to be overbooked pretty quickly. So I will have to do first come, first served. If enough people get in touch, I might look into doing a second retreat, maybe the following weekend. Let's have a look at some footage from last year's weekend retreat.
So we're like 20 minutes walk to the beach, surrounded by a bunch of trees, like really tranquil.
The area is very pretty. For Swiss people, any place near the sea is great. So it's been very fun so far, and the weather's been fantastic. And I met a bunch of very nice people, so it's all been great.
It's been a nice change of pace in that regard, and everyone's been really nice. There haven't been any schisms that I've been aware of, so...
I've gotten a much closer relationship to God. I don't feel like a LARPer when praying anymore.
Well, I came into here as I wouldn't say a skeptic, it's very much a person who hasn't been brought up in any sort of spirituality and no connection to religiosity. It's definitely opened my eyes. It's given me a view into scripture that I've never, ever read, not even offhand at school. And it's very different coming at it from a outsider's perspective, I feel. It's definitely been very positive.
It's good to meet people who have been Christians all their lives, and people who are, like me and have recently found Christ, or people who are still seeking, and be able to discuss with them, the joys of God and of worship.
I've not had much church experience. We've gone intermittently to our local C of E church for a couple of years, but off and on. So I've not really had any experience for anything like this before.
There is a level of instant available camaraderie, which is lovely. Having it's like being in a society where people have shared assumptions again.
You do feel like you're not so alone in the big world.
A lot of us, I think we've come to Christ sort of on our own, so it's going to be quite isolating a lot of the time.
You've taught me some skills I didn't know I probably needed for Bible study, and with it being my first Bible study, it's been nice to be around people who are in the same boat.
I came here very much as a seeker, hoping to find connection, and my worry was essentially, is this going to be too high level? Am I not going to get any references? But there was absolutely none of that.
I haven't really read a lot of the Bible on my own, so it's been nice to read some of the important verses.
Local church by me I've never had any interaction with whatsoever, but coming into a group of very open, easy to talk to Christians has been wonderful.
It's just really nice to do Bible studies in person with like a community, and obviously, like with this community, you can get like really intelligent people coming along, kind of giving their own understandings, and you're kind of getting insights that you wouldn't get on your own.
I think the group discussions were very interesting. Lots of different points of view that came together.
This is the thing that I always find about Bible study, is that it's particularly satisfying to make connections to other parts of Scripture, especially the Old Testament.
The microscopic detail that you can go into about everything is fascinating, really. It's like an endless rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So I think when I'm reading in future, I'll be paying extra close attention.
The biggest things I hadn't noticed were in the wedding at Cana, which I think I had such a simplistic child-level understanding of before. The sacred nature of the vessels, the one stored in, the way that the miracle was hidden, and where it was placed within the ministry. It's just a whole new level to the process. And the metaphorical level on which you get the idea that the best wine being saved till last might be about more than just the wine.
It's a bit different to hearing it on YouTube or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's a bit more personal, and obviously a bit more interactive.
It's been wonderful, really. I didn't really know what to expect, but it's been just wonderful having a space to kind of think about Jesus and sort of Christianity quite intellectually, but it's not been intimidating. It's just been really free and open.
I think it's good to know that you don't actually fully have to understand faith for you to begin to step in the way of Christ, and to be able to begin to experience the fruits of the Holy Spirit and of God. And I think that's important to know, that you don't have to comprehend everything, you just have to have some faith.
It's been great. I've gotten so many new friends here.
I definitely feel God's been here with us this weekend with the Spirit and stuff.
It's just joyful, really. It's just been so much fun and so kind of, yeah, freeing and joyful and open.
For closing thoughts, I think I am not going to be alone in saying that there is a big appetite to do this again. Give it a try. As someone with very little experience, it's been very rewarding, very reassuring, and we're definitely going to get something out of it. How can I say it? People are inspiring. These are good people to emulate.
I've really had a lovely time. It's it's a shame that it was so short.
This is a mission field that needs to be continued. We should definitely do it again.
I hope I'll be able to attend again.
Would you come again?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
Oh, 100%, yes. Yeah, it would be amazing.
Yes, absolutely, in a heartbeat.
So have a serious think about coming to that, maybe pray about it. The future is uncertain. There are serious things to be worried about. There's many ways that we could respond to this, but I really believe that the difference between disaster and renewal, both individually, as a community, and nationally, is how we respond spiritually. And perhaps part of the way that you can act towards that end is to come and join with people who feel the same way as you do. The Lambda Weekend Retreat starts on Friday, the 21st of July. Email lambda.retreats@gmail.com. Do it now to secure a place. This is the end of the pre-recorded section. Let's get back to my guest. Hello, Philip. Philip Gritz.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
It's weird watching myself on that pre-record. I don't like it at all. Oh well. I will say, in business they talk about KPIs, key performance indicators, like the thing that you're trying to maximize. The thing that I'm like trying to maximize here. I want as many people as possible to come on the weekend retreat. Purely for the reason that I think it was awesome for everyone who came last time. Like that we had an amazing fun time. I think we also, all of us, spent serious amount of time thinking through scripture and there were some real spiritual benefits. So like I'm glad to be doing these conversations. I'm having lots of fun doing it, and it's all great. But email lambda.retreats and get in touch. That's what I'm saying to anybody listening right now who's on the fence. Just do it. You won't regret it. Anyway, we're here to talk about creative writing, which I've read some of your creative writing, and it is most excellent. In fact, why don't we start at the top of the stream with a plug for what would you point people to if they want to read something that you've written?
Yes, well, I point them to the only thing that I've published that I've written.
Not a difficult decision.
Exactly, yes. Among all the things, I think I'll take the one. It's called The House of Noth, as one can see in the subtitle here. Let's quickly have to fetch it.
Sure.
There it is. So this is what it looks like. It's a novel, a fantasy novel, or a modern myth, as Nathan Hood titled it. And yes, and I'm quite excited about it.
Yeah, it really is very good.
My labels.
I highly recommend. So let's talk about the process of writing. Stephen King said the scariest moment is always just before you start. Do you ever experience writer's block or an initial hesitation before getting started on a new project?
I think, that's an interesting question. To me, I guess I can compare it a bit with like indigestion or something. To me, it sometimes is more like I'm not ready to sit down and do something yet, or I try to, but then I know that I still have to digest certain thoughts a bit more, and then I go and do something else. And I think because I'm not too convinced of doing writing as a full-time career or something like that, I always have something else to busy myself with in between. So yeah, that's how I think about it.
So my next question is, when you're writing, do you find there's a tension between plot and character, or is there a tension maybe between wanting things to be kind of beautifully symmetrically structured and have all of this organization, and you can almost tell a story out of the way things are structured, but then on the other hand there's something naturalistic or compelling or in other ways effective about being more spontaneous and letting things breathe, and so how tightly do you constrain your writing, I guess?
I think, to me, the thing that's really important in storytelling is patterns. So there are patterns and fractal patterns again, my big favorite topic. There are things that repeat themselves in history and in storytelling in general, on bigger scales and on smaller scales. So you can have something happening to an individual that then also happens to a collective that the individual is maybe a part of. So that the individual can embody a collective and the collective can also act in a corporate sort of way. And the way in which this happens then shapes the story, and that allows for a kind of organic storytelling, I think, whilst still being structured. So it's not purely systematic. You're not just thinking in terms of a metaphysic that you have to adhere to all the time, and you're always kind of measuring and comparing what you're doing to a kind of schedule or plan that you set up beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
What you're doing instead is you're trying to embody a spiritual character.
How do you approach world building for your stories? I mean, you've been working in the fantasy genre, where I think world building is particularly emphasized. Do you have an extensive amount of notes about details and things that don't make it into the text, or do you keep it in your head?
I think to a large degree I do keep it in my head, because despite the fact that I write fantasy, I think I do try to do justice to reality. And that's a big disconnect that we experience nowadays in a very postmodern world. I think in a big way we encounter it in what we see in the transsexual movement, that there are people that are kind of like living in a fictional reality. They're trying to convince themselves that a fiction that they participate in, that they could participate in their private spheres or something like this, is the reality that everyone else should be living in as well. And that's like an unhealthy way of dealing with fiction, I think. But there is also a healthy way in which one digests reality and understands it in terms of symbolism and patterns again. And I mean, for me, the primary source for getting the symbols and patterns according to which I think reality is structured would be sacred scripture, so the Bible and God's word. And then out of that, I can get a kind of, I guess, a framework through which I then interpret my own reality, any kind of history or so on that I incorporate into my identity and my memory and so on. Then also gets filtered by these patterns and by this framework. And then based on that, I can generate stories that take place in worlds that have a kind of metaphysics or a spiritual super reality, if you want to call it something like that, that then can be brought into expression through supernatural characters or magical phenomena that has a kind of coherent logic, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I would have to do obscene amounts of world building, because I'm not trying to create a reality that I can escape into. I'm not, well, I am at the same time probably, but I'm not trying to create a reality that's so coherent that it could almost exist in an isolated space that's separate from reality.
I've heard people talk about, for example, hard magic systems versus soft magic systems. Whereas I understand it, a hard magic system is one which is all detailed out as if it's an engineering discipline, and you say, okay, well, if you cast this spell, you get this many newtons of force, and etc. And these are the things that affect it precisely. Versus a soft magic system, which is more like a tool for the writer, because if they need a certain magical effect to happen, then it will have its effect at that moment in the story, but there's no attempt to make it into like a video game, I guess. So it sounds like maybe you could also feel the same way about a hard versus a soft world building, where your world building, it sounds like, is in service of broader metaphysical ideas or character development or things like this, rather than it's not like the story is about the world. The world is a foundation upon which you build the thing that you actually care about. Is that fair?
Yes, I think so. I definitely think I tend towards a more soft kind of world building. If I remember correctly, I think that comes from Brian Sanderson, and the thing that kind of determines soft magic systems. And I mean, magic system is basically another way of saying metaphysics. I think
interesting.
That's how I would think about it.
Yeah,
and so like the magic that holds the world together either is something that is moral. So like the coherency of the story is dependent on certain moral characteristics, or it's something that's mechanical, and I think that would be more of a hard magic system.
What do you think about some of these approaches to structuring a story? So, for example, 3-act structure, or the hero's journey, which, as I understand it, has ended up becoming a bit of a template in Hollywood, where you've got all these stages: the call to adventure, the refusal of the call, the belly of the beast, and encounter with the etc. etc. So people take these structures and stick to them rigidly, and other people view it as more like a post hoc thing, which you go and analyze stories that have been written, and so do you find them useful in construction and creation?
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, there's all these various ways that people advocate for structuring a story, and you find writers who I'm sure you can buy a million video courses or books that will say every good story follows these specific steps. Do you use any method like that to structure the wider scope of a book?
I do. I definitely do. I think these patterns are really ancient. So someone didn't just like invent them, and that's a big fallacy in our time as well.
Everything was invented in the last 30 years.
Yeah, of like structuralism and then everything that comes after it. But like someone just decided now everything is going to be like this, and then enforced it tyrannically. But actually, a lot of these things, I mean, either you can think about it as something that developed organically through its own process of evolution. But even that, I think, indicates that there are greater forces at work that are cultivating. If we're talking about culture, then cultivation is a very important word there. And these greater forces are at work even through humans and inhumans. The ultimate one, primary one, the most helpful and salvific one being the Holy Spirit. And I think these patterns that we use to structure stories for ourselves, like a 3-act structure or or the hero's journey, which also has its specific moments that make it recognizable. I think these indicate a greater truth, namely the character of God, which is also personal, and as a result, it's also manifested historically. Yeah, so I think by digesting tradition and ancient texts and the like, one also, and I think you can just recognize a good story because of its structure in a lot of ways. I mean, it makes sense, it's coherent, it gives you the sense that something meaningful has happened, and like maybe you've been equipped with something that you didn't have before that will help you to engage with your life going forward.
The purpose of a writer is to keep civilization from destroying itself, says Albert Camus. He's probably Albert Camus. So what do you think the role of creative writing is in society? And do you have do you have other intentions? I mean, you've sort of just hinted towards it, but other than just passing time and entertaining the reader.
I definitely think so. I mean, I don't even like, every now and then I kind of force myself to read popular fiction and so on, just to see what's on the market and what most people are reading, because I think it is important to see what most people are reading, because that's the stuff that they're reading is going to have a massive impact on a large scale, right? So so it's also important, I think, to engage with that, to see what it is that attracts people and that keeps their attention for maybe longer periods of time. But I think ultimately what also literature is in a big way is, but also oral tradition and storytelling in general, is the digesting of the culture of our fathers in some sense. So it's again tradition or something that we've received, and our attempt to either incorporate it or to rebel against it or to do something with it at some level. I think that's what happens when one is creating literature, whether consciously or unconsciously. And that's obviously, like Pharaoh was also saying, and Panama Hat, they were reinforcing this idea that if you want to be good at something, then look at the old masters that came before you and learn at their feet in a sense. And I think, yeah, that's really important. These are the things that have been proven. They've asserted themselves through history. And if you digest them, like if you take the time to consume them by reading them and to meditate on them, and when you are living your life, you try to see how these things might be able to act as keys to unlock the significance of your own experiences. That also gives you the ability to put things into language, which for human beings is very important. I think language is also the primary kind of architectural framework that we have as humans. So when we write stories, and we've done a lot of digesting of, what humanity is in the world by reading other literary products or digested products or something like this, we just are more capable of doing the same thing and of being competent in what it is that we are saying. And it gives us maybe the necessary clarity to also speak truth in a setting where there is a lot of falsehood or a lot of just incompetence and uninformed chatter.
Here's another Camus quote that you could comment on. All right. Fiction is the lie through which we tell the truth. Fiction is the lie through which we tell the truth. Do you think fiction has that role?
I don't know if fiction always has to be a lie. I think lie is like the cancer in the body of truth. So if you write fiction ultimately, if you go back to the Latin roots of it, means it's something that's been shaped, it's been given form, which is very similar to the Latin root for culture, which is to farm or to worship. Those two are very closely related. So when you're writing fiction, you're creating a story purposefully, and then that's developed to what we understand in the fiction today, which is like a story that isn't historically true. But just because it isn't necessarily historically true doesn't mean that it isn't true on a different sort of level. Especially if one thinks again of symbols or patterns, it might be capturing something in the same way that Jesus captures truth by telling parables. And yeah, so I think one can, just like a carpenter uses, chops down a tree and then uses the wood to create a table. That in some sense is fiction because he's using his hands to shape something. The table is a fiction. In the same way, humans can use language by using the raw materials around them, like their experiences, their primary experiences. They can use language as a tool to kind of hone these experiences and shape them and turn them into things like tables or chairs, things that one can use to eat from or sit on, but in a more spiritual sense. So I don't think fiction is necessarily lying, but it can be. And I think that's also very destructive, as one sees again in certain movements that we have in society. If I can be so bold.
Do you have any thoughts about things like the death of the author and kind of postmodern literary theory? Like, do you think do you think that the opinion of the person who wrote the text is significant? Does literature always operate in society in relation to power? And does the significance of literature really come down to its effect in like popular discourse versus just it being in I guess an objective form that a reader can approach? What do you think?
Yeah, the author exists, the literature that he creates exists, or that's created through him. And so I guess there's something that he is channeling, or that is channeling him, or that's instrumentalizing the author, that exists as well, that's greater than the author. And the author can die and the work can be forgotten. So I think there's a kind of simultaneous existence of all of these different things, and often, well, yeah, what's really difficult to maintain is the tension between different elements that are interacting with one another to constitute a whole. We often want to, which is natural and often it's helpful, we want to simplify things. I mean, generalizing is this. So we want to, yeah. Well,
how much is? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Do you want to finish your?
Oh no.
How significant is understanding the cultural context that a piece was written in? Like, if we read something, a popular work from history, do we also have to understand all of the all the references that it's making and all the opinions of the people from the time, and therefore are we always at arm's length from it because we're one step removed, or can you write something so deep and enduring and human that actually all those kind of cultural differences melt away?
I think cultural differences they have a significance, but I think there's always something that lies at the heart of anything that a human does or says that reflects his human nature. So, and technology might be a nice thing to incorporate into this. As an example, technology can be inherited, so it can develop for a much longer time than a single human being in his life. And the human being doesn't develop with his technology. He's kind of restricted by it in some cases, or he can amplify himself in his world through the technology that he creates. But ultimately, it's the technology that's developing, or that's being forgotten, and not the human in a kind of essential sense. And so, yeah, so I think the kind of the culture is significant to some degree, but ultimately, the fact that there's a unifying human nature also makes every work, I think, understandable on that universal human level as well.
How do you feel about genre? Do you find it constricting or actually freeing to have, to work within a style and to have lots of expectations that the reader will be coming in with?
I think I think genre is a fiction. So it's like it's a construction.
Wow,
like a way in which we've tried to categorize certain kinds of writing in order to put them in a box in our head, again, to generalize and to, isn't there a better word for it, to like make it lower resolution so that you can recognize it quicker at any given moment. And in some sense, I think what genre does, I mean, it makes it easier in that sense. You can pick something up and you can be like, okay, this is a letter, so now I know how to think about it, how to read it, how to digest it. I mean, the body does this as well. I think it sort of breaks things down into their different elements, and then that helps to keep your body alive. So in that sense, genres are helpful. And I think the process that leads to our current, way of discerning literature according to different genres has also gone through a refining process. So I think it has its place. But at the same time, it kind of makes us lazy when it comes to engaging with literature on a deeper level, I think. Because if one were to, not know anything about genres, and one were to engage with literature kind of free, which is utopian and doesn't exist, doesn't happen. But if one were, free of presuppositions when engaging with literature, we would be able to much more fully experience what it actually is, I think. And that to some degree can be dangerous because it means you're much more subject to the creator of the work, whether that be an author or a spirit. Yeah.
Here's a quote from William Faulkner. Read, read, read. Read everything. Trash, classics, good, bad, and see how they do it. Do you find that reading and studying the work of other writers has impacted your creative writing process?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yes. Well, I think Tolkien, definitely. That's a that's a big one. I think he was even the gateway drug for me into into the classics because his English was really good. And then obviously it's easy to read other more popular fantasy novels, but you realize the quality of this language is not as good, and the depth of the wisdom that's trying to be conveyed is somehow just not as deep. And so because of that, I went looking for other literature that wasn't just fantasy. And I think there again, I mean, that's maybe where I disagree with the quote a little bit. I'd say be discerning in your reading. Try to find guidance in what you read, because it costs time as well. But you never know what you find in the things that you read.
And maybe everything you read will rub off on you a little bit. If you read lots of rubbish, you will regurgitate some amount of it. To pick a particularly vivid metaphor. Okay, how about incorporating actual personal experiences and emotions into writing? I know in acting there's this thing of method acting where the idea is to portray something authentically on screen. The actors have to be genuinely feeling the emotions. They have to trick themselves into thinking that they are their character and they are experiencing the scene, and maybe they also conjure to mind memories of similar emotional events. Is it the same thing for an author?
Well, I mean, I can only speak for myself there. I think
method writing, I guess.
Yeah, yes, I do method writing. When my characters die, I have to first kill myself, and then.
Oh yeah, hang
on. It doesn't work for some reason. I'm still here, but no, I think that the depth of experience that an author has definitely is reflected in the things that they write. I mean, someone who's going to spend a lot of time writing books is someone who thinks a lot, probably, and they spend a lot of time working with words, so they will inevitably spend a lot of time processing the experiences that they've had, whether, consciously or unconsciously, or, I don't know, well or poorly. And I think every writer requires some sort of key or some sort of anchor according to which they can orient themselves while they are delving into these dark corners, recesses of human nature and so on, in order to generate realistic characters. I think one can see that especially with Dostoevsky and his characters, that he really goes into like some crazy depths, especially psychologically with those guys. But it makes them all the more realistic, and it makes his world building so much more immersive. And I think it has something to do with the kind of experiences that he had as a person, and the way in which he dealt with those, that his writing is so gripping for some. I know a lot of people that don't find it gripping. So I think an author, if you want to do a good job of portraying characters, there's need to be someone who's got empathy. You need to be able to understand people, even if you haven't gone through all of that stuff yourself. And it again speaks to some sort of universal human nature that one can tap into, that you have understanding.
I guess Dostoevsky is a good example of being able to inhabit characters from enormously different perspectives. Like there's real, fully worked out, like deep philosophical positions battling against each other as he's writing. So that must be exhausting as well, to have to almost maintain multiple people's brains inside your own mind as you do that. So let's talk a bit more specifically process. How do you handle the process of like drafting, revision, editing? Do you have a worked out process, or is it is it as you feel the writing needs modification, you will go by instinct?
Guided by the spirits. That's wrong. No, I've got a process. I didn't really understand what it was. It's kind of like we often act out things or draw things, or write stories even without really understanding the significance that they have, because they haunt us somehow. Like you're driven. So it is kind of this intuitive process that you were describing there in the second way of categorizing it. I think that's how it started off. I was just doing things according to feeling, but then eventually I began to realize, well, what I'm doing is I'm generating a kind of prima materia, like the raw material. And then after I've generated that would be like a first draft or something. What happens is I usually discard it, and then I start again. But eventually I've got something that I'm willing to work with a bit more. And I don't know if that's something like after you just had the waters of creation, you then have land emerging, and then plants and animals and so on populating the land, and so now you've got a kind of wilderness within which you can work. And then that's, once you've got this first draft that you're willing to work with, that would be the first stage. You've got the first draft, the first raw material, so to say, and then I actually usually sort of give it some time to like a gestation period, so that the animals can grow up and reproduce, and the trees can grow, and so on. So the world can sort of get a bit denser in its life and existence. And then I'll go back to it after it's had this time to develop on its own in the back of my mind, and well, on the page it stayed the same. But then I'll go at it with, I'll take an axe to the trees, so to say, and start building great halls of wood, or start mining stone from the mountains and try to make halls. And that's where the refining then takes place, and you eventually end up cultivating the land in which you live and generating a garden. And that's when the story, I think, begins to also take on its more civilized structures, so that you can move through it in a more satisfying and beneficial way, I guess.
Of the different parts of that process, which do you find the most enjoyable, and which do you find the most difficult?
I think. Well, that's a good question. Writing the first draft can be difficult because you need a lot of motivation to actually complete something. And if it's a bigger work, then it takes longer. Like, I'm currently working on another book, and I wrote a novella version of it first, and it was the same with the House of Noth. And that was like 100 and something pages. And then I ended up discarding it, and then I did a couple of retries, and each of those were like 60 to 80 pages. And then now I'm working on what I hope will be, that final version of the first draft that I will then have to let gestate or whatever. And I think this first part, like generating something that you're satisfied enough with to say, I'm going to be willing to spend a lot of time just rereading it over and over again, and picking apart the things that I don't think are necessary, or that I think just get in the way, even though I'm really in love with a specific kind of phrase or something like this. It doesn't belong there because, it doesn't belong there because it actually gets in the way of of the bigger thing that I'm trying to do. And that second process is a lot more enjoyable and meaningful if your original generating of the world in which the story takes place, and then the first draft of the story and so on was done well. And so I think it's the first stage, just staying with it, continuously working on creating this first draft. That's the most difficult for me.
Do you feel like that a writer is limited to some degree by their experiences? What I mean is, there's presumably a level of authenticity to somebody writing about something that they understand, and perhaps you can do research and learn lots about an experience that you haven't had, but you're never going to have the same unique insight as you would if you were writing about something that you know directly. There's obviously the idea that people should only write really strictly about things that they know, that would discard most of literature. So there must be a limit to this on that end, where we don't want to say, autobiography is the only valid type of writing. But then again, maybe you could argue that all writing is autobiographical to some degree.
I think there's the real, or the most problematic limit that one has as a writer is when one thinks that one actually knows something. So if you think, that lies at the heart of this concept of write what you know about, which I agree with to some degree. But if one looks at it from a more Socratic kind of point of view, I know that I know nothing, then you wouldn't be able to write. You wouldn't even be able to get started, because you actually, if you really want to be honest with yourself, then relatively speaking, you don't know anything because you can always learn something new. And that means what writing is actually about is learning. When you are writing, you are trying to make sense of things. Again, literature as digestion. I think it's a process of processing what you have come into contact with, what you've experienced, and turning it into knowledge. So it's not that you've got great pools of knowledge and you're willing to share them with other people. It's that you're actually an idiot and you're trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And you're willing to make a fool of yourself by playing around with things until you realize that you've sort of tripped over truth. And you notice that because it actually stays, or it has some kind of strength to it that you can apply in other situations and not just in the story that you're writing or so on.
Do you think it's a trap to write, to try and write popular fiction? To go after, I guess you could argue, lowest common denominator, or to just emulate something that is current, to hop on a bandwagon and make a. But then, on the other hand, you could argue that most writers don't want to write something just for themselves. They want other people to read it. So if it's helpful that if there's choices they can make that will broaden the appeal without sacrificing the art, then why not, right? So how do you approach the getting feedback and deciding what feedback to take on board versus what compromises your kind of artistic vision?
That's an interesting question, because for me, like, I don't really I really struggle with marketing. I think that's kind of at the heart, that lies at the heart of popular fiction. Yeah, that one is you're writing because you want to do it as a career, and market if you want to self-publish, which I've done, but that was just to make what I've done available. To popularize it means that you have to market it, and I do that in my own way. But what I really want to do when I've written something is test it against the rest of the world. So you kind of like, you want other people to read it, because if they can find value in it, then there's probably some value in it. And yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against popular fiction or people that create it. I just don't want to do it myself, because for me, the process of writing is something far more significant, because I'm trying to figure stuff out when I'm writing. And then having other people read it is more like having a conversation with them, but over a medium that's a bit less immediate than just having an actual conversation. And then to see what their responses are, it's kind of much more deep, the engagement, because they're willing to allow themselves to engage with your thought in a way that you've taken a lot of time and effort to structure, if that makes sense.
Yeah. What about if you reflect on your own writing style, how would you characterize it? Like what is something that you maybe think is a strength? So something that comes very naturally, and you, or maybe a type of, say, you find it easy to write dialogue or description or action. What sort of things do you think is your natural area, as it were, and what have you had to struggle over more?
Well, I'm currently struggling to categorize these things. I think something that I enjoy a lot is etymology and imagery. So I think those are my strengths, but I think they become my greatest weaknesses as well. That I get really like bogged down, or I struggle to remember that other people are reading this as well. It's not just me having fun with words on the page. And that's important for communication. Again, one is speaking to someone else, and I do want to kind of speak to something that's primal and human when I write. So yeah, sometimes I get carried away with playing around with the etymology of words. So I'll try and, also for the sake of rhythm and making it sound a little bit more musical, I'll try and find forms of a word that are maybe very archaic, or maybe I'll try and bend words so that they kind of go a bit beyond their semantic range and what they can actually mean, just to make it fit into a nice looking phrase, or nice sounding phrase is actually one should say it. Yes. And then with imagery, I think I sometimes just demand too much of people when they read, that they have to kind of generate all of these images in great detail. And yeah, so that's also a weakness, I think, when sometimes one needs to rely on what people have experienced and what they know in terms of imagery, and to evoke it with a kind of the least necessary prodding. Suggested, and mind will do the rest.
I haven't really done creative writing since I was, at school, basically. But I do remember one moment where I was, I had an alien character, and in my mind's eye it was very clear, and it had this single eye that was a particular shape, and I was laboring to describe the shape of this eye. And then I suddenly thought, well, hang on a minute, I could just imagine it differently to be a shape that's easier to describe. Like, it doesn't add anything. And I mean, maybe there was some subliminal reason that I had imagined it in a particular way, but basically I was just making my own life more difficult. So do you think there's a place for that, for making your decisions in the direction of, well, this will actually be easy to explain, even if it wasn't my first. If I was directing a movie, there'd be no reason not to get the art department to do the design this way. But given that I rely on describing it with words, I'm actually going to change the truth of the universe towards something that I can explain more easily.
Well, it depends how Lovecraftian you want it to come across. Like,
well, but I suppose Lovecraft's descriptions were very abstract, right? He left a lot to the imagination, which is a choice, and if that's what you're going for, then great. But sometimes you want to give like details, and then the details you end up. I guess it's actually an interesting crossover with the discussion I was having with Panama Hat just before this, because he was talking about how sometimes the pure sound of the language, so literally the kind of the pattern of consonants and vowels, can bring some, there's something that the reader somehow, or the listener, pulls out of the pure sound pattern, which is what you were just describing. And I always thought of that as a thing in poetry and not in prose. But I think you're right, though, that artfully written prose would also take that into account.
Yeah, I find it difficult to keep the two apart. I think maybe that's another. I don't know if it's necessarily a weakness, because I mean the oldest texts that we have are often also very poetic. But
it feels like with poetry, there's often more weight on each word, which would make sense why our oldest preserved literature, which has been presumably was the most arduous to pass down, has had every word be absolutely, scrutinized and perfected. and therefore comes across as poetic. But if you're reading longer texts, then you probably don't have the stamina to take in that information density. Maybe
it's there's in German the word for poetry is Dichtung, which I think is really cool because it comes from the word dicht, which means dense or close. And so poetry in German literally means that the stuff that's kind of been compressed into its most concentrated, precise form or something like that, which I really like. Because I think that's exactly, I mean, that's what you've just described. And that's exactly what poetry is. It's like a hyper concentrated, almost hallucinogenic form of reality that you can move through with your mind by reading it.
Let's finish up with broad questions then. So, if people who are listening to this are feeling the creative itch and want to do some creative writing, what advice would you give them?
Well, yeah, I mean, the question is, what are you going to write about? I mean, to me, aesthetic is always important. So I like to think about the world in a certain kind of aesthetic, like it'll have a certain kind of lighting, and the material of the world has to have weight to it. So stone and wood and this kind of stuff. And maybe I'm very superficial, so maybe that's why that's important to me. But but I think the transient world is kind of a platform for eternity to speak through. And even though, transient is this constant cyclical disintegration and then the bringing forth of new life, like the seasons coming and going, we always trust that the seasons will come again. And so there is something underlying the whole idea of transience that's still eternal despite the transience. That one can get a glimpse of through these processes. That's very Phoenix-like in a lot of ways. Death and resurrection. And so I think aesthetic does help to convey things, and I think it attracts us for a good reason, because aesthetics in and of themselves point towards something deeper. And it's really this, I think, like a primary question is also important when you're writing something. Like, is there a deeper question that you want to answer? And then you can do that through specific aesthetics. And then, yeah, just do it. Just sit down and write. And if you realize that it's not really working, or it's not really doing what you want it to, then you can scrap it and start again. Until you begin to realize that you're coming into contact with things that are truer than what you had before, and then you can start building on those and refining them. But yeah, I think it's a relatively organic process, and if you're motivated, I think it's good to just sit down and try and put ideas on a page and to see what of these ideas are true, and to try and keep those and get rid of things that are less true, and then to build with the things that you've got that are true.
My next guest is also going to be talking about creative writing. Millennial Woes, welcome to the stream.
Hello. Well, thank you for inviting me on again.
It's always a pleasure. And I thought I'd just ask a question to both of you while I have you here. To what degree do you find creative writing cathartic? Is it something that's actually got a therapeutic process in your lives? Why don't we start with Millennial Woes? What do you think?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's not so much about making a point as what it is when you're doing essays or something like that, like conveying a notion to an intellectual or sociological point to everyone else. It's not so much about that, but it's therapeutic in a different way, which is that. Well, it's something that you either have in you or you don't. And if you do have it in you, then you want to express it. That creative impulse. It's like an itch that has to be scratched. And, you can go through a lot of periods in your life when you don't do it because you're distracted by other things, work, life, and so on. But then when you come back to it, it's incredibly rewarding. It just feels very, very natural and healthy to be creating things for their own sake.
What do you think, Philip?
I also think it's very like satisfying, and like cathartic comes from the Greek word to cleanse, and I think it is like that. And if I go back to my metaphor in the beginning of indigestion, I think I brought that up. Then then if writing is kind of a form for also like Millennial was saying, it's a specific kind of personality also that wants to write. It's a very specific form of digesting, and if you've got this kind of indigestion in you, then the process of sitting down and writing and untangling these things and organizing them in your mind and on the page and so on is a process of breaking the stuff down, incorporating it into yourself and into your work, and getting rid of the unnecessary stuff and so on, so that the indigestion is resolved. And you can have relief. to have a very earthen example.
Awesome. Well, Philip, thank you so much for joining me, and have a great evening.
Thanks for having me.
Right, I have 2 streams in a row, both on creative writing, and I thought it would be beautifully symmetric if I ask my similar questions, but in opposite orders. So
all right,
I'm going to work backwards through the same kind of topics that I just talked to Philip about.
Okay.
Let's see how this works. So I guess the first thing I wanted to ask about was, are you tempted to write things for the sake of pleasing readers, or do you always find that you're happy to just write
no,
a pure artistic thing?
Yeah, I think you have to do the latter. I mean, well, look, some people make their living from creative writing or whatever, music, films, whatever that it is, and then they have to. I mean, they just have to be realistic. They have to write what their audience wants. I make my living from Millennial Woes and from this kind of work, so I don't need to. I don't have that sort of commercial imperative in what I'm doing. And I should say that this all happened. I mean, I used to do a lot of creative writing as a child. I really liked it, and I wrote a novel that was not quite finished in my late 20s, and it was a huge novel, and too big, too unwieldy and messy. And I think that's probably typical of first novels, because you're basically digesting and expressing the entirety of your life up till that point, all of the key experiences that you've had and the things that meant the most to you. You end up cramming them into that first novel, which is very much like a symptom of inexperience. But that's what I did with that, and it was never quite finished because the channel started, Millennial Woes started, and then that took up all my time very quickly. So it just swallowed everything. So I was never able to finish that novel, and it's a shame. But I kind of think, well, it's 10 years ago now. I mean, it's literally 10 years ago. It was 2012 and 2013, right before the channel, and I don't really like I'm uncomfortable with the idea of finishing it now when I'm 10 years older, because it was very much a novel for young men and not teenagers, but for young, like men in their 20s, as I was at the time. And it was very much about being in your 20s, being a man in your 20s. It's a very difficult thing to be. And I'm not in that position anymore, and I'm not that life form anymore. So it doesn't feel right to sort of pretend.
Yeah, you
at
have
the
to
same
write a
time,
new
it's
one.
annoying. Yeah. Oh well, yeah.
Current situation.
Well, exactly. That gets back to what I was saying. So about middle of last year, I was preparing to have a Substack, which is now launched, and I've put up 5 or 6 essays now on there. But last year I was starting to collect ideas for it, essays that I could write. And one of them, this is the funniest, it's the most ridiculous way that you could get into a creative writing project. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's happened to other people here and there. So I was writing this essay, and I realized that this point that I'm trying to make here could be done better if I just gave a fictitious example, if I just drew it like an illustration. So in the middle of this essay, there was this kind of story, this section that was a story, and that was fine. But then the story started to be much more interesting to me than the essay, and that's an interesting point in itself, because it tells you that there's something about creative writing that is not the same as essay writing or nonfiction. For the writer, it's a different experience. So there's something that you get, and I don't really know what it is, but there's something that you get from creative writing that you don't get from other types. So this essay was fine. I haven't published it, but I'm sure I will at some point. But the point is that it inadvertently gave birth to the first short story last year. So this fictional section in the middle of it grew and grew, and eventually I thought, right, this is ridiculous. I'm going to have to separate this out into its own short story and think of something to do with this short, some way to get it out into the world, and so that's what I ended up doing. And the short story ended up being actually quite long. It started as like 3 or 4 paragraphs, and wow. then it became a few thousand words, and I think it's about 20,000 words now. So it's actually like a novella length. And I started looking into that, the difference between a short story, a novelette, a novella, and a novel, and they're all different sort of standards. And so I wrote that novella, if you want to call it that, and then I started I was in that mode then of creative writing, and then so I started getting other ideas, and that's interesting as well, because when you're in that mode, when you're thinking in those terms, you start having loads of ideas. Just like right now, I'm having loads of ideas for Substack essays, because that's what I'm doing just now. You're in that way of thinking. So this all happened 6 months, near the middle of last year, and I ended up planning out quite a lot, about 10 short stories or novellas. And what I want to do after I've got the Substack sort of stable and my weekly work stable, and the weekly broadcast and all that kind of thing, I want to then return to the creative writing and finish off these novellas and find some way to get them out into the world.
I've got some sort of technical writing questions, and I've got some more general. Which do you want to start with?
Technical, that might be easier.
All right. So there's maybe a creative tension between how structured what you're writing is going to be. Is everything pinned down? Are you following a strict sequence that you've set out in advance, or do you just write it as let the story breathe and come out from you? Let the characters do whatever feels right in the moment. And I have noticed in various domains that the process that you follow is visible in the outcome. So it's not like you have multiple routes to the same destination.
Yes, there is no one destination.
Yeah, you decide your approach in advance, and then that colors the result. So to what degree do you know before you write anything the shape it's going to take, and it's strictly planned, or do you go with a sense of adventure and let things happen?
Well, as I say, there were about 10 short stories, and each of them had was different in this regard. They were different in every regard, to be honest, but this one especially. So with some of them, I knew this is what it should happen. This is what the plot line should roughly be, and definitely this is what the ending should be. And with others, it was the opposite. I knew there should be this character, there should be something like this scene, and then I just don't know. And I don't know what should happen. I don't know how it should end. One of them is really annoying because I know everything except for the ending. And very annoying.
Interesting.
And so the only thing you can do there is take some time away from it and think about other things, and hopefully, leave it on simmering, as it were, and you hope that something will happen with it. And that did happen sometimes. Sometimes I was quite autistic and would really write down all the possible options, the pluses and minuses. What would that signify if I went that route? And this kind of thing. Would this be more rewarding, and would this be more interesting, and all that kind of thing? Because I simply, sometimes the creative impulse just wasn't telling me what to do, so I had to sort of autistically work out what was the best option. That did happen a few times, and sometimes it actually worked quite well. And I'm sure that that happens with a lot of writers. Creative people tend to say things like, "Well, you just follow the muse, and you just know what to do." I think that's really not true all the time. I think there are times when you've got to really work it out manually, so to speak. So, so yeah, that with some of them I knew in advance, and a thing you can do actually, which is quite nice, is just write the scene that needs to be there, because you know that this scene, the couple need to have breakfast, and they're going to have that argument. So you do that, but then, well, what about what happens after that? Why don't you just extend the scene and see what happens? So he goes out and goes to the newsagent or something. Well, what's she doing now? Because you never know what it will lead to. Because you start thinking, well, okay, so she's going to call the friend, and the friend has previously been very supportive, but now she's not taking her side, and so this kind of thing, so you never know, and that can be because it can be very useful, and it's not really. I mean, it's just some time. It's just a few hours, and then if it doesn't prove profitable, then you can just forget about that material. You've got the scene that you needed. So that's one thing I would say about this.
Wow. How often do you think that extra spontaneous stuff ends up sticking? Like it makes it into the final piece?
Well, I'd love to tell you that I'm very disciplined about this, and often I just delete it. But actually, with the times that I've done it, usually it stays in.
Interesting.
Because I think actually that did turn out to be a useful foray into the unknown.
Mm-hmm. When you're writing, do you feel like you have an objective? For example, are you optimizing entertainment? Does your writing contain a moral message of some sort, and you're almost writing a morality play, or what is the driving force for all the decision making?
Well, with me, I'm in a particular position where this isn't a commercial thing, at least not yet. Maybe it will become that, but for now it's not. So I don't have the commercial imperative. So therefore, with each of these stories, there was definitely an objective, certainly. So one of them is about, I don't think I really need to even go into that, what each of them is about. I think some of them, it was just paint a picture of how it is to be alive today. Kind of similar to my work with Millennial Woes, where you're just trying to report honestly what it's like now. For
a snapshot.
Yeah, for future posterity, hopefully, but also for us today, here and now, because it is gratifying when you see someone else acknowledging something and analyzing it. It can be satisfying, I think is the word. So with each of the stories, there was a particular objective to depict something and not analyze it in the way that you would with what we're doing right now, and the kind of work that goes on in the movement typically. And I didn't, and that gets onto the whole matter about political art. And that's a whole thing. I didn't want to do that. I wanted it to be first and foremost good writing, good storytelling, and I'm confident that my perspective will seep through anyway. So I don't need to have it in mind that this story is to spread, whatever.
That idea, yeah.
That would, and I know, our opposition have done that quite explicitly, but they've also done it implicitly. I don't know if they're always conscious that this is what they're doing. At any rate, not all of them, because a lot of people are just creative. They don't really care about, they don't think about politics. At least they never used to until the last few years. Everything's now the rainbow flag everywhere, but it never used to be like that. It was far more laid back, and yet their worldview still seeped through in some way.
Yeah.
And I think it would be very bland to see a creative work that had no perspective. I mean, is that even possible? I don't know if that's even possible. So I think it's something that you don't really need to worry about, and it would be better if you didn't have it at the forefront of your mind that this thing has to persuade people of something, because that's not really creative. It's not really art.
Well, even I can imagine things like, depending on your perspective, the characters that you create of different demographics will tend to have different actions, right? So if your whole personality is about having LGBTQIA plus people being heroes, even if you're not intending, even if you're not setting out like, I'm going to write this story to push a queer agenda, it'll just be, all right, I've got to create a character who's going to have this story function of doing a good thing. Who shall I pick? And you will pick what you think is at random a character type, but you will come to you're much more likely to land upon somebody with a weird neo-sexuality or whatever. So
absolutely, and the thing is that people like me are in danger of doing the opposite thing, where my sympathies are with European people and even with normies, believe it or not. I do feel for them, and so the natural inclination would be to have to depict them in a sympathetic way. In stories, and actually that's what I did with the first one. It was about a guy who, a writer, a TV writer, who has been doing what was expected of him for decades, and then basically he fails the test because they ask him to do something and he just doesn't. It's too much, and so he's put out to pasture. And I thought that was a very fascinating idea, because he doesn't even know that he's been playing a game all this time. He thinks he's been doing the right thing. He's been doing the decent thing. But actually he's been used. And he's been responding to incentives all this time. And now that the game becomes a bit more obvious and he's asked to do something outrageous, like to a writing project that offends his sensibilities, he becomes not a pariah, but kind of. And so that throws his entire self-image, upside down. Because all he wants is to be a good man. All he wants is to be a good person. So it's extremely confusing, and it would be extremely confusing for a normie to be suddenly thrust into this level of uncertainty and surprise. It would be very confusing. So I wanted to write, and he's a champagne socialist kind of guy, a TV writer, it's stereotype. And so you could easily write that as he's just a dick. He's just a fool. But I really didn't want to do that because I genuinely do feel for him. And those first few paragraphs that I wrote in the middle of the essay, he was just an idiot. But then the more I wrote, the more I thought, no, this is a nice guy. He's just trying to be good. And so it's not fair and I think this is true, like, of creative writing in general. You can't really give the characters a fair shot if you're thinking in the back of your head that if you're mocking them, if you're being dismissive of them, you have to take them seriously. So I did. All right, I certainly did with that one, and I tried to made a conscious decision to do that thereafter with the other stories as well. One of them is about a middle-aged lesbian, and now you could again, there are stereotypes there and things you could easily do from our perspective, but I wanted to not do that. I wanted to take her seriously, because otherwise she's just it's just a dumb character. It's not interesting. So yeah, that I've forgotten how we got onto this. What the question that I was answering? Sorry.
In many ways, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
What I was going to ask about next was the process of drafting and revision. So you mentioned there that you initially wrote a couple of paragraphs and it grew and grew. What's the is there a danger of overworking a story if you live with it for too long? Do you at some point have to put the pen down? How do you go about making sure that each revision is actually improving the story rather than just either?
I honestly think this is something that you just know.
Okay.
I mean, at a certain point, you've got to just realize, okay, it's done. It's fine. I could probably improve the wording here or there. If I looked at it for another 10 years, I could probably come up with some improvements. But it's time to move on now. It's time to let go. It's fine as it is. More than fine. That's. I mean, obviously, everyone's standards will differ. But I think seeking perfection and not leaving the thing alone until it is perfect is a fool's errand, because it's never going to happen. And you're going to change, so your sensibilities will change. So the thing will never... It's like painting the fourth rail bridge. You've just got to start at the other end once you've finished. So it doesn't work. So I think the other thing to do is take breaks from it, from drafting and redrafting, because you can get too involved and one-eyed about it. So, and then the creativity dries up. It becomes a sort of mechanical chore rather than something that you're enjoying. And I think that when you enjoy it, I mean, this is a cliche, but I think when you enjoy it, it really is better.
Stephen King said, if you don't have time to read, you don't have the time or the tools to write. Do you find yourself reading a lot, and does that impact your writing?
Well, unfortunately, no. I don't read fiction. I do watch a lot of fiction, or I certainly have done in my life. I've watched a huge number of TV dramas and films, but not so much these days. What I favor is the 50-minute TV drama of old, where it would be a 50-minute episode. Sometimes part of a series, in which case you would know the characters and they wouldn't need to be explained within those 50 minutes. But sometimes they'd be unique and you would need to explain them in 50 minutes. And a storyline has to happen, or something has to happen to reward the viewer for 50 minutes of their time. So I like that because it's smaller and simpler than a film as such, like a 2.5-hour film. And it's astonishing, actually, how much you can do in 50 minutes with a TV drama. People don't really realize this so much these days, because the only dramas they watch tend to be episodic, like Game of Thrones and whatever. But anyway, so that is my experience of storytelling. Now, when I was a kid, I read voraciously, but not as an adult. And I don't really... I suspect, I mean, obviously I'm biased here. I have to say that Stephen King is wrong, because otherwise I'm just undermining everything that I've said. But at the same time, I mean, other people have read these stories that I've written, and they do like them, and these are people that I know would would be pretty harsh with
Would
me.
tell
They'd
you
be
if
honest.
they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I trust them. I know that it's not a slight against me if they don't like the thing I've made. It's not the end of the world. So, and I've told them that, and so I don't think. Now, I'm not going to say that these are tremendous short stories that I've written, but I do think they're good, and that's why I want to finish them and put them out into the world.
I suppose you've at least imbibed lots of fiction writing by other means, like you were saying. So perhaps you've kind of achieved large amounts of reading because at least the language has gone through your brain of
absolutely
people.
Like how do you signal something, and how do two characters interact, and how do you paint that interaction? This kind of thing is important. Now, as for the language, the actual verbiage, obviously I do read a lot online of articles and essays and so on. So you learn how to use language to do things hopefully concisely, and hopefully elegantly. So if you combine those two things, then I don't really know what's missing.
Do you think you've, given that presumably if you're watching something rather than reading it, then there'd be a focus on dialogue. Do you find that you do you find dialogue
yes
flows more easily for you than description?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I don't mind description, but it's something that I have to remind myself to do. It's like I get there'll be one sentence at the start of the scene to just outline what's going on, and then I tried, but this is a good thing, a good habit to be in, though, because it means that you let the characters tell the story. So it's not you ham-fistedly coming in after every sentence to explain what was actually going on there. It's the show don't tell thing. But at the same time, sometimes I really enjoy just sort of taking the reader by the hand and saying, just making it clear,
Yeah, I've heard both bits of advice, right? Show don't tell, but then also, if there's something important, you've got to really ram it into your reader's brain. Make sure that they hear it 3 or 4 times.
Yes,
even if it was perfectly clear the first time, get another character to point it out.
Exactly. I mean, the show don't tell thing is not an absolute rule. Some things you just don't want to be endlessly telling them. You don't want to be telling them everything, because for them, part of it is is showing. So part of it is, for them is working it out for themselves and just it not being heavy-handed. So you've really got to do a mix of the two, a combination, I think. That just happens, again, it just happens naturally, I think.
It also always strikes me that show don't tell you could apply recursively. So the most obvious tell would be Michael woke up angry. And then the kind of one step removed would be when Michael woke up, he growled, or his the vein on the side of his head was throbbing. And then the next stage removed would be Michael left his house. There was a hole in the wall where he had punched you can keep being more and more indirect, and the reader's having to do more and more work to untangle the clues.
Yeah.
Eventually, it's like there was a hurricane in China, and you go, so there was a butterfly flapping its wings in Brazil.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got to. It would be silly to just be making things difficult for the reader. That would be ridiculous. You don't want to do that. I mean, I remember David Lynch once saying this, of all people. I mean, I wonder if he was being ironic when he said this, that if someone is not, I can't remember the wording, but it was, if someone is not being clear, then they're a troublemaker.
Interesting.
Very, very strange for him to say that. But yeah, he did. And I
is he just describing
agreed.
himself as a troublemaker?
Maybe. That's his way of outing himself. But yeah, I immediately agreed, because it does annoy me. Like, that Whiter Shade of Pale by Procol Harum. the song, the 60s song, it really annoys me because the lyrics don't make sense. And people make a thing out of this like it's terrific that the lyrics don't make sense. I don't think it's terrific at all. It really pisses me off. And it's the same with other, absurdist, surrealist art and that kind of thing. I don't like it at all. I want to know what is going on here. What's the point? What's the purpose? So yeah, with show don't tell, I think sometimes it's a sort of relief as well in the tone when you just make something clear for the reader.
Another Stephen King quote: "Fiction is the truth inside the lie." Do you think fiction is used as a way of conveying deeper truths about the human experience?
Well, I really doubt that Stephen King is doing much of that now, because I've seen his Twitter, and I mean he's completely delusional. So this is a whole thing that he thinks he's telling the truth, and he'll think that his characters in the novels that he's writing now are manifesting truths about the way the world is now and all that kind of thing. But I don't think they are. I think they're manifesting his worldview, his notion of how the world is today. So when he uses the word truth there, I think we've got to be careful. And not just because it's Stephen King, not just because it is a raving lefty. The same would apply to me, to anyone, to any writer. But as for the point that he's making, let's take it on its own terms. Yes. I think what you're trying to do is reveal truths by way of fiction, because sometimes that's just easier. So in the same way that you can sometimes get a point across more concisely by telling it as a joke than telling it in a deadly serious manner. There are all sorts of ways that are to convey something that are roundabout and yet more concise. They're not more direct, but they're more concise.
How do you feel about genre? Do you feel like you consciously write in a certain genre whenever you write?
No, this has been, each of the short stories has been very different. One of them is, well, the two that I've mentioned were sort of just drama, just straight drama. The TV writer one has much more of a humorous edge to it. The lesbian one is much more sort of serious. But then the others, there is at least, well, there's one science fiction one. There's one sort of theological story about a church. Not even theological, more metaphysical, I think. And there's another one that's just a character study that goes through a woman's life while she works for a corporation, based on the LinkedIn video that was shared about a year ago that really fascinated me in a grim way. There was this girl working, 21, 22 years old, working at LinkedIn, and she was putting up these videos showing her working life. And it was just another world, endless fun, treats from the bosses, from the company, or the company, not from the bosses, from the company was the provider. So the company was the husband, the father, the son that had to be looked after. She had to protect it, nurture it. It was just so amazing as a thing about female psychology and how that is exploited by, well, capitalism. And it's funny because a lot of people would say that's a left-wing point, but I don't really think so. I don't think so at all.
Yeah, well, in a sense, this is a tangent from creative writing, but there's language that's used on the extreme left that is, if you forget the words that are being used and try to grapple with the actual ideas being pointed out, you go, oh, these are the same ideas that you see on the extreme right. one side is saying that the problem is a capitalist system and the government has bought into it, and the other side is saying the problem is a totalitarian state and companies are actually just have been kind of brought in under the umbrella of state, and
Yes.
in both cases they're describing the same cartel.
Yes, but for different reasons. They're seeing it from very different perspectives, and this is why the horseshoe theory, I think, falls apart. Because if you speak to communists, their worldview is remarkably, frighteningly different from ours. They are incredibly materialist in their thinking. They don't. I mean, and again, I know not every communist is like that. Whatever. I'm just speaking in general terms based on my own anecdotal experience. They care. The only abstract thing that they seem to care about, or I guess metaphysical thing that they care about, is equality. And other than that, it's all material stuff, like decent healthcare for all, good education for all, welfare for all, tax the rich. It's extraordinarily basic and banal. Actually, it reminded me when I tried to read a Germaine Greer book once. It was The Whole Woman in the late 90s. I could only read I think I read the first half of it and then just put it down. And what amazed me about that book was how banal everything she said was. All of her complaints about life and what it's like for women. Everything was banal. And I thought, even, and I was, 16, 17 reading this, and even for me at that age, I noticed this. There was something so pathetic about an intellectual, highly educated, very well read, clearly very intelligent, and yet it was just so nothing. And I see a similar thing. Now, for what it's worth, I don't think Germaine Greer is as bad as an actual communist. But she was definitely approaching that. Now, with actual communists, it's even worse than that, because at least you can say Germaine Greer believes in the concept of womanhood. Communists don't even believe in that. So, because that would be an unequal thing. It would be an inherent inequality. So, between men and women, you're saying that men and women exist. So then all humans aren't the same. They're not equal. And then, of course, the trans thing eliminates that anyway. So, I just think you can say that we have common enemies. But I think that's sort of incidental and perhaps even not really true, because, I mean, why do communists hate? What is it that they hate? What I hate is meaninglessness. What they seem to celebrate is meaninglessness. They seem to love it.
Interesting. Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't really think there's. I mean, I might be wrong.
I wasn't sort of proposing.
Oh, I know, but some people
the horseshoe theory per se. Yeah. But I do think there's an element by which people who are considered centrists, or I guess normies, you might say, are people who have bought into the kind of truth paradigm that the mainstream popularly promoted. That they have a certain set of beliefs that are not true in common, and then people who have escaped, as it were, they've got out of that truth regime. They may be enemies, but at least they have some like similar. They don't have the same false preconceptions. Maybe is the
yes, yeah, I agree. One thing is that they understand that groups are a real thing, whereas centrists seem to think that groups are a sort of fiction, or that they don't need to matter. People shouldn't care about ethnicity and so on, because everything would be simpler if we didn't.
But maybe it's always the case that the powerful have certain lies that they try to foist on the general population, and at this time there's a certain set of ideas that are useful for the majority of people to believe that aren't true. At other times in history, it's been probably different ideas, but you'll never find a time when it's not useful for those in power to push certain ideas, and most people don't have the time or inclination to investigate.
Definitely, and I think they really do just follow the lead. Now, when one says that, there's a danger of sounding ridiculously grand, like self-congratulatory.
Yes.
Thank God you and I don't just follow the herd. Like we're not just people.
Yes.
But at the same
I
time,
see
you've
what you
only got
mean.
to look. Yeah, but the thing is, you've only got to look at what normies are like. I mean, some people don't like the term normies, but it's we're speaking about a real thing here. It refers to something real.
It's hard not to be self-congratulatory when you consistently find yourself quietly thinking something different from the herd, and then 2 years later they all kind of come round to your point of view and they think they're geniuses for having figured it out, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I realize that using the word herd doesn't help with your point about the perception of self-congratulatory. Anyway,
it's a problem, but it really is a problem. I remember doing one of my weekly broadcasts last year where I was sort of despairing about this. How do you not have contempt for the general public when you see what they're like? I mean, I think I'd seen this photo of some people in Scotland queuing up to get the vaccine, even like 6 months after, 9 months after. It was towards the end of last year, actually. I remember now, it was like October, and someone sent me a photo. He'd walked past it in Edinburgh, and it was one of these, vaccine, I don't know what they're called, drop-in clinics. And the people are just standing there in a line, like waiting to be processed like cattle. And it's very difficult to see that and see them as a bit less human than you thought, a bit less. Well, there's no agency. It's a difficult thing, because then you feel guilt and you worry that you're full of yourself and deluding yourself. But the fact is that they are behaving that way. So what do you do?
I think you have to some degree, you have to remember that we don't love people on the basis of their intelligence. You don't, if you've got a pet cat and you discover that it's not got a high IQ, you don't go, well, out on the streets with you.
Of course, yeah.
So you kind of have to have some compassion, and it's difficult, especially if you find yourself in a position where somebody has been given a role of authority over you, and you feel that they are, either malicious or enormously ill-informed, and then you have to sort of just stoically keep all of that inside.
And the thing is,
live.
From their point of view, we're maladjusted. We are nutters. We are misfits who have always got to be difficult, who just won't fit in, who just have to rebel. I think that's how a lot of us are viewed by a lot of normies. And it's unfortunate, because I don't want to be that sort of adolescent who just has to rebel, just won't conform. But you're sort of forced into that role. But that then allows them an easy way to dismiss your concerns. I mean, I had it with mass immigration 10 years ago. I remember someone saying to me, well, look, the government have just announced that they're going to cut immigration. So you've got what you wanted. So now you don't need to talk about it anymore. And of course, the government didn't reduce. They didn't do anything about it. It increased after that. But from that guy's point of view, well, the government have got it all under control. So why are you talking? Why are you even talking about this?
Yeah. Should we get back to creative writing?
Yeah. Sure.
So I'm interested in world building. Do you ever do the sort of, well, who is it? J.K. Rowling, I guess, is renowned for supposedly having bundles and bundles of paper, or Tolkien, with he was writing a story that was this long with notes that was that long.
I
Do you ever
really
go
love
for that sort of stuff.
I love that idea that inside this small thing is so much embroidery, so much stuff that a lot of people won't even be aware of, but it's sort of encoded into it. I really like that concept, and there's something. It's just sort of cool that there's all this thought gone into all this planning. I think almost that planning should be published alongside the actual thing itself. It should be made available so that people can appreciate it. I think it's because if you can see the script for a film, it's often really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
If you can see the production notes, the design for a set or whatever, it's often really interesting. And I think in the same way, it would be fascinating to have all of these notes about Tolkien's the Lord of the Rings, all of the preliminary material and the planning and the sketching, the diagrams and whatever that he did for that. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of it has been published. Everything that he did seems to have been published. So, but yeah, I think all of that is really interesting stuff. Now, with me, I definitely have. I have timelines worked out. So, and this is probably because I'm obsessed with time and how things fit together in that way. So, I always work that out, because I know that if I don't, eventually I'm going to make a mistake. That couldn't have happened then because she was only 5 then. So come on, it doesn't make sense. That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're saying that they moved house in 1997, then you have to know, well, what were their finances like? That they couldn't have afforded Kensington then because he was just at the start of his career. So this kind of stuff. So I try to have, whenever something like that comes up, an event in the history of a character, I have a file where I've got his history worked out, and I try to work out, okay, so I need to mention this event that happened to him. So where would it be best slotted into his history? And you work it out that way. So I think for every story, there has to be a folder, and that folder is full of files, and there'll be subfolders sometimes as well. Otherwise it would just be a disaster. I think I can't keep all of this stuff in my head. It's just impossible. So you have to have this scaffolding.
Then when people complain about plot holes, sometimes, well, for example, Friends was a show in which a bunch of young people seemed to do basically zero work or worked part-time or something, and then lived in this enormous New York apartment, right? And I think you could call that a plot hole, but if they had, quote unquote, fixed the plot hole, it would have made the show worse, and nobody cared. It didn't make the show worse.
Exactly.
This quote unquote plot hole.
Exactly. There are things that with each fictitious world, there are things that you care about and things that you just don't care about. I was saying this when talking about Die Hard. Like, what are the odds that this guy would find himself in this situation twice?
Or in a murder mystery, you go, well, circumstantial evidence strongly points to Poirot being the mass murderer.
Over and over again.
Yeah. His modus operandi is to frame somebody.
Exactly. There's stuff that just has to be taken as read. It just has to be taken for granted, and because otherwise you would never get anything written. So yeah, I think that's a sort of given with any fictitious world, any setting that you create. There are things that are just axiomatic, so to speak.
What aspect of writing do you enjoy the most? What is it that do you find it's a almost compulsive thing once you're seized by the spirit of writing?
Yeah, it's exactly the same as writing essays in this regard, because sometimes you'll just have a terrific night, and I've written 3,000 words in a night. That's happened several times. It actually happened just last night. I wrote an essay about Richard Dawkins, and I think it was 2,000 words, and it was just immediately it just wrote it. Yeah, people say it wrote itself, and sometimes it is like that, and then other times it can be very onerous. And as I said earlier, sort of where you've got to autistically work out what's the next paving slab in the path. What's the next thing? It doesn't write itself at all. You've really got to think about it. But generally speaking, whenever this, to use the phrase, whenever the inspiration strikes, I try to make use of it to the full and just go with it. Because you'll write more in those 10 hours than you'll write in the next 10 days.
And then the flip side, of course, what do you find the most difficult?
The exact opposite, where you just don't know what to do. Like this lesbian story, I just don't know what how it should end, and it's annoying me. And I'll come back to it. I want to finish the TV writer story first. I think that should probably be the first one, and then I'll work on the lesbian one, and then I'll either work it out artistically, or I'll find some other way to just wonder about it. I'll have to resolve it somehow. I have to, otherwise the whole thing's going to just be for nothing.
Do you think the ending of the story, in a sense, determines what the story was about? And there's this funny thing where you can watch a movie and then the ending is bad, and then you kind of retroactively didn't enjoy the whole movie, even though obviously at the time when you were watching it, you didn't yet know that the ending was going to be bad.
Yeah. I mean, it really taints it. I can think of one. I mean, there are several films where this is said that it's great but then the third act is a real disappointment. The build-up's great, the middle is great, then the third act just falls apart. And it does really taint it, because you're hoping your sort of natural expectation is that on the contrary, it will all come together or even go up a gear in the third act, or in the final scene of a story. Those final 2 or 3 chapters will really be the payoff for all of the stuff beforehand. As I say, those final 2 or 3 chapters will answer all of the questions and maybe even raise it up another level, so that everything before that was actually just preparation for this final stage. Those, I think, are the best stories, where there's a surprise, not twist, but a surprise elevation in the final stage. I really like that.
It's almost as if it's a relational thing. You've put your trust into the creator, the writer, and they either betray your trust or exceed your expectations, and it's personal.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's a relationship as such. It's more like a commercial transaction where there's an understanding that, the ending's going to be the best bit. So don't let me down. I don't really know why it should be like that. I think it just is like that, because otherwise, if the best bit's in the middle, then what's the rest of it for? You might as well just stop there. So in a sense, it has to be, just for the sake of keeping you reading. Then it has to be, the best bit has to be the end. But also you want that because, as I say, you want it to come together in some impressive, enjoyable, glorious way at the end.
it's often said that the two things that people will remember is the beginning and the end, and the middle could almost be treated as filler or journey. I mean, there's also the view that you should have a rising tension and then a climax and a denouement. But do you think these patterns become a little too prescriptive? They're kind of aphorisms rather than actual rules.
I mean, what I would say is, if the story is boring in the middle, then maybe you're doing something wrong. I mean, if it's just the journey, basically you should try to make the journey from the beginning to the end as interesting as you possibly can, so that people are engaged. I wouldn't want it to be the case that, the first, it started well and it ended well, but the middle was rubbish or boring or whatever. Because you're asking people to wade through a lot of text in that case. So I would try to avoid that if possible. But at the same time, sometimes this just is the way a story is. And it's the same thing with the ending. Sometimes the ending just isn't very good, but the rest of it justifies that. It excuses that. And that's what you would hope for anyway.
Great. Well, my next guest is Jonathan Blow, and I thought while I have you both here, I would ask you a question that is an overlap between the two topics. What's the similarities and differences between a book, like written fiction, and a video game as an art form? Jonathan, why don't you go first?
You want me to go first on this? All right. I mean, they're at one level they're completely different, right? And at another level, they're not that different because, the level at which they're completely different is just like what are the aspects of the art form that can be used to create this kind of strong experience, right? So if you could think of two things that are totally disjoint, right? So like sculpture and classical music are use totally different channels of getting to you, right? Yeah. But there's some kind of unified notion of beauty that you're reaching at with both of those media, for example, right? And so games is different from books, although there's more overlap than there is between music and sculpture, right? And so I think in the end, as human beings, there's a certain set of things that we recognize as beautiful or true or worth thinking really hard about, or whatever it is that's the objective of the art. And those can often be in common. But, if you try to make a game the way that you would write a story, it's probably not that good of a game. That's what I think. Some people would disagree, but that's what I think.
Any thoughts, Millennial Woes?
Well, I don't play video games really, except for early 90s stuff that I sometimes switch on for nostalgia purposes, which is completely different from the kind of things that people are playing now. I would say that based on what I know of modern video games, it's really about creating a fictitious world, a setting, and then keeping it fairly consistent but interesting. And you could say the same is a part of novel writing or any short story. The setting is clearly a thing, but I think with video games it's more of a thing. The setting is more important in many ways. And you can have a good story where the setting just doesn't matter that much, really. Which seems strange to say, but I think it's true. But with video games, it seems to be integral. So, yeah, but as I say, I'm not, it's really not my thing I shouldn't be commenting on this at all.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for joining me.
Okay, all right, thanks for doing this.
Good night. Great. Oh, actually, Jonathan, it's just a question sprung to me from your response there. What do you think? Is it possible to imagine a video game, as it were, as would be designed by someone from ancient Greece or from classical Europe, right? Because if you listen to classical music and then see classical sculpture, there's some similarity, there's some chord of connection between them that you can sense. Could we imagine if they had access to modern technology, what sort of video games they might have made?
Well, I'm not sure I know what Greek music was even like at that time.
Oh, well.
So it's hard for me to say much about that. But I'm not sure. It's a very hard question to answer because when you design a game, you're designing for a fundamentally interactive experience. And the best game designers, games are not new to them. They've been immersed in them for a while, and it forms the way that you think about it. So, storytelling, even like way back in those times, was more of an interactive experience than it is today because you didn't have recorded media. Many people, if not most, were not literate, right? And so books were just not a popular thing. And so you had someone who would tell stories, and that's, I've never been that kind of a professional storyteller, but I think of it as being more like something like stand-up comedy, where you're reacting to you're seeing the way that your audience is reacting, and you're working with that, right? So actually, maybe stories and games had more in common 2,000 years ago than they do today, because of just the way stories have changed, really.
All right, I've got some fairly well-trodden game design questions, but hopefully we can wring out some new perspectives on them.
Yeah. It makes me actually, I wonder if they had something like Dungeons and Dragons in ancient Greece, right?
Interesting.
There's nothing necessarily technological about that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like some people talking. Maybe there's some charts, so the DM has to be literate, right? But would we know if they had that?
Well, Dungeons and Dragons in some ways is like improv comedy, but for nerds, right? It's like we're gonna be playing parts, and we're gonna have a fantasy setting, but we need the roll of a dice to justify this as a semi-mathematical experience. I've always thought there's this strange, you must have played Werewolf or Mafia.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, social deduction games, and their fundamental mechanics are very similar, but Werewolf goes down the route of lots of number crunching and logic and deduction, and tends to be popular with sciencey, mathsy people, whereas Mafia goes down the route of the narrator is spinning a yarn with lots of description, and you try and figure out people's expressions. So it's the same basic game mechanics, but two different communities playing it, and it results in quite a different experience.
Yeah.
So Sid Meier says, games are a series of interesting choices. What do we reckon to that definition?
Okay. I don't disagree, but it is sort of an incomplete description, right? Which is not a diss on that, because I don't think it's attempting to be a complete description. It's more like a pithy summary of what, because one of these things we think about as designers sometimes is like, what is the difference between a good game and a bad game? Because sometimes it's a little bit of an intangible, ineffable thing, but you can certainly design a game in which the player makes lots of decisions, and it looks on paper like it should be a good game, but the decisions aren't interesting, right? And so that's one failure mode for a game, right? Now, the reason I think it's incomplete is because, well, for one reason, define decision, because that sounds like a very discrete choice point where I'm all up in my mind thinking about stuff for a while, right? And some games are like that, but if you're playing, I don't know, Counter-Strike or something, sometimes you're making very discrete decisions, like, do I go over to banana or do I like rush mid or something? But the majority of what you're doing in that game is like decisions, but more granular and more in the moment, right? Mm-hmm. And if you stop to think about things, you're too slow, right? And so it's more like a sport, and that's an important part of games. And I think, you know, the case can be made that that's another flavor of interesting decision, right? If you're if you're just trying to support that description. But if you start with that description and design games from it, you're maybe going to miss that sport aspect.
I think another key concept in game design is ludonarrative dissonance. So can we just give a bit of a description of this concept? What causes it? What is the root of the problem?
Okay, on the one hand, ludonarrative dissonance totally is a real thing, and I don't wish to discount that. The word is dumb. Ludonarrative dissonance is a dumb phrase because nobody knows what it means when they hear it. You could probably come up with, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a technical term or an overly, like if it actually pins down some meaning that you can't communicate another way.
It sounds pompous.
So for people out there, what it means is when the story of a game or, you know, aspects of a story like the setting or the characters or something, because sometimes when you say story, people think plot, but we mean story in the bigger way. When that doesn't really match what you're doing minute to minute, you know, one example of this that I have, you know, this is kind of an old example at this point, but like I've played Red Dead Redemption 1 and I've played through the whole single player story and I've shot like 800 guys by the end of the game, including a bunch of people in this poor Mexican town who never did anything to me because it was some quest that the game was making me do in order to like talk to some dude, right? And then at the end of the game, he's supposed to he's going home and being loving husband to his family, right? And it's like, dude, you're one of the biggest mass murderers of the 18th century. What is happening? Like, you can't just have a regular family life at that point, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're just emotionally not even going to be that person, right? It doesn't make any sense. And so it's like that, right? And there's all sorts of cases like this where, you know, the game is asking, it's a way in which, you know, your suspension of disbelief just fails because it's too absurd what you're being asked to believe, you know, like in terms of the story relative to a game. And this tends to happen quite naturally in games if you're not careful because gameplay and story are so different from each other, right? Like gameplay kind of has to work and be enjoyable enough that people want to do it for, you know, long periods of time. And story can kind of be whatever. Like stories are just easier to make entertaining in some way. Like, because we've got thousands of years of stories that people found entertaining. And if you just kind of do something like that, you're kind of good. But with games, that's not even true, right? Like if you take a blockbuster game from the early 2000s, like Quake 3 Arena or something, right? Not that many people want to play that today because it's just too simple now, right? It's apparent that part of the reason that was so successful was because it was new, right? Not necessarily because it had hit on a pattern, an eternal pattern of what people really want to do for a long time, right? Of course, Descendants, right? So Quake 3 Arena is a very simple arena shooter. And we have descendants of those games today that are more complex and that people are more interested in playing, broadly speaking. I don't know. I don't know if this is becoming too much of a tangent.
There's no such thing in my mind as too much of a tangent.
Anyway,
Usually
so
tangents are where the gold is found.
To go back to the ludonarrative dissonance thing, it's the reason that whole term exists is because, like, way back before games were really respected in culture, and before you could like really, like now you can go to a university in the United States and take classes in game design and even get a degree. And that was not a thing when I was in college, right? And around that time, there were people who were like the first academics in games, and there were these two camps. There were like the narratologists who were all like, games are a new way of telling stories, and it's just going to be amazing. This is going to be what stories are for the future, right? And there were the ludologists who said like, no, games are about gameplay, basically, right? And I definitely come down much more on the ludologist side, but like all this stuff was really a bunch of pompous yammering by people who didn't practice much, right? And so I don't have a lot of respect for most of what happened during that time. And these like camps were still kind of big when I was getting into games, because you'd go to game conferences and like, I don't know, what people in academia had said still seemed kind of important, because they're like, we used to respect, like now we kind of see how silly universities are a lot of the time, but back then it wasn't apparent to the degree that it is today. I don't know. So that's my relation to the whole concept. Is I do think stories in games can be pretty interesting, but if you want to tell a story that's deep and interesting and beautiful and all that, and that's the main thing you want to do, I think you should do it in a medium that is primarily about storytelling. For example, a novel or a film, right? I think if you try to do that in games, if your primary concern is not gameplay, then you end up like shoehorning the story around the gameplay or minimizing the gameplay so it doesn't mess up your story. And like just I've actually given entire speeches about this a long time ago, but you know, like I said, we've got 2,000 years of storytelling technique, at least, right? Probably much more than that, but in recorded history, 2,000 or 3,000 years of storytelling technique. Most of those techniques break down as soon as there's interactivity, right? They just don't work. And one example that I use a lot of the time is foreshadowing, right? Sometimes in simple ways, like we're just describing this character in a certain way because we know later something's going to happen with that character. If you don't know what's going to happen, you can't foreshadow. And so, you know, that means that if you're going to use foreshadowing as a storytelling tool, interactivity is not allowed to affect what's going to happen, right? So then now you've got this weird hybrid of these two media and they're fighting with each other, right? And an extreme example of foreshadowing that many people may have heard of is Chekhov's gun, right? Which is, you see this a lot of the time actually in modern stories, like very literally, like, but you know, what Chekhov said is, you know, if there's a gun visible on the mantelpiece in the first act, it must be used in the third act, right? And this is actually really important in, like, one of the reasons why I think this is crystallized into a thing that people remember is because it encapsulates a lot of ideas at the same time. So first of all, there is that foreshadowing aspect that I just mentioned, right? But secondly is sort of the opposite of that, which is that in the first act, people are trying to figure out what your story is. They're trying to figure out who the characters are, what is the setting and all that, right? And so what you show them should be relevant to the story that you're trying to tell, right? If there's a very high, if there's an object that is very magnetic for people's attention in a prominent place, like a gun on the mantelpiece, and it doesn't get used, and you didn't intend, like you could intend to do that as a surprise, right? But if it's not intentional like that, then it's like there's a bunch of noise in your story that's detracting from, like that's an opportunity you could have used to do something effective, but instead you put people's attention somewhere else, you know, instead of on what the story's about, which actually weakens the experience, right? And so there's many reasons why Chekhov's gun is an important concept. But the point being, now if you're going to use that storytelling technique, if the gun's on the mantle in the first act, it must be used in the third act, which again means a great deal of control over what is allowed to happen. And so your choices or your performance when you play cannot affect what happens. And, well, not in a simplistic way. You can imagine more complex and subtle ways for that to work. Like you could imagine there are 5 prominent objects around the study, and like one of them in the end is the crucial object, right? That starts to become more interesting, but people seldom even go there in game, because honestly, game design is very weak right now. We don't, even though it's sort of been a heyday of video games for a while, although I feel like that kind of died a couple years ago. Our designers are not thinking very hard, and it's a bummer.
Yeah, there's a concept of beauty or elegance that seems to pop up in most crafts, most artistic spheres, whereby you use the fewest concepts, the fewest lines, the fewest whatever you're working with to achieve your end. So I suppose in games that often is thought of as the fewest rules. Like if you've got to learn the rule book before you play, you want the maximum complexity, the maximum of interest coming out of the fewest rules. Maybe that's one of the principles that video game designers should aspire to.
I think so. That is one way that game designs can encompass and exhibit beauty. Both encompass because it's the design of the thing is more beautiful than, you imagine some architecture of some building that's a giant jumble versus a well-organized, beautiful building, right? And just like a building, actually, usually players can feel it if the rule set is better and cleaner, right, versus bigger and messier. But it's a little bit, it's less obvious than it is in a lot of art forms. You have to, as the audience, be a little bit attuned to that because it's easy to not notice, right? And so, for example, and in fact, it's easier if you want to make a game complicated, or a game, complicated is the wrong word, but if you want to make it have a lot of ideas in it and a lot of substance in it for people to experience, the easiest thing to do is to make something just really complicated that's a giant jumble of stuff. That's probably true with everything, right? And so, but a lot of people like those games. Me, as more of somebody who thinks about design a lot, they're a little bit yucky to me, but that doesn't mean people can't like them, right? It's people like what they like, and so an example of this, just so people can snicker about how I'm dissing on other games, but like all the Dota genre games, right, are just like, there's 100, or are there like 250 heroes in Dota 2 now? I don't even know how many there are, right? And they all have different stuff, and the people who are good at the game don't use most of them at any given time because they're unbalanced, right? And it's like, but it makes, if you want to be into that game, it makes a big, complicated experience that you can spend a long time like getting into and understanding and appreciating, right? And so people who really like Dota 2 really like it because there's not anything else like that. But that's not me, right? But I also don't, there's an interesting thing. Like, I do in some sense think it's more refined. Like, the better you understand game design, the less that you like big mess games like that. But that also, at the same time, like, I think there's a snobbiness that comes along with understanding art forms that I think it's important to avoid, right? So like, and I experienced that in the opposite direction with certain things, right? So like, there's all sorts of people who are into food in a very like, I'm well attuned to culinary education kind of way. I am not that guy. I don't want to be that guy. I have certain food that I like, and some of it is just really salty with big flavors, and that's great for me. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because that's not, we're at this point, actually, I don't think we respect how many art forms human civilization has even developed, and how hard it is to appreciate all of them at maximum or whatever, or even, in a beginner kind of way. And so I got no problem with anyone who just wants to sit down and play games and not think that hard about design, because there's lots of other things. You could be interested in storytelling. You could be interested in like archery, and you could see what's good about someone's form right before they shoot. Like, there's so many things. and most of us can't know about most of the things. And so I just want to clarify, whenever I talk about that kind of thing, I just want to clarify, like, ain't nothing wrong if you don't want to think that hard about game design.
Yeah, I sometimes imagine it like there is an actual incoming quality. You're being hit in the face with some experience, and then your brain is translating that into a 0 to 1. And somebody who's not used to that type of thing, they're not an expert, then they'll have maybe quite a linear experience. The more attuned you get, the more you consider everything terrible until the top 10%, and you're really attuned. And that's what you need if you're going to be a creator. If you're going to make high quality things, you need that very highly attuned. But then your actual experience, coffee snobs probably end up drinking coffee that they dislike more than anybody else because they've trained themselves not to like the thing that they theoretically enjoy.
It is true. Yeah, absolutely.
Have you played The Beginner's Guide? This is one of the games
that's by
David
the Stanley
Reardon.
Parable guy.
Yeah, Stanley Parable guy, and it's this really it really stuck with me as an experience. It's kind of it's another voiceover game, so you get the
that's the short one, right?
Yeah, you get commentary on the creator of the game, and then there's also a sort of unreliable narrator, Gatsby-esque aspect to it.
I mean, I remember really liking that game, although it is a pretty long time. Like, I played it when it came out, which was a while back now. I don't even want to guess how many years because it'll make me feel old, but I
think it was 2015.
Oh, really? Only? All right. Only 8 years. Great.
I really liked it as well, and I thought it was a good example of a game aspiring to do something more than be entertaining. It really is exploring philosophical ideas.
I remember liking it more than Stanley Parable, like comparatively, because it's a little more like they're both surreal.
They both have a humorous
games in
aspect,
certain ways, right?
Yeah.
They're both funny and they're both surreal, but the flavor of Beginner's Guide, I think, was more something that I liked, for sure.
Yeah.
I think isn't that free on Steam or something?
Might be, yeah.
I don't remember. Let's see.
I don't.
If it's free, people can all go play it and have a good time.
I recommend
no,
it.
It's not. Never mind. It's $10.
Well, I recommend it even if you have to pay for it. I think it's worth it. This stream sponsored by David Reardon. No. Another game. I'll tell you another game that stuck with me, and I've never been able to find it again. There was a little Flash game I played probably over a decade ago, where your arrow keys controlled a little square, and there were other squares on the screen, and when you came up close to the other squares, they would kind of move away from you, and then you could kind of travel up the screen to the top of the screen, and then the experience ended, and it was sort of left to the interpretation of the player what they thought this game was about, because it could be about trying to catch the squares like you're a predator, or it could be about trying to fit in with the other squares like you were trying to make friends, or maybe you had a completely different, you're a microorganism in your mind. So I felt like there was something quite profound when I experienced that game that said you can tell stories through only the mechanics. There's almost a purity there. If you can do without an art style entirely and still communicate something, that's like pure game, pure interaction.
Well, I tend to, again, not to divert into terminology too much, because that's a good way to have a pointless conversation, right? But just to have specifics from day to day, I don't tend to think of that kind of thing as telling stories, because because I do think it's useful to have specific language for defining what we understand from day to day as stories. And but I do think about that as communicating ideas, or conveying feelings or something, which is some of the things that stories do. But then music does that as well. Like non-lyrical music can do that with emotions, but not not intellectual ideas so much. And games are in this interesting middle territory where they can get at ideas like brain style ideas even without linguistic communication, right? And that's pretty cool. It's something that I thought about a lot when designing The Witness, which is the last game of mine that anyone can play right now because everything else is still in development. But that to me is one of the fascinating things about games that is underexplored, right? And so this kind of game that you're talking about, I would say between maybe 2004 and 2012, say, was sort of a time when people were doing a fair amount of that kind of a thing. Like, let's just kind of ignore what games traditionally are, or let's use some ingredients of those, but not worry too much about making a traditional game. And we're going to do this art thing, and we're going to try to do something new or, interesting or expressive. And people have kind of stopped doing that. For a while at the Game Developers Conference, I ran a session where we would hunt out these kind of things and focus on them and show them to people and get them more attention back at a time when it was less well known that people did this. And some of my favorites, if anyone wants to look these up, or one of the earliest ones, it's not super fun or playable, but it's interesting, is a game called The Marriage by Rod Humble, who also in his alter ego life is a vice president at Electronic Arts. So it's weird for him to be making an art game.
Yeah, interesting.
Even though Electronic Arts has the word arts in the name, they sort of, yeah. But then, Jason Rohrer, who became a friend of mine after, I think, making these games, he has two games that I always think of. This is a super minimal game. You really have to have a fair amount of focus to try to play and understand it. But then Jason has two games called Passage and Gravitation that are more like traditional games and are playable and kind of fun. Especially Gravitation is pretty fun. And I just encourage people, if you want to see what people were doing in terms of exploring the medium of games and trying to, make art with them and stuff, you can definitely check these out.
But you would think of adding music to something like this as purely improving the experience, but sometimes the interest is in the ambiguity, right? That it's the fact that you aren't being arm wrestled into feeling a certain way that makes it a more profound or more moving, meaningful thing.
Yeah. Also, though, again, so music for interactive stuff, if you want that to be very high quality, it's really hard, right? So with a movie or something, right? The way a movie is made is they film the scenes, right? And then at least they do a rough edit of it, and then they come along to do the score, right? I mean, maybe they figure out broadly what the score is going to be before that, but they come along this is from 06, so it's a little bit later than I was saying. I was saying 03, 04. When you're doing music for a movie, you know what to sync it to and all that stuff, and you know what's going to happen, and again, the future of the movie. Whereas in games, you don't really, and so interactive music for games is actually pretty challenging, and to this day, we're not that good at it, right? And it's one of these things where, to some degree, the music is being generated by some system, and so it's not necessarily directly authored. The way many of these would work is like that. Yeah, I don't know.
So another thing that a game might try to do, other than putting across an idea, is to create immersion, where your players believe, in some sense, that they are in a real world, that your imagination has filled the gaps between you and the screen, and you forget that this is a digitally generated world. I don't know if my brain has been broken by by making games, but I can't help but always be thinking about, well, what's really happening is that I'm a capsule collider that's moving over a bit of geometry at a certain fidelity, and I don't know if this is I suspect this is also something that brains are capable of doing, even if you've never done any programming. If you play enough games, you're pattern finding and you understand the underlying systems, and the graphics and the immersion kind of disappears once you're focused on completing an objective, doing some challenging task in the virtual world. Then you will root out the physics engine, as it were, and you're sort of seeing through the matrix, as it were. So do you think immersion is important? Should a game designer work hard to maintain the immersion, or is it actually down to the player? Is it their responsibility whether they choose to be immersed or not?
Well, I do think it's both. You can't really force somebody to be immersed, right? It's a voluntary activity on the player's part, but it is easier or harder for them to do, or they're more interested or less interested in doing it based on what the game is. And so there's also a designer skill component, right? Immersion is interesting because I do think it's pretty important for games. Because if you're thinking about other stuff or you're not that into what you're playing, well, you're kind of not that into what you're playing. I don't know, but why are you playing it at some point? It's definitely a designer skill thing where different kinds of designers think about immersion in different ways, and certain fields of design are very concerned with getting you there and then, keeping you there. But for me, there's some aspect of trying too hard that happens when that becomes the goal. We've got to get the player immersed and then keep the player immersed, right? And then especially if it's like tied to virality and they have to like give their friends the link to the game, like that's a certain kind of thinking that I don't think ends up somewhere good, right? Because it's not really, like for me, the way that I design things is just what's interesting about this, right? If it's interesting enough, then people will be interested in it. And then all you really have to do is remove all the things that you smack into that bump you out of the game, right? And I think that is a much more, maybe ethical is a word that I would use, but maybe not. Like it's, some of this being very concerned with immersion is not unethical, but maybe still, there's probably some word that I don't know that means aiding in long-term cultural cohesion or long-term relationship cohesion or like long-term value, right? Like if I'm trying to give you something that is interesting, specifically things that are interesting, as opposed to like generally keep you interested, right? That does a lot of things. First of all, I as a designer have to understand now some things in the world that are interesting, and I have to understand them in a substantial level of detail, and I have to wield them with skill in the game for all this to work, right? And then I'm concerned about how well I communicate this interesting thing. I'm speaking very vaguely here for a moment, so I hope people forgive this. But if I'm like, it's one thing to say, oh, I just want this game to be really good. I'm going to try and make the game be very good. Experienced designers don't necessarily think that way because that's not a very actionable statement. What do you mean good, right? Like here's a game, how do you make it better than how it is? Well, you have to start talking about specifics to do that. You can't just like make something good, right? And so one way that you get specific is here's a thing that we're trying to communicate. How well is it being communicated? How long does it take to communicate? Can we reduce some fat that's in there? Can we get to it faster, and can we do it more clearly? Are there things getting in the way of that communication, right? In the same way as like, is there a gun on the mantle that's never going to get used, right? That's keeping people from like noticing the thing on the table, right? And so that becomes what good game design is like once you start getting specific like that, right? And whereas, if your goal is just, I want this to be very immersive, that's similar to like, I want this to be good. Like why is it immersive, and how do you make that better, right? And this is actually one of the failure modes of the VR push that happened for a while, because first of all the people making the devices and also the games. So, a lot of people are convinced that VR sort of, I wouldn't say it failed because a certain percentage of people still have their equipment, but, a lot, and actually I think there's been like in the millions of units range for the Oculus stuff. So, like some number popping into my mind is like 5 million for the latest one. That's like decent. It's not, it's several multiples off of like how much a game console sells, but it's still like, that's kind of a mass market thing. But still, a lot of these things are bought and then they're used for a week and then they gather dust or something like that, right? And why is that? And I think a lot of people think it's because the hardware isn't good enough yet. And I mean, that's always going to be a little bit true. Like things will get better and people want to use them more. But I think it was actually a failing of design mostly, because the main thing that people were after was like immersion all the time, right? And they thought immersion was, okay, we just get a good frame rate and, the pixels are clear and good controller tracking, and then stuff is coming at your face like in a bad 3D movie or something, right? And it's like, that's not, okay, first of all, have you never read a book or watched a good movie or played a good 2D video game? These things are immersive, right? So what do you really mean when you're saying immersive? And usually people never got past that. They just thought, well, things being 3D, it's just more immersive, but it's actually not, right? There are a lot of actual specific things that are good about VR. And I think if design had, if the community of people making these games had proceeded in thinking about these specific things, we would probably be in a better place. So the specific things are things like, well, you have very good tracking on hands and head position and stuff, and that gives you just more degrees of freedom for controlling the game than you normally would have, right? Traditionally, you would have maybe a mouse, which is 2 analog degrees of freedom and a couple buttons, and then maybe some more buttons on the keyboard. Or a gamepad is, maybe 4 analog degrees of freedom, but not really, because they're not as expressive and stuff, right? And so, suddenly you have like 12 kind of. And this has always been, the thing about games is it's always been the case that it's a lot easier for games to give you information than it is for you to give the game information, right? Like how much information is coming at you? Well, there's like a 4K screen that's, 4 million pixels with a lot of bits of color, right? 24-bit color per pixel. So that's 24 million bits times, maybe 60 frames per second, but let's round it up to 100 because I'm not going to do that math right now. I used to do more math in my head, right? But that's, what is that? That's 2 billion bits per second just from the screen.
Although, realistically, that gets hyper compressed by your brain. If you
but
just
it's still
saw
a lot.
white noise, you could watch hours of white noise and not be very much enlightened.
Absolutely true. I'm talking more about like some kind of theoretical maximum, except of course your eyes and your brain has some maximum that's way, way, way less than that, but it's still a lot more. Like how many bits per second is coming from your game controller going into the game? It's a low number. It might be a 3-digit number.
Well, true. In a weird way, this might just be me, but my experience is that actually the games I enjoy playing the most sometimes have even lower. I actually find a certain satisfaction in playing games which are button inputs rather than analog inputs. Even there's kind of an elegance to timing that one button press perfectly, rather than the fuzzy have the analog stick in exactly the right spot.
Oh, totally. I mean, that's sometimes people try to get fancy with controls, and it's not that good of an idea, right? So just because there is an analog input there doesn't mean it's easy to use to make a good game with. And it doesn't mean it's better than just having a button, right? But this is one thing that VR did kind of okay, is that it's natural. Like if I just put my hand over here, that's in a position in space that my brain understands, right? For example. And so like that very concrete thing about VR, and then the fact that you have a lot of control over the viewpoint in a very natural way, that's it's just much more artificial in a 2D mouse and keyboard or gamepad game, right? And I just don't think designers were concrete about this. And so you got all this weird stuff about like, I'm going to climb up a wall using these crappy like finger trackings that don't totally work and it feels wrong, and like because they're trying to be immersive in terms of like, oh, you should be able to do things that you could do in the real world, instead of like, no, what's good about this? And so the most successful VR games ever were very simple, like Beat Saber, probably the biggest selling game, right? It's just like, okay, you've got some lightsabers and they go exactly where your hand is pointing, and here's some songs in a Guitar Hero way that's been established for a long time, and we know that works as gameplay. And here you go. Very simple idea, but it's based on what the controllers do very well, right? And it's one-to-one tracking, with no like teleports in the middle and stuff. And it just works great, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm being overly optimistic, but I like to think people sometimes take a step outside of their own body and visualize themselves with the headset on and think, I look a bit stupid. And that's one of the reasons that people don't like to...
I wouldn't discount that at all. Like if it was like cool cyberpunk glasses...
They'd be more likely to... Yeah.
Yeah, but also, that thing on your head, like I just said, natural motion and stuff, it's not that natural when you've got something that is pretty heavy and you turn your head and it's kind of like lagging, and and so those, but that falls into the category of things that are improving over time and should continue to improve. And so you can imagine what that's like when it gets better, right?
Yeah, and I also feel like the most exciting concepts in VR would involve a large dedicated like warehouse sized space with some physical obstacles you can climb over that are integrated into the game experience, rather than you have to stand in one spot. Because part of if you truly feel the immersion, part of what you want to do is use your body to go and run towards what you can see, whereas if you're in a small space inside, I mean, I've seen people run headlong into TV sets whilst wearing VR with my own eyes. So there's kind of an inherent problem that the more successful you are in making people forget that they're wearing a headset, the more constrained the experience has to be, because all the things you would normally naturally do become dangerous, and unless you can physically move around, and it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can design for that, right? So all these games, when you set up VR rigs like this, it has a known safe gameplay area, but there's still a question like, are you encouraging people to do highly energetic motions near the edge of the safe zone such that they cross it well before, or whatever?
That's fine, but I think players recognize when they are being subtly constrained and the experience feels like you're in a box.
Well, one of the best VR games I ever played was explicitly like that, and it was, it was a relatively small box because it was even, this was a few years ago at least, and headsets have gotten better in terms of like trackable area. Well, you also, how much space do you assume people have at home? But the way this game was designed, and I wish I remember the name. I'm sorry I don't, but it was on like itch.io or something. It was an small indie game. And the way it worked was just, there's no teleporting. You just walk around, but it was sort of this corridor situation where there was always a turn in the corridor before the end of your playable area. And it would keep generating chunks of maze to walk you into some other part of the playable area. So you would be like walking around and around, and you would like shoot gun turrets and stuff. But it was really interesting because it didn't do any teleporting or whatever. So 100% of the time, you stay in this mode of just continuous navigation and thinking and like peeking out and stuff. And it was a good, very strong gameplay experience. I noticed someone in chat mentioned Half-Life Alyx, which is sort of the opposite of that, where, it's the game design is a little bit non-cooperative with itself, where you have this kind of teleport movement, and then you also have like classic Half-Life gun movement and enemies that run at you. But like if you teleport around, you could go way faster than the enemies. And so toward the end of the game, you just sort of realize like, oh, I can just dance around these fools all day just with the stupid teleport control, and then shoot them once in a while, and then you just can't like lose the game, right? There's what I'm remembering specifically. There's some area like 2/3 of the way through the game or something where there's a big fight in a train yard or whatever, and it's just like you just teleport all over the place, and it's pretty easy, and so. I don't know what I'm getting at. This is pretty far afield, maybe, of any point that we had.
Okay, and a different angle then. Here's a quote from Gabe Newell. Games are the only force in the known universe that can get people to take actions against their self-interest in a predictable way without using force. Do you think game design principles could be used for social good, social engineering, control, whichever direction we want to take it? Are these potentially useful outside of just entertainment?
Well, I gotta say, I don't totally understand the Gabe quote, because I'm not sure what kind of action he was referring to there. So I'm not even sure if I agree or disagree with the quote.
Okay.
I mean, sure. I mean, there's lots of ways in which games get you to do things against your best interest, not least of which just sitting around the house playing video games for 16 hours a day for years at a time, which some people do. It's not really a good idea. I mean, if the games were better, maybe it would be a good idea, right? If you because, if you think of if somebody who reads books for 16 hours a day for years, at least probably knows a bunch of stuff by the end of that, unless the books are like Da Vinci Code and Harry Potter or whatever, right? But, but there just aren't that many games that are that like worthwhile of that many hours of people's attention. So I doubt that's what Gabe meant, but I would agree with that in that dimension. In terms of the rest of your question, though, about, social engineering and all this stuff, I think games do that naturally, more than even game designers realize. And again, though, there's this thing that happens that when people try to be very deliberate about it, it becomes forced and bad. And then nobody wants to play the game, right? So a very simple example of this is, educational games, right? Almost never does somebody say, I'm going to go on Steam and see what the newest educational games are because I want to have fun, right? Like, that's just not a thing. Why? Is it because games can't be educational and fun? No, I don't think so, because there are some that are. It's just that when you sit down and design a game to be educational, it's just things start failing really fast. Not least of which is because it's just hard to make an interesting, fun, good game to begin with, even if that's your only goal. And now you have two goals that point in different directions: educational in a specific way and like fun. And very rapidly, those are fighting, and you have to pick one or the other. And usually you pick educational if you're making an educational game, right? But I do think, for example, stuff that I make is vaguely educational, right? It's not going to teach you what's in a physics textbook usually, but like there's something about like imagine so I believe games are a very interesting art form, and there's lots of unexplored territory, and I wish designers were exploring it more. But like you could imagine an art appreciation class 100 years from now, if we're still around, that like looks at these fine, like these aspects of games communicating intellectual ideas non-verbally, for example. That's super interesting. And I mean, that's probably at least something that gets talked about in classes even today. It's just there aren't enough examples to do like a full-on, art history appreciation of that. You need many examples over time to do that. But if we continue to do an okay enough job, you would have that in the future, and then all these games are educational all of a sudden, right? In the same way that like going and looking at a Matisse painting in a gallery is educational because it's become an acknowledged thing that people want to teach about. But all that is because there's something interesting there, right?
I have a new take about educational games.
Okay.
I actually think education, like learning, is inherently pleasurable, and the real marvel is that so many education systems manage to make it something that people don't want to engage with.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean the human brain wants to learn things and figure things out. That's why video games work at all, right? So like evolutionarily, you're wired to find certain things interesting, right? Exploration, discovery, increased understanding, all this stuff, right? And that's why video games work at all. Even when you're playing, I don't know, it's hard to come with a modern example, but you're playing like, Overwatch 2 or something, right? That's a recent game. The reason that game is fun is because we hook into a lot of those things and some other things. But that's also why people get bored of games eventually. It's like, I'm not getting anything new out of it. Their brain says, I'm not getting anything new out of this, right? So in that sense, these are all like educational games, right? But even the most fun games.
The fact that education is associated with exams,
yes,
and exams sort of are the gamification of education. So it was the attempt to the attempt to badly insert game theory or game design into the process, which broke it in the first place. People left to their own devices. Like I'm convinced that most young people, if they were given the freedom to just not go to school, would go on YouTube and watch educational videos just for the pure enjoyment and interest of it. And if you then also, if the wider incentives were that they got some benefit in life from knowing about maths, then they'd be more likely to watch maths videos, and you don't have to trick them into it like hiding the vegetables under the pizza, right?
Yeah, although I mean, I do think mathematics is very poorly taught, at least everywhere that I've ever been, right? And so and part of that is that's just what systemization of complex and nuanced things dumbs it down and makes it more broadcastable, right? More like education. The current education system is a mass manufactured product, literally the most mass manufactured thing there is, because everybody is supposed to go to these schools, right? And most people do, right? It's almost like, imagine that there was some, t-shirt line that like literally everybody bought that brand of t-shirt, right? It's like that level of mass manufacture. You could imagine it's probably not that high quality of a shirt. You could imagine that you could go get better shirts somewhere, right? And so even just in that dimension of we're teaching mathematics. Are we teaching you the Old Navy $1.99 T-shirt of mathematics, or are we teaching you, you know, some finer, nicer thing that, you know, makes you attractive to other people when you wear it? And that second version of it, we almost don't know how to do anymore, right? We've sort of lost that ability.
What do you think about the metaverse?
I mean, I'm not sure what people think it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's a marketing term that helps get people excited right now because we don't have that many other things to be excited about. I think if this AI stuff that everyone's excited about now had happened a year or two earlier, we wouldn't be talking about metaverse, because that would have filled, you know, there's some need every few years to have a thing. And, you know, sometimes that thing is pretty uninteresting, but it's still the zeitgeist. Like, oh, there's all these farm games on Facebook now or whatever, right?
Wow, that was a dark zeitgeist.
But those were huge. They were huge. You know, so, well,
I guess maybe then the broader question is the interesting overlap between problems that game creators had solved very effectively and business problems that people thought were really difficult.
Yeah. I mean, sure. I don't know. Like, whenever you start integrating the phrase business problems, on the one hand, that is exactly how I think about things. Like, my life is just like, how do I make these crazy art games that are trying to be maximally interesting while also paying for a company that costs millions of dollars a year that's just bleeding out of the bank account constantly, and it takes many years for us to do it. Like, that's so that's a relevant concern, but also usually when people talk about those, like I said, when you have competing goals, usually one of the goals wins, and usually just the business part wins, and everybody just starts trying to maximize the business part. That's just what happens. And so it becomes kind of tedious and bad very quickly. And maybe that's part of what's driving the metaverse stuff, although not really. I mean, I know, you know, there's sort of two major camps in the metaverse thing. There's the company that renamed itself after the metaverse, which let's just say that's one party involved. And then there's, you know, Tim Sweeney of Epic Games is doing this whole push with the Unreal Engine to do a different version of it. And I think all of that's very interesting, but I don't understand why people think that there's something different now. Like, we had all this stuff, like we had frickin' Second Life in 2002 or whatever, where people were walking around in a little virtual thing and on the internet, and you know, there were a bunch of things just like that. There was there.com and Virtual Laguna Beach from MTV, which was about one of their hit TV shows. Don't ask me how I know all about that. But like, this is a thing, it's kind of like VR a little bit, where this is a thing we've done over and over, except with VR, I could understand, because the hardware really has gotten better. I could understand why you think like it's it this time. With metaverse, I don't exactly understand why. I mean, maybe it's tied to VR and they think, oh, because of the VR hardware, it's going to happen now. But like, that is a more specific subset of just VR games taking off broadly. Like, it should be way easier for VR games to be mass market than for metaverse to be mass market. And we don't even have VR games really taking off. And so I just don't understand the thought process. I don't know what people think is new about it now.
Yeah, that lines up with lots of my thoughts. Well, thanks so much, Jonathan, for joining me. And
thanks for having
have
me
a good
here.
evening.
Yeah, right on. Thank you. Good luck, everybody, watching all of this stuff.
Mr. D, how are you doing?
I'm doing reasonably well. How are you? Luke,
well,
Lambster, Lambda, Lukester. What do I call you?
You know, as another sign of the chaos that I cause, somebody just pointed out to me that I'm accidentally streaming to the Lambda Bible Study channel today.
Well, you
rather
are,
than-
and in fact, I was quite confused about that because I was tweeting it out earlier, and I was just like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
I
that
thought
was
he
just
had
a mistake.
Oh.
I mean, a similar mistake to the fact that yesterday I intended to broadcast to Twitch and YouTube, but instead was broadcasting to Twitter and YouTube. But you know, in my mind,
Yeah, I mean,
Twitch, Twitter, they're all the same thing.
To be fair, you're spread too thin with all this. So
I am my own events booker, you know, talent manager, you know, researcher. I'm doing this for 9 hours in a row, and I do have a holiday next week. I'm going to be in Florence, recovering.
Florence,
So,
yeah.
You're not a fan?
I mean, it's all right. Like most of Italy, it's all right.
It's all right.
It's all right.
Well, once upon a time, wasn't Florence was the place where it was the height of culture?
Well, but I'm more of a Venetian, so I would have been more in the Colorito camp rather than the Disegno camp in Florence.
Interesting. I've heard Venice these days is a bit of a, well, for a start, that it's about to sink underwater, and secondly, that might not be such a bad thing.
No, it's a disaster. Sadly, you know. I mean, you know, even from my earliest memories of going there, it was always a bit of a disaster. But yeah,
really. So let's talk about creating visual art, which is a topic I can't believe that you haven't spoken about more often, or perhaps you've had some reticence in doing so. But you're willing to share your personal experiences to some degree.
Well,
I don't want to dive in. I don't want to.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, you know, I mean, first of all, you have to remember that I'm used to being on UO, where we talk for 25 minutes about, you know, Wellington boots or, you know, taffy apples or Diet Coke or something. So, yeah. So I was curious. I mean, so of course, because of the great breadth of these Lambda conversation streams. I mean, Lambda, you know, he's talking to many people. You know, dozens, I would assume. And so we hadn't had a lot of time to kind of talk about what our conversation would be. So when you say creating visual art, you're talking quite literally, I assume.
That's what I had in mind. Painting, that kind of thing.
Yeah, my processes and my relation to that. Yeah, I hadn't talked about that. I mean, of course, I am very careful because, of course, I don't share my professional side.
No, I'm not looking to dox you here.
No, and I'm, you know, I'm quite a savvy old Elizabethan magician, so I won't have any trouble eluding even your best artists. But yeah, I mean, certainly, I'm very happy to talk about that. In fact, it's the act of making is probably one of the most important things about. I mean, we call it the visual arts. I actually prefer there's another term called the plastic arts.
Wow.
And plastic, of course, not referring to polymer products, but referring to the idea of, you know, the plasticity of the medium. In other words, the referencing the idea that the artist takes the stuff of the world and makes something out of it. And so I would say that for me, that is the most important aspect of my interface with the making of art, and that's something we can talk about. And I think that also guides. I mean, whether the art, my love of the sort of stuff of art, I think that's kind of secondary to my general nature, which is, of course, just I've always been, even since I was a child, greatly interested in the physical world. You know, in things and colors and sensations and sounds and tastes and smells and all of that. So my experience of the world, I mean, as everyone, you know, I mean, we're all sensory creatures being humans, but of course some people have much more of a kind of devotion, a much more sort of attuned sensory, apparatus or whatever. And so I think that kind of, that is what sort of is foundational to my relationship to art.
How important is it to master fundamental techniques like perspective, composition, color theory, stuff like that?
Well, I happen to think it's very important, even though, of course,
you could probably get a degree without having the slightest capacity
you in
these
fact
days.
you can't, you almost can't master those things in certainly in my understanding of current art education. I mean, I don't really know what goes on these days, but from what I can tell, and of course my memory of interface with that, I didn't go to art college per se. That was not I didn't treat it as a vocation. When I was going through my education, so my experiences with that was secondary, or it came later. But yeah, no, that is something that has of course dwindled as the 20th century went on, and there would be few people even capable of teaching those things, especially now in the past 20 years, where the our interface with computers and digital technologies has just really rendered most people useless in that. But I do think it is fundamentally important. But I think, I mean, in a broader sense, everything. I mean, why wouldn't you want to imbibe all the things that came before you? Again, it's the inheritance of human culture. So, whether you're a visual artist or a writer or whatever, how can you ignore this link a bit between the present, the past, and the future? So I do think it is vitally important, but I would probably be in a minority. Now, of course, whether those things have any bearing on my current practice, of course, is a question. But I don't think that matters. I think when you of course you must devote yourself in a quite significant way to the kind of mastery of your instrument. And I don't mean just paintbrush or pencil, but I mean your instrument as an artist, your the animating force that drives you, and that your ability to kind of act as a connection point between the divine and the mundane, things of the world. So yeah, yeah, I do think it's very important, but difficult to do these days.
I sometimes wonder if it's like, so when you say you buy a printer and you get it to do its calibration page, and it does bright red, bright blue, dark blue, and you can tell because it's doing something precise and specific and quantifiable that it's working correctly, and then you're going to then use it to print whatever. If it's the same thing with artists, that you have to know that you can use your medium to create something that can be judged. You know if you've got accurate, vibrant recreation of something real that's in front of you. And then when you go and do something that's more abstract in some sense, then you have the technical capacity. You're not going to be limited in your vision because of a lack of ability.
I would agree to that to some degree, although I do think people have this idea that you must prove yourself by depicting something realistically, and I am not of that school. Of course, this is probably also ties into that the comment I made about being more Venetian than Florentine. This idea that the Venetians were more associated with sensation, the sensation of color, the sensation of atmosphere, rather than the kind of precise delineation of things. So, I mean, for me, and also I do think that a lot of it is innate. I don't think the scientific fundamentals and the aesthetic fundamentals of things like color mixing and color theory, color use, all of that. I mean, yes, those can be taught, but I do think that there is, like like in every other art, there is something beyond that, where a person tends to already understand those things, maybe in a disorganized way. And of course, you must train yourself to, and hone this innate ability. But I just my sense of color was always intuitive, and then when I sort of studied optical color and of course color mixing in terms of paint, which are two very different things, which maybe we can also touch on later on. I felt, yes, it allowed me to understand certain things, but they were almost all things that I already knew in some way, So I do think that a lot of it isn't. We must avoid the tendency to reduce everything to quantification, so it's I think some aspect of it is beyond the kind of rote scientism of learning color tables and all of those things.
Feel free to answer this question as much or as little as you feel comfortable, but how do you feel your personal style has evolved over time?
Well, it is a very interesting question. Of course, all artists evolve, or devolve. I have my own theory about that. Is that there is, of course, with experience and mastery, there also comes a degradation of the spirit. In other words, that sort of ineffable animating thing. I tend to think many artists do their best work early in their careers, and it becomes a kind of long. It becomes a kind of long narrowing of concerns, and of course, we could talk about it in sort of biomedical terms, the kind of lessening of neuroplasticity and of the brain and all of those things, or we can just define it as that is of course what happens. The muse comes to the young man most strongly, and then of course over the years that the attraction wanes. It's a bit of a dour theory, and it's not always true. But I do think that of course things evolve in terms of the way that an artist, or the way that I look at things and treat subjects. But also I since a young age, because as AA talked about on your stream yesterday about postmodernism. I mean, I'm also maybe less than he, but I am also obviously affected by the postmodern condition. The society of the spectacle, the medium of mass communication. All those things, of course, affected me as well as they affected everyone else born into this age. So I think I was even when I was sort of first starting out as an artist, my work was very much kind of anti-style in a way. It's difficult to describe that without leaning on examples, but I almost always had a feeling that I wanted to defeat this notion of style, and I always thought of my work, rather than being a kind of continuity, it would be a kind of one body of work and another body of work and another body of work. It's like if you're an author, you're not going to write a serial novel your entire career. Well, maybe you will, but other authors, of course, are going to jump from subject to subject, from period to period, from character to character, and that's how I always wanted to arrange my own work. I exhausted. I continue to do it. I exhaust things. I exhaust ideas, and of course there are throughputs obviously, because my hand is present, and as it was and as it shall be, as long as I'm making artwork. But you think of someone like like Picasso, who of course was I think was a sort of modernist. I put caveats in that, but Picasso also had this kind of, there was evident a restless sort of need to cast off one mantle and the next mantle and next mantle. But yet, of course, you can always look at any Picasso and know that it's Picasso. So yeah, I think there is a conflict between sort of style and idea. That has always been there with my.
I was always baffled by the fact that musicians seemed to release songs in such a small variety of styles. You became famous, and then why wouldn't you experiment? And I guess I now know more about the commercial pressures that might lead to that, but nonetheless, it's always struck me that if you at least tried to be as broad in style as you can manage, you won't, you'll tend towards certain directions and tastes that you have, but you'll at least be the most interesting version of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, hopefully, it doesn't always work, obviously, and you're always going to have always going to find a way to misfire. What
do you think of the idea of art from adversity? Is there some effect that happens once an artist finds success and comfort, and they no longer have the pressure of the stresses, as it were, of whatever adversity they were facing, and then they lose the muse?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I'm not, for various reasons, not the best example of this, because I have, of course, experienced adversity in my life, but quite dire adversity at times. But my work always, I do not work when things get bad. That is the first thing to go. So I'm not one of those artists who can struggle away whilst dying of consumption in a garret. That would be my last concern. So I may be different, but I do think that maybe in a different sense, that you're right. I mean, I always think about certain artists, whether they be musicians or whatever. At a certain point, you're so successful that of course, the temptation is to be just drawn into total decadence and total stasis. You just reach this you just reach this state of inertia, and you no longer have any interface with life. I mean, I think this happens to, you take someone like Michael Jackson. At a certain point, he was no longer ever around humans. He was just around
just that
all
monkey.
of them. Yeah, I mean, the monkey and all of the creatures who made him what he was, who I consider most of them, including his parents, less than human. And so, of course, you're going to just lose something. Your work just becomes self-referential. It becomes, just mired. What is it? What was that phrase that I love? Drowning in luxury. Dying of comfort. And I think this happens to people. I mean, I am not the type to. Because I am not I've never been drawn to the kind of idle pleasures of the world that tend to trap certain people. So I have some natural defenses to this, but it is a huge problem, because at a certain point, you're right. I mean, with success comes, no one is ever going to tell you the truth again about yourself, about your work. So I think there are many artists, and of course many of the artists I admire are very consciously stay out of, try to avoid that. Spend their career trying to avoid those traps. Whether they can do it or not is another question. But So in that sense, yes, I mean adversity, or at least a kind of real experience with humanity and the world. Once you just become, it's like anything else. It's like an out of touch politician, whatever. All of these kind of archetypes, of a broken society, and they apply to the arts as well.
What are you trying to achieve when you make a piece? Is it communicating a concept or an idea or something about the human experience? Is it pure beauty, a sort of Scruton-esque objective?
Not in my case.
Are you trying to? I mean, I suppose you have. You're sometimes working for either a patron or a prospective customer. So, are you attempting to simply please the wishes of whoever will eventually own the work? What drives you?
Well, just to describe for a moment how it works for me. I am sort of a legacy part of the kind of contemporary art model where I produce. It's basically on speculation. So I produce works and then they're displayed and marketed by an intermediary gallerist. And then
they put the little sticker on. Is that the idea?
The sticker goes on. If you're lucky, the sticker goes on. And of course, hopefully they can sell it. Occasionally, I will do things on commission, but very, very occasionally, in alien special circumstances. I certainly did when I was younger. I was more apt to do such things. But what drives me to generate it? I mean, I think the fundamental thing is I don't know, and I think most artists who are honest and genuine searchers will also say the same thing. I mean, fundamentally, I don't know why I like to do it. I don't know why I do it. I don't know what motivates me. I don't know why I will arrive at a certain subject or a certain type of work. I mean, of course, there's lots of ideas. I also should throw in at the moment that at this moment that I've never described my work. So I've never written any sort of paragraph or essay talking about my motivations.
Probably a smart move.
Yeah, because of course that's a huge pressure on young artists. I don't know. Today it's probably different. You just have to list your ancestry or DNA or pronouns, something like that. But in the past, you were expected to kind of have a smart thesis or at least a smartly worded essay. Actually not smartly worded, terribly worded usually, about why you did what you did, your motivations, your feelings, your ideas, your relationship to kind of post-structural dynamics, and your Marxist bona fides, all of that. I mean, it had to be neatly laid out in an essay for it to matter at all, because of course you were not only trying to satisfy buyers, but you were even more so trying to satisfy this cadre of very generally unintelligent and untalented people who failed at the low expectations of the world of literary criticism, and so they went into art criticism. I mean, these are just the kind of scum of the earth generally. So, and of course, back in when I started, most of them were Marxists. Most of them were Marxists. Most of them were postmodernists or post-structural postmodernists with this or that kind of a particular bent, and or they were transhumanists, and that was a big trendy thing. It's come back now, but there was a big trendy thing in the early 90s of we're all reaching towards the cyborg, and Nick Land wrote a lot of that shit back before he was cool, I suppose.
Interesting.
So yes, and so you were also trying to please these people, and say you were expected to have a complete academic justification for why you were doing what you were doing. And I've never done that. I've never ever written anything like that. I've been compelled to, and I will find ways around it.
The idea of the artist providing a description of his work always strikes me as reductive, because if the description does justice to the work, then why not just use the description?
Indeed, yeah. Well, and of course, funny enough, there are many artists who've gone that route. You know, there's weird kind of. I'm trying to think of examples of people like that. I mean, they've all just disappeared, most of those types. But yeah, I mean, there were literally people who would do that.
It feels like it ought to be, if the world is the right way up, that the artist and the art is elevated, and the critics who attempt to explain and deconstruct the art are always second rate and miserable in comparison. That they are, even if they're praising the work, their words do not exceed the work itself. So to ask the artist to also become a critic, it feels like a cruel and unusual punishment.
Yes, but that artist as critic thing has gone on for a long time. The execrable John Ruskin that my friend
Pharaoh loves
likes so much was both artist and critic. Failed at both. No, just joking. But yeah. So, and of course, you also must keep in mind that I came out of a particular era where, again, referring back to AA's discussion with you, deconstruction was the goal. That was the purpose of art. The purpose of art was to deconstruct itself and deconstruct society, deconstruct, gender, religion, race, everything else. That was the main goal. I mean, this question of beauty didn't enter into it. Well, it did in a way, and of course there were certain critics. One American critic called David Hickey, who I remember kind of pierced through the mid-90s as a ray of light, saying that beauty was still a concern, and aesthetics was still a concern. I mean, he had a very oblique way of arriving at that, and of course people would look at the type of art he championed, and it's not going to be girls with flower garlands in their hair. It's not going to be that kind of recherche 19th century dross that trads on the internet like. But of course he was very serious about it. He wrote some quite interesting essays and books about that. So there were people certainly when I was coming up who were starting to kind of question the tenets of postmodernism from the Marxists and how it had infiltrated so much art. But now it's difficult to say, because like everything else, everything has been thrown open, and all of these systems, I mean, they really were deconstructed. They weren't deconstructed by clever artists in the 80s and 90s. They were deconstructed by all of the things that we see around us today. Digital innovations and political skullduggery and changing demographics, and all of these things have basically broken open every aspect of art. So it's much more difficult, and I have probably a very different view of it all, being older than a younger person would.
Yeah. What are your feelings towards digital art? Both digital tools in service of creating art, and also then digital means of consuming, spreading art.
It's complicated because, of course, I think most tools can be useful, and I use computers in some of my work. I use all sorts of tools, whatever I need. But fundamentally, I don't believe in digital art because, of course, for me, it's always in the service of an object, in the service of a thing in the world. And for me, ephemera, which I believe anything digital is ephemeral. This idea that the internet is forever is not true. Things come and go and disappear all the time. So for me, it's just without an interface to, as I called it, the stuff of the world, it doesn't interest me at all, and I don't consider it. I don't consider it art in the way that I consider, as I said, the plastic arts art. I mean, it is of course visual communication, and it can be very effective and it can be very attractive. But for me, unless it has some sort of reality in the world, I don't care about it. I just don't. Even if I've tried to be open-minded about it, but I can't fight. I can't fight my heart. It just doesn't move me in that way. So, and I do attribute a lot of this to something to do with material, so yeah, that's just such a motivating part of how I experience the world. But without it, I just don't feel anything at all.
I do feel a sense. So my day job is making software, and software is 99.999% just lives on in a virtual sense. It's ones and zeros. It's in the ether. It's untouchable ephemera, and I do sometimes consider that people who have a job that produces something that exists physically in the real world, their job is in a strange, untouchable way more real. That they can say at the end of their life, I produced this set of objects, and these objects have these qualities, versus I contributed to some system, something in some way I had some effect. It's very different. So I feel I have a kind of intuitive agreement with you that there is something to. I like that term, the plastic arts, and that you're, are you molding the material that God puts into the universe, or are you just manipulating your imagination or some sort of spectral vision of the world?
Well, it's a good question. I would say also I should emphasize that I'm talking about. I don't extend this past the so-called plastic arts. For instance, a writer, a poet, a writer, even someone, again, who's writing software, who's writing code. That is a pursuit. That is a different type of pursuit. That's a pursuit of the mind, of which, of course, it has. There's some incidental physical manifestation, but that is an ephemeral product of the mind that can be passed. You can pass John Milton. You can pass his work through a book, a physical book, through a PDF, through a TXT file. You can listen to it. You can listen to someone read it. I mean, it can be transmitted. The real whole entire work can be transmitted in many different forms, and that is, of course, is just as much a divine art as any picture, a sculpture, or anything else. So I wouldn't put the kind of value on that. In fact, I think there is something to be. To me, there's an esoteric angle to this, where, of course, we think about the word. In the beginning, there was the word made flesh. And so, of course, that is from idea to tangibility. That's a kind of spectrum of creation. And so, and of course, a poet, his work will go from his internal cogitation, and it will be made incarnate on the page. It can be made incarnate in someone else's ears, their mind, if they learn it, poem as well. paintings don't operate that like that, and in a way I wonder, if there's to be a supremacy, if there's to be a hierarchy in work, maybe the work that relies upon, grounding in the physical is weaker. But I don't know, because of course I do think that they're just two different ways of arriving at the same goal, which is of course trying to understand your role as a soul in the world, as a spirit being given this time and this place, without sounding too kind of universalist about things, but yeah, so it is a difficult question, because in my own experience of my field, I do feel that this it is contingent on the manipulation of things, and it becomes an object in itself. And of course, you can tie that to ideas of ritual. That of course in a religious ritual, there are going to be both the word and the flesh. That there is going to be, think of the Catholic Mass. There are the magic words, and then there's also the things that you need to make this magic work, to make this manifestation happen. And it applies to many other spiritual practices as well. And I do think that there's something to that. There is a distant relationship there to art, all the way back to when our ancestors were scribing depictions of animals on the walls of caves.
I guess all art forms are some form of communication. And in the case of tangible physical product, then the communication goes from the realized thing that you're observing to more abstract concepts, versus in the case of poetry, then you are playing with abstract concepts. Maybe they, in the mind of the person reading the poem, they become kind of illusions that are similar to, you could describe a painting. I mean, one of the poems I brought up with Panama Hat was Midsummer Mobile, which describes painting, like the process of painting. It's talking about dipping your paintbrush into this color, and it describes a painting of summer. And so as you read the poem, you can't help but have a painting virtualize it in front of your mental mind, and then you then get an impression of the painting that was described through poetry. So you're all the different media are sort of feeding off one another and changing form from one form to another. That you could communicate an emotion through music. You can communicate the same emotion through poetry. You can communicate the same emotion through drama. You can communicate the same emotion on visually as a painting. And in every form of communication captures something different about the phenomenon.
Yeah, it becomes, yes, it's multifaceted. I mean, it's certainly a good question. What happens? A painting, take the painting you love, and you see it multiple times. You see it in person. You see it in reproduction. And at a certain point, it lives in your mind in some form. It doesn't live in your mind in its real form. It's you're not putting a painting into your mind, but something of it is there.
It's interesting that you mentioned ephemerality as a negative, as a reason that the digital form is less worthy, because there is a certain type of artist who will use who would, for example, you make a sculpture out of sand and then the waves wash it away, and the fact that it was ephemeral is part of what gives it meaning. And of course, last year our conversation was about Ecclesiastes, which says that everything is ephemeral. In fact, ephemeral is possibly a better word than any other translation I've seen used for that phrase. Right? Everything is hevel. Everything is like disappears. So even artwork that has physical form is unlikely to last forever. So what do you think of the idea that the ephemeral nature can lend meaning, and if ephemerality reduces meaning, is the attempt just to last as long as possible?
It's a difficult one. I do think that the ephemeral, everything is ephemeral, as you say, of course. I mean, we live in, we have a very short conception of time, as beings in time. We're only a very minuscule part of it, and then of course we're gone. We come and we go. And everything, of course, comes and goes. I mean, think of everything beautiful. Everything that you know will not survive. There is no forever for the things of the world. There is a forever for the spirit alone, but nothing else. So every flower, every picture, every statue, every rock, every mountain, every building, every person, turn. It's all going to go away. So I say I dislike ephemerality because, of course, I do think that part of what goes into all art and all artistic endeavor is a desperate attempt to fix fleeting things for as long as they can be fixed. I don't think most artists, they're not. No, anyone who calls themselves an artist is thinking about things in terms of posterity, of the future. I mean, even if you produce, a sand sculpture, there have been photographs have been taken of it. You've written about it. People have written about it. It's known. I mean, of course, there are people who practice things where they will produce things that are never seen, which come and go. And of course, that's been part of religious practices of various sorts. But I don't consider that's not art. That's something else, but I think everyone is participating in this fiction that we're communicating, or we're putting some part of our fleeting ephemeral experience into a form that can outlast us. We can go into a museum and we can see, the light glowing at us from the 16th century. We can see the colors that, literally entered the eyes of so many people who have gone before us, and it will enter our eyes in mostly the same way. But yes, of course, but layered on top of all of this is, I would say, the anxiety of entropy, because we see, when you look at those same paintings, of course, you can see that they've aged. You can see that things have happened to them. In the case of certain sculptures or whatever, they've been broken, they've been rendered, fragmentary. So you're also getting a bit of this, but of course it's just the same sort of anxiety that comes when you look at a face that you've loved, and you see lines, and you see time, beating against it. You see the ravages of time, and so so I do think that it is a noble but futile struggle. And you're right, of course, that it's all ephemeral in the end, but again, one of the things that keeps us going, I think, is this idea that in some way, we're fighting a noble but futile battle against it.
Do you think that visual artists have a responsibility to attempt to shape or reflect the kind of identity and values of the society in which they live?
No. I mean, they can if they like, and hopefully. But I think there's all sorts of other artists. I mean, I would say that I mean, if you take my work, it is always, I think, partially been a chronicle, or a warning, a chronicle of degradation and despair, and which I think is a perfectly valid way of expressing oneself. I mean, that's not all it is, I hope. And that's fine. But I also think that yes, certainly there are artists who can, who may choose to do that consciously. It doesn't usually work. It doesn't usually work because it requires a whole structure to prop it up. Generally artists will be the servants of people with these visions rather than creators of these visions on their own. And that's certainly you can view most art of the past in that way, and art of the present. I mean, this idea that these clever postmodern artists have escaped all of the kind of duties and limitations that artists in the past had is laughable. No, they're servants of a regime. It's just a different type of regime. And if you choose to go against that, you have to be very clever about it, or no one will ever hear of you, because of course you will get nowhere.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that a lot of your work is done on spec, but nonetheless you feel, I mean, in some ways, obviously drawn to consider the interests and wishes of whoever may eventually buy the work. I've wondered for a while whether it's a healthier and better situation when artists are paid as they work or in advance. I mean, there's very few professions these days that are required to do the work the other way. I suppose that's not true in commerce generally. That maybe that's the switch, is that art has become commodified in some way. But do you see any change in art as a result of the well, first of all, I guess, do you agree that with my description that the way that the arts are done professionally has changed, and if so, has that affected the art itself?
Yes, to a degree. Although I don't think it's changed actually that much. Obviously the general circumstances have changed, but art is always, Western art, certainly in the time that we think of it, the traditional canon of art being born during the Renaissance in Italy, and and flowering forth into the modern age. That's all just a fiction, but we'll take that as most people's understanding of Western art. But yes, it's always been both a commodity, a place to store value. I mean, people just have this notion that everything was pure back in the day. No, I mean, the value of a collection was understood. The collection was treated as both a commodity and, of course, as a beautiful object. Artwork was certainly portable artwork when artists started to paint on canvas, large, when they could start doing very large scale work that wasn't bound to a particular structure, doing mobile painting. These were mostly the luxury goods of a very privileged class. You take someone like Charles I, of blessed memory, Stuart King of England. He was a great art collector and bought things, and spent exorbitant amounts of money. He also commissioned things. Of course, he had his own great artist, Anthony van Dyck, working on spec, producing portraits and propaganda for him directly. But he also bought art through his agents. Bought art in in Italy, old art, whatever, and brought it, and it was displayed in a certain way to a certain cadre of people. So things haven't really changed that much, and of course the motivations have changed. The other problem, of course, with the idea of artists producing things on speculation is it's predicated on this idea that most artists have anything to say at all, which is not true. I mean, I would say that, like everything else, the majority of people who call themselves artists are complete fucking morons. They don't have any ideas. They parrot same sort of concepts that they've picked up from from other better people, and they pass them along. So I mean, there's a certain arrogance in the modern age that that maybe wasn't there before in previous times. But I don't think things have changed that much. I'm trying to think of an example. I mean, okay, if you take the 17th century in the Low Countries, the Netherlands, Belgium, or that area, there were millions. I'm not exaggerating that. There were millions of paintings and art objects produced within the span of 100, 150 years. I mean, there were probably more artists per capita then than there are now. Because of course it became a huge industry, and because of this, because of course it was a whole country of aspirational middle class merchants, so who had suddenly all the money in the world to spend on all of the glamorous things that they could afford. So we think of that as being a modern thing, but no, it's been going on for a very long time. I mean, I like to harken back to, of course, the days when the artist was almost decoupled as an individual. If you go to the Middle Ages or prior, you almost never know, whose hand the great works came from. And it becomes about the work and the work as a sort of almost something made for the divine rather than for the eyes of greedy men. So
interesting. Now, when you are in a capacity that you can work, as we discussed earlier in the stream, then maybe producing art is the first thing to go. But otherwise, do you find yourself compelled to produce artwork? And if so, what drives that? Is there catharsis in it? Is it just a purely pleasurable activity, or are you just looking to make the money? What drives you?
It's all of the above. It's not. It's certainly not purely pleasurable. Depending on what type of work I'm doing. I mean, the purely pleasurable work is the work that I can do on my own. Unfortunately, that isn't all of the work that I do, and I come to the point where I require assistance because I can't do everything. I can't prepare all of the surfaces. I can't prepare all of the materials. I can't physically do the work as I get older and more infirm. But to go back to the very beginning, what motivates me, what makes me keep coming back to it, is this pure instinctual fascination and pleasure working with the material of the earth, the pigments, the minerals, the polymers, the metals, the wood, whatever it is. And I do, my bodies of work are quite diverse, so I work in many different media. I don't just do oil paintings, even though I do them, but I do many other things as well. And I have always I've been known for working with all sorts of material, art material and otherwise, and that for me is the fundamental pleasure. It's back to it's back to the historical John Dee. What fascinates me is the things that fascinated an alchemist, watching something black turn into something red. Watching mere earth. I mean, it's almost a weird analogous situation to the act of creation itself. The alchemist, longed to create a living being from clay, and to be the Faustian man, to be his god. But I do think that is a genuine, just deep satisfaction that I get from the manipulation of these substances, watching what they do, thinking about what they mean to me, and there is a sort of magic in it. I believe very strongly this idea that all of these so-called ignorant ancient people had, that everything possesses a sort of power. Everything in God's creation possesses a certain animation. And whether I'm painting abstract, sort of non-representational pictures, whether I'm painting scenes, whether I'm producing whatever, I mean, it is all a kind of, for me, there's a power beyond, what I can depict upon any beyond any sort of rational understanding. And then this is why, again, I fundamentally don't know, other than this lifelong pleasure in doing so. So, but as the Americans say in their car adverts, your mileage may vary.
Do you keep much of your own art around, and also do you ever run into a piece that you haven't seen for a while, and what's that experience like of being
I hate
confronted with
it.
something?
No, I hate my own. I hate looking at my own work.
Okay.
I mean, I do it. I mean, of course, out of necessity, and I do keep some of it as. I will tell you, if you're an artist, don't give everything away. Keep you. One of my favorite artists who's still alive, called Jasper Johns, has been very, very smart, and he has kept some of the best examples of his work. And he's been working since the early 1950s, and he has kept pieces from every body of the work he's ever done. And so when you go to exhibitions, you will find that many of the works are owned by him, private collection Jasper Johns. Occasionally he will sell them, to the tune of $100 million. So I'm no Jasper Johns, but I do advise young artists, don't give everything away. You don't have to hang it up. Of course, I never do. I'd never hang up my own work. But be a collector of your own work. And of course, I am proud of things, but I do think many artists don't. They don't really like to see their own work. I like to see the work of my friends. I'm a great trader of art with my artist friends, so I will look at those things.
Well, one more question before I let you go, Mr. D. Rebecca will be talking with me about the subject of sharing art, especially art that you think is good for people to see for whatever reason, and you use your Twitter for such purposes. So I thought I'd just ask you, what's been your experience of that? What have you found? Have you changed your approach over time about what you share, when you share it, what do you say about it?
Yeah. So in my online persona, I don't share my own work, as I said, but of course, art is communication, and I think that anyone who thinks of themselves as an artist, whatever your motivation for doing work, you certainly want someone else to see it. It is a personal, ritual and a personal pleasure to do it, but you also want to share it with the world. Now, in my case, I use my Twitter to post pictures of artwork that I think is interesting, or that has inspired me, or that I think is something that people might want to see. But it's been thoroughly demoralizing, and I don't recommend it, because I mean, now when I do it, I turn off replies except for people who follow me, because I just get so much crap. Unless you in the spheres that I operate in, most people want to see the flower garlanded 19th century academic painting. They're not interested in Cy Twombly or whatever. So yeah, I mean it's but I still do it because I do think that there are certain, there's a small minority, as always. There's a small minority that are going to get something out of it. And, but I will say any interface with an audience, whether on Twitter or critics or an art show or whatever, I mean, can be both a wonderful experience and a terrible one.
And don't we all know it? Thank you so much, Mr. D, for joining me, and have a great evening.
You too. Thanks for having me on, and hello and goodbye, Rebecca.
Well, goodbye.
Bye.
Great. Well, Rebecca, I don't believe we've spoken before. Pleasure to meet you. And everybody go and subscribe Blonde in the Belly of the Beast and Blonde's tweets. And is there anywhere else of interest to point people to?
Nope. I do a podcast with Matt Christensen on his channel called The Matt and Blonde Show, but otherwise that's pretty much it. I can't believe I'm back on Twitter. Can't
Probably
believe it.
a mistake.
It was a mistake. My life was better. It was more placid when I didn't have Twitter.
Before they let you back on. Right. So Roger Scruton wrote, "Beauty is an ultimate value, something that we pursue for its own sake, and for the pursuit of which no further reason need be given." How important is the idea of beauty as an ultimate value to you, both in your creative work and also in exploring the work of others?
I think it's the ultimate value in terms of artistic expression and architecture and just in the world around us. Like I've tried to create beauty in my home, and I try to do it with my artwork, and I think it's the way that we as humans bring divinity into our lives. And across cultures, when there's this cultural degeneration and everything has been eroded and degraded, it's always manifested in the artistry. And we see that especially in the West with the rise of Duchamp and people like him and Rothko. I believe some Rothko painting just sold for like $45 million. I'm totally convinced this is all just a money laundering scheme.
Right. Yes.
Like people are like, oh, well, how do the colors make you feel? It's, as far as I'm concerned, even Cubism is really pushing it. Yeah.
Do you think beauty is just something intuitive that we recognize? I've heard people give theories about it's about symmetry. It's about similarity to the neotenous, is that the word, where you think of something as cute and there's beauty attached to that? What does beauty mean?
I think it is inherent to us because when you look at how standards of beauty change, they only change dramatically when the general public is being aggressively propagandized. So this whole thing of fat women are beautiful and this weird tranny thing and Rothko, and people have to be conditioned for decades to believe that ugly things are beautiful. Like what's innate to us when you look through art, the history of art, the Renaissance, the Middle Ages, they all had similar structures in symmetry and in things like that, things that we recognize that are satisfying to us. And there have been brain scans and actually a lot of data that have come out about this. It's the kind of thing that makes you love your own child. You recognize what is normal, what is right, what satisfies certain parts of your brain, and we perceive that as beauty. Color combinations, there are discordant color combinations, just like there are chords that don't go together in music. And people seem more unable to understand that in visual arts than in music. Like if you hear somebody banging on a drum and like smashing on a piano, people will be like, "Wow." But they don't have that visceral reaction, I don't think, in art. I mean, I do, but I don't think most people do.
It takes more training to recognize it, maybe. I mean, you mentioned the the idea that sometimes fat is beautiful, sometimes super skinny is beautiful. I mean, people always bring up Rubenesque, like, there was a time in history when it was just the fatter you were, the more attractive. But as I understand it, that actually was not. His paintings were a little unusual even at the time.
At the time.
And if you actually ask people which body type they prefer, normal people mostly like an athletic body type, as in the type of body that's capable of doing things, right?
Correct, yeah.
Not too thin, not too fat.
Right.
Has some muscle, not overly muscular. There seems to be some pretty enduring beauty standards, actually.
That's definitely true. And I think it's because we're hardwired to recognize fertility, especially in women. And when you look at Rubenesque women, even the fattest ones, like, they are not even close to the
Lizzo.
fat chicks we're dealing with today. I mean, they're kind of pleasantly plump, but they weren't morbidly obese. Right. And so I think even that it was about fertility. Women can't get pregnant when they're too thin. And so the woman of the olden day that was deified and seen as like a fertility goddess, like the Venus de Milo, she's a shapely woman. So
yeah, I remember hearing about the idea there was tribes where they would put the bride to be into the tent and feed her essentially lard so that she got fattened up ready for the wedding, which I thought was weird. But I can see that if you were living in a culture where everybody was basically malnourished, then it would be so attractive to see somebody who was at a healthy
right.
But it's not the same thing I was imagining, which was somebody who was probably already slightly overweight going in and then coming out like spherical.
Super fat, right. Right, and it would be a sign of having wealth also.
Yes. So what about, so we've talked about beauty. Let's talk about some other things that might be seen in a work of art that might be appreciated. So traditionalism and conservatism, are those things that you value when you see them in a work of art?
I don't know. I'm less staunch on subject matter. Traditionalism and conservatism in the expression of art, I don't know about that, because there's a lot of subversive themes that are addressed in art that I find really appealing. So I'm not sure that the subject matter of course matters, but I'm less staunch with adhering to more traditional and Renaissance forms of artistic subject matter than you would think. I think that is choosing the subject matter is one of the most important things when you're creating a piece of art. But there's also a lot of value and beauty and movement and expression in something as simple as a still life, which isn't, I don't know, traditional per se. Is that what you meant, or do you mean like traditionally the things that the famous painters painted?
No, I mean, your answer was very interesting. So I'm glad. I don't know exactly what direction I was going in, but in some sense, if you see a painting that was done a long time ago, inherently will be considered traditional and conservative because it's of a time from the past, and people who like to hearken back and think, oh, things were better in the old days, maybe they will consider that to be an expression of traditionalism. But then on the other hand, I guess people who are not progressives, who maybe think things are not going in the best direction, their vision for the future might be positive but different from the past. So
right.
We could easily fall into the trap of saying just everything is getting worse. So that's not necessarily true.
Right. But in terms of great artist, being an artist in Michelangelo's era, I'm sure he was something of a rock star, but there was this period of art where it was viewed as a pauper's career choice. And so the models that they used were very often prostitutes, and Degas, the ballerinas, a lot of them were prostitutes.
Really? I didn't know that.
So I don't think that it's never been as stuffy as people think once you move beyond Renaissance art.
Yeah, I know. I am more aware of that. I guess things like Shakespeare we view as high-minded, fancy stuff, and would have been just mass entertainment, or even
right, yeah,
quite frowned upon. You know, happening in a part of London that you wouldn't go to if you were a sensitive soul.
And there were drunk peasants sitting on straw, fighting each other, and things like that during the plays. But we think it's this erudite thing. It wasn't like that at all.
Exactly. So here's a quote from, of all people, Nietzsche. We have art in order not to die of the truth. So how much do you think art needs to be about expressing truths and ideology, and is that important in your tastes in art?
Well, I think art needs to show a greater truth. And recently, over the last 5 years, like my art, I was moving into this because I do acrylic painting. I became obsessed with hyper realism, like totally obsessed, because I always thought that being able to depict something exactly as it is in terms of in a technical sense is the height of art. But then I realized there is photography for this. And so am I even creating art? This is just a way for me to show off that I can render something exactly as it is, but it's not conveying anything additionally on top of what a photograph was. And so I started to think, like, this is not really art. It's not art. Art is supposed to convey a greater truth about an underlying theme. It's supposed to make you view the world, the reality that we live in, slightly differently. And even with something like a still life, like we were talking about before, it's such common and seemingly boring subject matter. But Impressionists were able to do that kind of photographic rendering, but it allows you to view everyday things in just in a shifted way. And if that translates to your life, then that is an important lesson about the way we should view the world. Like if we just change our perceptions a little bit. And so I do think that artists, at least they're in great art, it's supposed to show you something, like a greater truth about the world that we live in.
I remember my dad's thesis, well, not officially thesis, just something he used to say was that photography was what led to Impressionism. The fact that accurate rendering was no longer best done by paint meant that there was kind of an exploration of, well, then what do we use paint for?
Right, exactly.
I always love the idea that you have a painting and you see it from a distance and it reads as the subject totally. You come up close and it's a mess. The kind of impasto paint piled up on top of each other, and there's a kind of magic quality to that. But I think there's also it lends a vibrancy to the image that wouldn't have been there from a photo of the same thing.
Exactly, right. Especially in terms of light. They were so good at that. But then there's this great value still in rendering things slightly differently than they were. Rembrandt was really good at that. With he would do these portraits that were highly accurate, but change the light source so that it would convey something otherworldly about this human subject. And he was so good at that. So I don't want to throw realism, the baby out with the bathwater. There is a place for realism in art, but there has to be some other element.
I think Rembrandt is still used as shorthand for people who do lighting for movies and TV for particular like 3-point lighting setups and things. So like he nailed it so much that it's he's still referred to when people are trying to understand light.
Do you know that self-portrait that he did?
Probably. Which one?
He was
let
a
me-
younger man. Rembrandt was a very, very ugly man. He was just real ugly bastard. But he did this self-portrait, and he just has the most knowing look in his. I think it's my favorite painting of his. He has a knowing look in his eyes, and it's like you can peer into his soul through a painting. It's just miraculous. He was so talented.
I've got two possible ones. I'll pull them up in a second. In the meantime, a different quote from George Orwell: "All art is propaganda." So I guess that's an extreme take. What do you make of that?
I don't know. That's probably true. What I've realized about propaganda over the last few years is that the person creating the propaganda need not be aware that they're creating propaganda. If they themselves have been propagandized, then this will just be an expression of what they believe to be their natural emotional state. That's the one. Oh no, it was the one where he was younger, but that one is great too.
Okay, I've got some other options. This one is not really younger though. And
No, he's quite old in that one.
Well,
Let's
but
see.
also this one is older as well. But I
No,
think I know the one you
Rembrandt
mean.
Young. So.
Anyway, you were saying you don't have to be aware of the propaganda that you're contributing
Right.
to.
And really, what is propaganda? I mean, people use art to tell the story of their lives, to tell their own narratives. And in that way, how could you even do it without trying to propagandize others? I mean, you're using their emotions and your emotions to manipulate them. So I don't know. I guess there's some truth to that.
Okay, let's try this one.
Nope.
Let me switch to the image results because it turns out Rembrandt did zillions of paintings.
He did, yeah.
Maybe not surprising.
Okay, it's that. Let's see. That first one, I think. Is that what you just pulled up?
This one?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, let's grab that. No, this is a different one. Copy the address. Here we go across.
He's got a real glint in his eye, and yeah, and you can see that with Da Vinci too. He was able to do that with the Mona Lisa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that mysterious expression that something about. I guess as humans, I mean, I used to take photos all the time. I remember, when I was a teenager, we'd go on holiday and I'd just be taking pictures of the landscape. And at some point, it dawned on me that actually a painting, a photo without a person in it, was way less interesting. That, I guess our brains just wired to take interest in humans.
Oh, definitely.
All right, let's hide that. Okay, so we've talked about the. I've lost my notes now.
No, it's all right.
Yeah, so we talked about whether or not art is propaganda. Oh, by the way, did you get any good at doing photorealistic paintings? How far did you get in trying to?
I did.
manage that?
I got really good at. Since I was a kid, I have like obsessively rendered. I used to draw in pencil, like only mechanical pencil when I was a kid, and then I moved to charcoals, and then over the last 10 years, I've been doing a lot of acrylic paint, and I got really good at just absolutely rendering photographs. And it's served me well, but then I don't know, some of the last few paintings I've done, I just look at them and I'm like, there's not a lot of life and soul in this. I never really developed my own style because I became obsessed with the technical work. And that's true artistry, like developing a style that is unique to you, that's not derivative. And I was never able to draw or paint from imagination. I just can't do it. So in that way, I think that I'm really limited as an artist. But in terms of my technical rendering skills, they are pretty good.
Yeah, my dad was did a lot of painting and taught me and my siblings to paint. And my sister would always have a very precise style. She'd do everything down to the millimeter.
Yep.
Whereas I was much more like, I love as I was saying, I love the idea that you can feel the hand of the artist. If you look at it, you can almost retrace and imagine the exact brushstrokes going down. So it's funny, both of us having been taught by the same person, having very similar genes, but coming out with such different results out the end of it.
Is she a data-oriented person?
That's interesting. Well, in a way, I was always much more the mathsy, sciencey person, and she's really gone into creative. She really is a writer, but I think it's just our personalities. You can see it in the rest of the way we live our lives. I think that she's more methodical and precise, and I'm more kind of spontaneous and slapdash. So I like the idea that you can read out of a painting something of the personality of the. But it's interesting what you're saying, that if you become really good technically, it's kind of pulls everyone in. I mean, it's very impressive to see photorealistic drawings and paintings, and it's like you watch it being done, and then even when it's finished, you then can't believe what you just saw happen.
Right.
With
But it doesn't
eyes.
tell you anything about the artist. It just tells you that they were obsessive.
I suppose that's not nothing, and presumably an expert would be able to detect somehow.
Right.
I mean, when you're doing that sort of rendering, is it pure observe, like put down, or is there some level of understanding, like this is a sculptural form and the light's coming from this direction?
You definitely have to do both.
Okay.
But when I'm doing really complicated things, like I did one of my husband, and then the angle is all weird, and the wood floor is coming towards you, and there's a rug, and it was just so technical that I had to grid out the whole thing and then project the grid onto the painting and then work in squares. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how other artists work. I see a lot of people that, they start from the most simple shapes, and then they kind of work down to the details. And I do something like that, but my process is chaotic. It's just self-abuse. that painting took me over a year. It took me a year.
Wow. That's crazy. In a sense, I think anybody who does those hyper realistic types of work has to have that determinate, the sheer indefatigability to just get it done, keep coming back to it over and over.
Oh, I know. But you just become so obsessed, and then it becomes this time thing. Like it's a sunk cost fallacy. You're like, I've put so much time into this that it has to be perfect. So you cannot abandon ship. And honestly, I have that painting hanging on my wall, and sometimes I'll get my paints out and I'll work on it. My husband is like, "What are you doing? Stop! Like, you cannot be serious." But I'm like, "Well, no, this isn't right, and things never are finished. They just they're never finished."
Yeah, I did a painting once that had some glasses quite prominently, and doing the reflections of those, you just cannot reason about it. You can't do the maths. Most things that you're trying to do a copy of, you at least have some feeling of like, well, that's a shape like this, and the light's over there, and so you can kind of. And the danger there is that you stop looking and just start guessing what colors. But in the case of this, all the refractions in the glass, I was forced to go by observation, and it turned out to be one of the most realistic things that I've ever
by
painted.
Observation.
So it must. Yeah, I guess that's part of the trick, is to force yourself to observe rather than
right. And then you have to put a deadline on what you're doing too. Like, eventually, I just sent you a painting, and I was like, I'm just not working on this anymore. Like, I can't work on it anymore.
Can I share this?
Oh yeah. It's on my Instagram.
Hang on. Page isn't available.
Oh no.
Is it private?
I don't know. Maybe. That's all right.
Okay. See if you can figure out that link, because that would be fun for people to have something visual to look at. But
sure.
Yeah, The interesting thing about artists is they do seem to always have this compulsive nature that, yes, you can force people to sit down and produce art, but if they're still going to be doing it as adults, there's some way in which that you couldn't stop them. Like
Right.
they feel
Right.
the need to keep producing art. And I think that's common with all the people I've talked to today, that it's all very well telling somebody how to be an artist, but if you don't have that kind of, artistic heart that needs
That's
to
true.
express itself, then you're not going to continue to do it after you stop being told to, I guess.
I know. It's totally obsessive. I just put a screenshot on your Twitter messages, if that helps. I don't know why this link
Thank
is not
you.
working.
Okay, yeah, I'll find that.
Mm-mm.
What are the typical things that you choose to paint? I guess if it's going to be a year per painting, you want to be thoughtful before diving
Right.
in.
Well, the one I sent you, my parents commissioned. We're a family obsessed with octopuses. I don't know what
wow.
it is. It's our
this is
Pacific
amazing.
Northwest roots or something like that. But it's, the octopus is like it's like an alien creature that lives on Earth. We're just so fascinated by it. And so
That's
my
amazing.
thank you so much. My father was like, I want a drawing of a giant Pacific octopus, and so
Wow.
I found a
That's so
few
cool.
photographs that I liked, and then this was something of an amalgamation of like 6 or 7 photographs, and so
Huh.
that's how I did that one. And I
six or
all I say
six or
so far-
seven of an octopus, or is it one of an
Yes.
octopus and one of? Okay.
Yeah, and then a few of the different anemones and things like that. So, but in subject matter, like I like to do paintings of people, and the one I did of my husband and his dog. It was right before he was deployed. He's putting on his boots. Like I like everyday kinds of things like that. So that's what inspires me, and I liked that about a lot of painters like Van Gogh. His best work is the stuff that he did in the very beginning, where he was just practicing, where he was painting peasants' hands and things like that. And so I think that the ordinary is really where I draw most of my my inspiration. But then I get so obsessed with the projects that I'm doing that I just can't work on anything else, and then I'm exhausted afterwards.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Did you put together the 6 images in something like Photoshop first, or were you working just collating them straight onto the canvas, as it were?
I just collated them because there are elements that you want from certain images that it's not going to be correct if you Photoshop them. And then for some reason, I can't really put my finger on it, but that feels like cheating to me or something.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and that's interesting. And I mean, I know somebody who makes various objects out of leather, like bags, and he insists on sewing by hand rather than using a machine to do the sewing. It would still be
Really?
considered handmade, even if he was
Right.
using a sewing machine. But yeah, he I mean, it takes so much longer, but it's just a different type of result. It's a different product, and I think you have to
Yeah.
say that if you've used Photoshop in the process, then in a sense it's partially a digital work of art.
Right. That maybe
Partially a
that's
painting.
maybe that's what it is. So I
know.
just don't use Photoshop.
Yeah.
I just try, or else I need something I did. I just try to do my best to amalgamate the photos. But I do have a hard time with drawing the faces of people that I know. Of all the stuff that I do, it is the most time consuming because sometimes you just can't get their expression or like their being in there. And then, but when you do it, when you're able to be like, wow, that looks like this person making this expression, it's so satisfying. It's just extremely satisfying. So I love that feeling. I wish I did more. I wish I was more of a prolific artist, but I work very slow.
That's got to be the hardest challenge to replicate a likeness.
Yes. Yeah.
Presumably because we are so good at detecting likenesses. And
Yes. Yeah.
one
Yeah.
of the things that's been observed about the AI art generation stuff is that it's really bad at hands, which I always think really just tells us that we're a lot more observant of hands than we are about other objects.
That's true.
Presumably,
Yeah.
the image generation is doing just as well at hands as it is at anything else, really.
Hands are famously difficult to draw. I always get the scale wrong or something's weird, but I've seen those AI images you're talking about. Like the hands are all smooth, and sometimes they have like an extra finger.
They've always got like
It's so
6 or
weird.
7 fingers, or there's another whole hand.
Yeah.
What do you feel about that stuff?
The
Like,
AI
is it-
generated art.
Yeah. Do you feel like it's in any way a threat to visual artists?
I don't know. It's kind of like auto tune, right? People without talent are gonna be like, "This is just a way for artists to further express themselves."
Interesting. I hadn't
but
thought of that. Yeah.
No, I'm not. I don't feel like it's a threat because you can always tell. What is that principle called where you can recognize that something is AI? I can't remember.
I don't know the word for it, but I do know the phenomenon. Like you
Right.
kind of you just know.
You just
It's
know, right?
intuitive.
There's some lack of humanity that I just don't think is ever going to be able to be incorporated in a meaningful way to AI. Like we're always gonna know. There's always something a little weird every time you see this. So I'm not particularly threatened by it, and just seems like such a weird, gross development in the art world. Like I hate it, but there's no point in trying to stop it, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, I feel the same sense of distaste, but I also have to admit all these background images that I'm using were all AI generated.
Oh, yeah, totally,
And
yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna commission. Maybe I should. Like, I'm not gonna spend however much it would cost and however much time it would take somebody in advance to hand produce artwork. So it's kind of filled a niche that previously didn't exist. But it also
Yeah.
presumably will put some people out of a job, which is sad.
But isn't it an affront to the entire concept of art that it's supposed to bring humans closer to the mystical divine? That's the whole purpose, right? And we're gonna get some fucking AI to do it. Oh, gross.
Interesting.
I
Do
hate
you
that.
think the same argument could be made for photography?
Yeah. Probably.
This idea of like it's stealing our souls. It was probably correct.
They really did believe that. That is true. I think that there's some truth to that, but there's also a candor in photography. Like this is what was happening in this person's life at this exact moment, and I think that there's beauty in that. I do believe that photography is art. Like I've seen some bad photographs. I'm like, this person has no talent. So, it requires an eye and an eye for composition, an eye for subject matter. And that's what art is about too.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that basic idea that the thing that's valuable about art, the reason we consider it to be so important is because it connects us with other humans. And there's that sense of if somebody made that, they must have experienced this same thing that I've experienced.
Right,
You don't
right.
feel so alone. Like,
Yeah, that's true.
but if you're taking a photo, you are taking a shortcut in a sense, but then there's still the human element of choosing where to point it, and
Right.
you can tell somebody to smile or whatever it is. If you're producing art with AI, then people spend a lot of time with prompt generation, and actually sometimes you take different AI elements and Photoshop them together, and it's not obvious to me that that isn't on the same spectrum. It's still got a human driving the process and making
Right.
decisions along the way. But in the same way that a photograph has less human input than a painting does. You know, a
Mhm.
painting, you could change somebody's gesture or facial expression, or, you know, make a million little edits to add your communication. You can't do that with a photo. So yeah,
That's so true. Yeah. There are degrees of artistic talent, right? So like, I think at the top is somebody that's creating something highly realistic without any references. They're doing it entirely from their imagination. They're creating an entire scene, an entire world. And that is the highest level, the most difficult to achieve level of artistry.
Have
And
you
then,
ever tried to do that?
oh, it's always trash. Like it's just terrible. Like when I do something like that, I am one step above stick figures. I'm not even joking. I just cannot. I can't take those images from my brain. That's how I know I'm not a true artist, because I can't do
You
that.
can't say that. We've just seen your octopus.
Mm.
The style of inventing a picture out of your head, I've never really tried it. Certainly not with any success. I subscribed to a channel a couple of years back called Proco, and I do recommend it. He does really amazing tutorials for things. A lot of what he does is teaching anatomy, and he'll teach it from an artist's perspective. So he'll say, like, the hand is made up of a rectangle with this shape, with seven
Right.
rectangles and whatever. And if you learn these forms and how they relate to each other and move, and you have the fundamentals, not only can you apply that to portraits from, you know, you could take a photo and overlay the elements on top of it, and then you can do things like exaggerate the pose.
Right,
and
right,
that's
right.
really powerful. But then you can also once you understand the world that way, you can create things from your imagination. So it's amazing. I wish
that's
that
true,
I had
yeah.
discovered it earlier so that I could, you know, spend lots of time and get good at it. But
Da Vinci would he would sketch cadavers. I think he actually witnessed multiple autopsies and would ask, you know, to draw pictures of the heart and things like that. I mean, he really got in there. So I think that there's something
And he's
to that.
he's the guy who did the Vitruvian Man, right?
Mhm,
Which is probably along the same lines as all this Proco stuff. Like,
yep.
you have a circle that shows you where all the limbs are, and all these measurements and similarities. I mean, the human body is full of patterns that are similar and interesting relationships that you go, okay, these things scale relative to each other, and these things, you know, I think the eyeball is basically the same from baby to adult.
Right, right. And then the width in between your eyes is the length of one of your eyes.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Yep. And then the eyes are roughly, this is like the first thing they teach you, the eyes are roughly halfway between the bottom half of your face and the top half of your face. Allegedly. I'm still skeptical of that. And then the length of the arms. Yeah. The length of your arms is your height too. So
that doesn't seem correct. But then it also doesn't seem, I mean, if you see a child's drawing of a head, the eyes are going to be up at the top.
Right.
But then also, if you see a child's drawing of the sky, they will just put blue at the top of the sky,
right,
and then a big vast nothing, which I guess represents the air or something. But it's just interesting that you kind of see a peek into. I always feel with children's drawings, it's fascinating because they haven't learned how to disguise their own preconceptions about the world. They just draw the things that they care about,
right,
in a really honest, open way. And when you get older and get trained, you start to be self-conscious, and like a stick figure is an adult who has learnt the kind of socially neutral way of drawing a figure without making any claims to anatomical correctness.
All right, that's true.
That's different from, like, a stick figure will have a line for the torso. I feel like a child would always have a circle for the torso,
right, or like a big square.
Or a big square. Yeah. And why is that different? Presumably just because the child is working under a different objective, that
right,
they kind of know, and again the arms are going to be have form and shape because they know that an arm is not a line; it is a kind of sausage.
That's true. I think that they lack the self-awareness to be self-conscious about their drawings, and just everybody that I know that does art just hates their own artwork. Like even as you pull that octopus up, I'm like, this looks unfinished, and this part's better than this. You know, and then I have a friend that is an artist out here in Idaho, and I went to look at his paintings because I was buying one from somebody in my family. And his taste in his own art was just terrible. Like he's like, I hate this painting, and he shows me the obviously most superior of all of his paintings, and then he showed me these other ones that like lacked the same emotion and color and everything like that. He's like, this is really what I'm going for these days. And I was just like, does everybody have trash taste in their own art? And I think that musical artists are like that too. Like when I hear a curated greatest hits from somebody, I'm like, why did you put this, or like the band's favorites?
Yes.
Why would you put this song on here? So I don't know. Maybe it's just that we're all so insecure.
Maybe. Yeah, there's definitely an insecurity to artists. But then there's also an artist is very different from a member of the general population because they've spent so much time obsessively thinking about this thing. So
Right.
they kind of remove themselves from their own audience in a way.
That's true.
By becoming different from them. I mean, I don't think there's any way around it, but I remember this really interesting video that was a talk Ira Glass was giving to camera, you know, the guy behind This American Life. And he was saying that when you begin to develop a talent for something, it's the worst, because the reason you're trying to develop it is because your taste is killer, and yet your ability is still very bad.
It's fledgling ability. Yeah. And then it's discouraging.
You're like aware of how bad it is.
Oh, yeah.
And you just have to keep producing rubbish, and you will get better. But also your tastes continue to improve. So you never quite catch up with, I mean, the moment that you catch up with your taste and you're happy with what you're producing is when you stop improving.
Oh yeah. I can't tell you how much stuff I've just thrown in the trash, like trashed. Just
really.
Oh yeah. Lit stuff on fire. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I hate this.
Is it actually unsalvageable, or is it just an emotional, like,
No,
I can't be doing it?
It's when there's just a chasm between your expectations and the reality of what you've done. Like, this is just so much worse than what I had imagined. And artists can't cope with that. Why do you think that I think women are generally more intuitive. And I think that it translates really well to visual arts. Why do you think that men are better artists, more prolific, more famous?
I tend to think that is usually just a result of well, there's probably many reasons, but the thing that springs to mind at least is that the broad bell curve nature of men, right? Women tend to be
in the
pretty
center,
in the middle, and men tend to be. It's like you have one gender that is for all the experimenting and trying weird stuff out. So if you're going to have all of the people who have the weird brains that make them good at art are going to be like majority men, you're also,
that's interesting,
on the other hand, going to have all the people who are way worse at art than average are men as well.
That's a good perspective. I've always thought that maybe it has something to do with childbearing, because isn't that the ultimate creation? Like, since I had a baby, I have had no creative impulse.
Really?
Like, I created life. I'm not doing any of this stuff.
You're like, mic drop.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah. And I think that maybe men are always that creativity is kind of insatiable in men, whereas women have babies and they're like, sweet, I did it.
Yeah, I think there's something to that as well. I mean, as I was saying, I think there's probably lots of reasons, and I don't know. I don't have a good justification for why that one that I picked is the most important.
I think you're probably right, though. Yeah.
But there is also this, I guess, general idea that men are driven to like be excellent outside, to in a sense, if you're going to provide for a family, you need to be
right,
going way above and beyond and
just
taking risks and
exceptional,
all this kind
right,
of things.
yeah.
Whereas if you're nurturing and caring for a family and children, then maybe you need to be more risk averse and careful and cautious, and so I think you can see that reflected in men and women's personalities in a bunch
Totally.
of ways.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true.
I mean, it probably also means that women's tastes in art is different from men's taste in art. I suppose. I don't know how that.
Right, Marie Cassatt was like 80% of her paintings are just mother and child paintings.
Interesting.
And she's one of maybe 3 female artists I can even think of. Who else? I mean, Frida, she was a hack. Like, I get it. You have a unibrow. And everything was so literal. She's just so literal. And the symbolism is like so on the nose.
I also think women tend to be social and interested in people and their relations, and men tend to be more interested in ideas and abstract thinking. So
Right.
maybe that has an influence in that. Well, so for example, I would imagine that there's more women than men spend their time scrolling through Instagram, and partly the reason for that is because they're not interested in like the best photos in the world. They're interested in pictures taken by people that they know, and they want
Right.
to have an interactive experience.
Yeah, honestly, I think that we probably have less interesting inner worlds. Ooh.
Wow. See, I couldn't say that.
I think it's true. I mean, I like the content of my day-to-day inner dialogue is so accostingly mundane. Like, I just can't imagine that this is how great male artists were thinking on a day-to-day basis.
I wouldn't want to say one is more interesting than the other.
You wouldn't want to say.
Well, I think the observation that women have far more understanding of social interactions than men do, and so there's an enormous amount of processing, I would think, that women do of like emotions and relationships and what people that they know are thinking, whereas men tend to be thinking about like, how does this law of physics interact with like, or like, what if there was a sci-fi universe in which time it's like neither one of those
so
is really
true.
interesting, but
Yeah, it's always mechanical stuff. Like my husband the other day, he looked so deep in thought and he had this expression on his face, and like, so I think some weird social thing had happened earlier. I thought his feelings were hurt, and I was like, like, are you doing okay? Like, did this thing bother you? He was like, oh, I totally forgot about that. I was just thinking about how much wood I have to chop tomorrow. But like the look on his face, like I totally projected this whole story surrounding a social interaction, and like he like horribly embarrassed himself because he's socially retarded, and immediately did not care. Immediately didn't care.
Interesting.
Like,
That's kind
how
of
do
a
I get?
superpower.
It is a superpower. I'm like, how do I get some of that?
Yeah.
Where something like that can happen, and it doesn't just like destroy my image of myself. He just, something happens and he just walks it off. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is not a groundbreaking claim, but I think that the two types of personality are absolutely essential for the human race. We need the kind of compassionate, sensitive nature of women. There is something kind of true in that concept of Lord of the Flies, where if it was just a society of just masculine energy, it would devolve into fighting and violence and
right.
death.
Women are needed to keep the tribe together.
But I think we're also seeing I'd argue we're seeing the effects of too much femininity
Oh yeah.
in our society at the moment, and it's kind of interesting to see how that plays out.
Interesting. This is a disaster. I mean,
yeah, interesting.
I'm just constantly bombarded with how men feel about things. I'm like, I don't want to know any of this. It's just, you know,
tell us
if
how
you
you're
see
feeling. That's
yeah,
like
really.
the biggest lie. Yeah.
If I see a man crying, he better have just watched his dog get hit by a car. Like I just, and I know it's unfair. People are like, well, men, we need to allow men to be emotional in public spaces. I'm like, no, we don't. We really don't. Been with my husband for years. I've seen him cry like one time.
I remember there was a little while where I was quite interested in the whole men's right kind of perspective, and I thought they were making some interesting points. But I did eventually come around to the conclusion that they had made the observation that men and women were treated differently, and they were calling out the hypocrisy of feminists who claimed they wanted equality but weren't interested in addressing some of the inequalities that went the other way. But that I actually more came down on the side of, no, most of those differences in the way the men are treated is probably a good thing. Like, we should probably just reinforce the differences, just embrace both halves of the equation, right?
Oh, I definitely think that's true. I see a lot of this when people are talking about, I don't know if you're married, but when people are talking about like the risks to men in marriage, the financial risks. And I understand that the laws are wildly unfavorable towards men, but I don't see a lot of people talking about how having a child and being married creates the ultimate vulnerability for a woman. You know, when you have a baby, your husband's testosterone like drastically decreases. So there's a biological imperative to keep your husband around you, protecting you, and not wanting to murder you while you're in this vulnerable state. And everybody's like, well, the man is financially vulnerable. It's like, well, the woman and the child are physically vulnerable. They're vulnerable in almost every way. And like when you get married and have a kid with somebody, you're accepting that both of you are in perpetuity in vulnerable positions and that you just have to trust each other. And I think that's where MRAs are, where they kind of miss. It's like I know some of them that have long-term girlfriends and they're having children out of wedlock. I'm like, well, what about the vulnerability of your children? Like we can't seriously think that it's better for people to be having children out of wedlock, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I quite enjoy seeing society sort of come around to reinventing marriage, where they went, what could possibly be the harm in just having men and women, alone by themselves with absolutely no supervision? And then you go, this is turning out to be a really bad idea.
Yeah.
Maybe we should increase the costs that we're going to put people through before they're allowed to be.
Absolutely.
We eventually should. Maybe we should eventually get to the point where if two people are going to sleep together, they should probably agree it, in advance, announce it to the whole community, and then insist on staying together after that fact. Oh,
totally. Yeah.
What an interesting idea.
I know there has to be some kind of cost, and somebody was criticizing me for saying that marriages are too transactional for me. It's a business. When you look at Victorian England, there was a stated written financial incentive for marriage. People were thinking about how they were going to move up on the social hierarchy. Marriages were almost entirely transactional. And I think if you rebuff the transactional element of a marriage, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. Because if you don't recognize those things, when your marriage falls apart, you need as many things as possible holding a marriage together. That's shame, societal pressure, intertwined finances, because things get hard. And so I don't care what those things are, as long as it's forcing people to stay together, especially when they have children.
We've drifted off topic.
Terribly. I'm so sorry.
No, that was very interesting. Yeah. So I guess to try to form some kind of transition to our next guest, who is here slightly early.
Hello.
This
Hi.
is Chris Gard. We're about to be talking about music and music production. So I wonder if we can all comment upon what are the similarities and differences between music and visual arts and painting as, as artistic forms. Maybe Chris, why don't you go first?
It does tap into the same sort of emotional substrate. Like it's completely illogical for the most part. It's very intuitive, and can't please all the people all the time with it. So it's actually really weird that we just stitched together, because I'd only just made Raja Mohan for Matt and Blonde the other day.
Oh my gosh, you're the Chris Jard.
Yeah.
Chris Gard? Chris Jard?
Chris Gard.
Oh my gosh, he has made the most spectacular, congratulations on the birth of your child as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
The most spectacular intro and outro for my podcast. I was laughing so hard. I thought I could, I actually thought I couldn't breathe. Like it was so funny. And then your Susan, I didn't know you were Australian.
Yeah.
Oh, well, this is all a pleasant surprise. Oh my gosh, I'm connecting the dots. I'm like, Chris Gard, that sounds so familiar. Well, he's so talented. Oh man. I waited until the show so that my reaction to that was authentic. That was the first time I had heard it.
Very good.
And Skag had hyped it up so much. It was just so funny. I can't believe you actually called him a street shitter.
Yeah, I'm playing with fire by leaving it up on YouTube, but I've already got everything backed up on Odyssey anyway. So
it's so great. You're so talented.
Are you musical yourself, Rebecca? Do you play or sing anything?
I sing a little bit. I play the cello and the piano. Very ill.
Artistic people just can't stick in their lane.
I know. I'm mediocre at a lot of things. So a jack of all trades. But in terms before I leave, I think in terms of the relationship between visual and what's the word I'm looking for? Music. I was going to say like auditory art or whatever. And literature, we see an arc in all of these things, and you see that in visual arts too, like the way that your eye draws you through the subject matter. You want to have kind of this up and down emotional state, and I think that it's best and most directly depicted in music. It's why I hate jazz. I'm like, this has no form, this has no beginning, this has no end, this is just trash. I hate this. And so, and then, other artists, was it Philip Glass? That terrible dissonant post-classical music.
If you haven't already, you should have a read of what Julius Evola has to say about jazz. I think.
Oh, really? I would imagine he hated it, right? Okay, good. Like I'm not wrong about this, am I? But I think that
for very spicy reasons too.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But I think that, like we discussed with art, you see a chaotic society manifest in just shit music, just shitty crap, auto-tuned, terrible ghetto music, which is what we're dealing with now.
Yeah, we are probably at the lowest form of musical IQ we've ever seen. Definitely, especially with the mumble rap. Which I guess they call trap. Trap, is that what they call? I can't remember, but
I don't know if those are the same things.
It's all
did you watch WAP? Did you see the WAP video, the Cardi B video?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I
saw that and I was like, it's over.
It's over. The West is falling.
You know, there's that company Kiddie Bop that does it does versions of pop songs, but they change the lyrics to make them kid friendly. They gave up. They did not do WAP.
They're like, there's no way.
So this is we've met our match.
Oh, that's so true. What a disaster. Before I go, what kind of music do you listen to, Chris?
A lot of, I guess you call it sort of prog fusion, heavy, and a lot of power metal, a lot of prog metal, like Blind Guardian and that sort of.
Do you like Typo Negative?
I have not actually heard them.
Okay.
We'll have to
I just discovered Typo Negative. The lead singer died like 10 years ago. I'm all obsessed with them. And people are like, you're just discovering Typo Negative now. What about Tool? Do you like Tool?
I am notoriously anti-Tool.
Really?
What? Seriously? What
I
is it? Is
consider-
it that Maynard's a douchebag? Did you hear
Maynard
Joe
is an
Rogan
absolute-
interview?
Yeah, he is an absolute twat. But also, we used to make very similar sort of music when we were 15 in the back of a shed. So like, they've got a select few absolute bangers, I'll admit. But for the most part, a lot of their material is just essentially what I would call jamming. They just sound like they're jamming in a garage. You know, just playing around with different rhythms, and because it's just drones, it stays in the same key and it stays in the same chord.
So they're like
progression
prog
all the
rock
time.
fish or something.
I just call them boomer prog metal.
Oh God. Having a real
But-
moment here. You might be right. I didn't like their last album.
Well, their last album was basically, they called it a wink and a nod to the old fans. But I'm listening to it, I'm like, I don't care what the reason is for doing it. It sounds terrible. It's boring as hell.
Yeah.
And then there's that one song that's about a 10-minute intro with no payoff. It's like, the fuck is this?
They do a lot of that underwater ethereal filler music.
Yep.
God, maybe you're right about that. And then the audience is just so insufferable.
Yeah. Stay
Okay.
clear of anyone wearing a tool shirt in the middle of the day for no reason.
Oh, God, I know you're right.
I think I've only heard The Pot, but which I quite enjoy. That's is that their kind of mainstream song?
Yeah, what's the one where it goes, "You must have been high"? Which song?
Yeah, that's
what
it.
Is that?
Yeah, that's The Pot, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna go.
Thank you, Rebecca.
That was such an
Excellent
interesting
talking to you.
conversation. Thank you so much
Great.
for having me on, and I'm so happy I got to meet you, Chris. You're
you
the
too.
man. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Keep
See
an
ya.
eye out. I'll pump some more stuff your way.
Well, here I am with the Chris Guard.
Yes, I'm here.
And we're going to talk about music, which I'm very excited about, because of all the genres of artistic creation, music's probably the one closest to my own heart. And I've been dabbling with. I mean, I've played piano forever, but what I've been dabbling with recently is music production. Anybody who's heard Chris's music knows that he's a master of every part of the process. From the musicianship to the singing to the music production. So I feel like we're joined by genius here.
Wouldn't go that far.
Well, so you mentioned already you used to play Tool-esque music in your garage when you were a teenager. What was your musical history?
Yeah, well, to be more accurate, that was sort of like, my brother lived with a bunch of people in this share house because he's a couple of years older than me, and they had a drum kit in the garage and a couple of crappy old amps. And that's sort of where I cut my teeth on playing with other people when I was quite young. But yeah, I say that Tool reminds me of that just because it is very similar sort of droning, because that's what you do. You're sitting there and you go, okay, can you play this like chord progression on the guitar? And then like the drummer will say, I'll just try different fills and we'll just keep jamming like that. And that's all you do. You basically just rotate the exact same thing for about 10 minutes. And then that sort of gets you into like that teaches you how to coordinate with each other. Like you look at each other, you sort of intuit each other's plans. But yeah, once you get up to a little bit more complex music, you have to actually start composing. And generally, most of that stuff's written on staff on piano. But if you're anyone like me who has no idea how to read music, I mean, I can sort of understand it, but most of my stuff is basically just sitting down in the studio and piecing, because you normally have a melody or an idea that you really want to put down. So it'll be rolling around in your head for weeks, or in my case, months, because I'm a procrastinator. You have to get it out. Like you have to get this idea out, otherwise you're going to go insane. So that's my process. I let it roll around in my head until it's so solidified that when I know I put it down into the session, it's going to be amazing. So I don't just like sit down and go, what should I write? It always has to be something that's been sitting there in my head. This is why it takes so long for me to produce anything. And then basically you just build the song around it. And so I'll put down that main idea, and it could be an idea for a chorus or it could be an idea for a verse. Normally I can come up with a chorus pretty easily, just because I've had so much experience working with other producers and other like sort of higher up on the end musical production teams. Is you just learn how to write a chorus, basically. You know how to construct a melody and a rhythm, because the chorus is usually always quite simple, but you sort of know how to structure it around the verse so that it is coherent and it cohedes with the verse. So, but you also have to factor in dynamic, which is probably one of the hardest things a person can learn if they haven't had any sort of formal musical training on the rise and fall. They make in classical music, then they annotate all that, but you learn that as you're learning how to music. But if you haven't been taught that, it's actually extremely difficult to learn how to do. And that fundamentally is just learning how to just really relax, like draw back on everything. And it's that same concept of what isn't there rather than what's there. Learn how to create space in the right moments, and then learn how to crescendo properly and then draw back. So the other part too is knowing how to insert an element and knowing where to put it, how it's going to correspond with the other elements in there, how it's going to enhance whatever part of the song you're trying to do. And there's one thing you can do, like if you're clever enough, you can put like one sound, from one instrument only once in the whole song, but it's so distinct. It's always subtle, but it's so distinct that that's what everyone always remembers. But if you do it more than once, it ruins it. You know what I mean? But everyone so I'll toy with some ideas and I'll send them to one of my friends or my brother or someone like that. I'll go, what do you think of this? And for the case of Raja Mohan, that was just a joke song. I said it to my brother and he said, what's that really cool down sweep thing with the sitar or whatever it is? He goes, can you do that again? Because I want to hear that again. I'm like, no, that's the point. If I do that twice, it ruins it.
Interesting. Yeah.
And a good example of that is, I don't know if you're familiar with the song "I'll Be There for You." It was the theme song to the show Friends. I'll be there. That 4 claps at the start. They don't do that again for the rest of the song. I'm pretty sure, but that's the most distinct part of the song. And so whenever that song plays, everyone's
yeah. I definitely remember clapping in that same place in the second verse, assuming that it would do the same thing again. It doesn't.
Yep, no, it doesn't.
These are all very interesting arrangement points for songs. I think you're 100% right. The tendency is that first of all, it's exciting to have. Everyone loves the loudest part of the song, and everyone thinks loud is the best. It's the most, you can hear the most detail, and it's the most energy. So of course, what you do is you go, like as a beginner, you go through every part of your song, and you individually refine every bit to be as loud as it possibly can. And then you're listening to this song, and you're listening to this super loud verse, and then you get to the chorus, and it's the same volume, and it's such a letdown. Actually, the only way that you can create contrast is by having the restraint to pull things back during the verses. You have to. I mean, these are things I've been figuring out myself quite recently. But even things like stereo field, right? You can position things between the left and right speakers so that things either feel wide or narrow, and generally people like the sound to be as wide as possible.
Sorry about
that. Like when you're, like I was saying, that you want things to sound loud in the same way you want things to sound wide just is like pleasing. So again, you have to have the constraint to go like, no, we're gonna make the verse sound worse because that'll make the song sound better.
Yeah, well, that's another thing too. Is it's honestly just like people think, if I make it like wider, and then compress it so that it's bringing up all of the volumes. Lundberg would actually be the perfect person to peel in on this because he knows a lot about it. But it's more, I'm just taking it from the perspective of an amateur that's sort of sitting in a studio and just trying to figure everything out for the first time. And the tendency is I must make it wider. So like you're trying to find all these ways to pan everything and get a stereo enhancer like plug in to make it sound like it's even wider than it actually is.
Yeah.
And what you end up doing is you basically just create an enormous hole in the mix. And then you get phasing issues as well because they want to compress everything and nothing's really EQ'd properly. So you just get this like horrible phasing sound where, it can actually, even though it's completely panned out, it'll actually just crush it and it'll just sound like a mono mess rather than anything in stereo. But there is a cool little trick you can do, which is, narrow the panning of, say, like the guitars. So like you'll have a left and right guitar, narrow some of the overheads for the drums, but keep bringing them closer to the center. But at the same time, you're oxing your reverb, like you're bussing your reverb into a separate track, which will still stay wide. So even though everything's sort of more central, you are still getting a nice little tinkly surrounding element from the reverb, which is always really subtle. And then once you get into you go slightly louder, you can pan out again. And then when you hit the chorus, you'll have further panned out guitars, so that always, I don't know, it's like you're walking out of a door into an open space, but then you also have to retreat back into it again. You can't just be out there all the time. Like it has to be, in and out, up and down, breathing. So
somebody says bass in the center. I mean, that is excellent advice, I'd say generally. If you think about what you want to be dead down the middle of your mix so that it feels like it's in your face, so that both speakers are giving it to you at the same volume, it's going to be your bass, your voice, like kick drum. These are the things that are kind of, if you stripped everything else away, you'd still have the core of the song. And then you kind of have all this space to play with. Although there's this technique they used to use back in the day, LCR mixing, which is everything is either in the middle or just coming out of the left speaker or just coming out of the right speaker. And that's how you, like, if you listen to some of the old Beatles records, it's like the whole drum kit's over there.
Yeah. But of course, like ordinarily you wouldn't be listening to that stuff in headphones. So a lot of it would just be played on, either two speakers or, like, for instance, if you're doing a nice mix reference. So my friend does this when he does live performance mixes, because they're like a huge stereo system with a lot of monitors that are sort of panned all over the place. There's actually a lot of really, really good mix reference songs. Like on the B sides of Jeff Buckley, there's a song, Everybody Wants You, I think it's called. And it's the same deal where like you'll have like the drums and bass are still center, but you've got a 100% panned right guitar over here that's quite loud. And then you've got something else panned over here. And it's like, fuck, if you're listening in headphones, it's actually quite jarring. It's like, oh God, because it's so intense. But if you're listening to it on an enormous stage monitor system, it sounds incredible. And like that's sort of how you want to dial your mixing, because when you're doing a live performance, like, because this is a music production for like Harry Potter and stuff like that, you got to imagine you want the sounds coming from everywhere. Like you want voices that'll be heard over here, over there, because he'll pan them as they're running across to get to simulate the effect of them, the sound moving with them. But that's just him. So like it's really quite clever. It's really amazing stuff. But the whole point of saying that was, there's some that are even a little bit more modern than the Beatles. So like Jeff Buckley, what that would have been in the 90s. But it's just so crisp, so crisp. Right. And then you, as you say, you've got this big thing going on over here. It's like in headphones, it's horrible.
Yeah, and in a way, LCR mixes do come out punchier, like and crisper and cleaner. But
well, you can hear everything, because when you're trying to balance everything, when you're having so many different instruments, like as a lot of people tend to do, they like to just cram as much in as they can. Yeah, like I mean, there's only so much space on the audio spectrum that you can occupy before it all just starts to become a little bit indistinguishable. Whereas if everything is so starkly plotted, even if it's something like LCR simple, which is usually only 3 or 4 instruments really, in the case of the Beatles, yeah, you're going to be able to hear everything perfectly because it's all separated. But once you start everything all mixed together, it's a little bit trickier.
Yeah, I saw somebody earlier say that they never understood compression, so I figure it'd be useful to just talk a bit about compression. It's something I don't think I'd ever come across until 5 or 6 years ago, because as far as I was concerned, I played live music, and what happened on recorded music was just a complete mystery. And it turns out that, and I was aware of EQ. I think most people are familiar with the idea of like a bass boost or something. So EQs are probably you've got the volumes of all the different instruments on a fader, and then you've got EQ. Maybe those are the 2 most important tools for a mixer. But I'd argue then the third most important is this idea of a compressor. And I think lots of people have never even heard of it. So what's a compressor?
I wouldn't be able to give you a technical definition of it.
Sure.
I can only tell you the
Like
practical definition of stuff.
What is it used for? Like, what is it?
Well, it's mainly to like set a threshold to louder noise, and brings up the more quieter noise, so that sort of flattens the noise spectrum a little bit. But you can use them for really different things. So people will use, like a proper mix engineer will use different compressors for different purposes. I only ever use it for things like when you're singing, if you're not actually singing directly into a preamp that has a lot of compression, the volume jumps up and down a lot, and you'll hear it when you're singing, and then you record it, you listen back and you go, oh god, that sounds horrible, because it's like it's peaking and then it's troughing, and you can't maintain that power. You can't maintain that vocal sort of evenness with like recording in a studio. So I'll use a compressor just to even it out, so it's the same volume rather than jumping up and down. But that's also another thing that people tend to overuse and think that it's going to fix things after the fact. So they'll usually just like throw a compressor on the master track to try and fix volume problems, but then they have a problem of phasing again, and they have, if they haven't EQ'd it properly, they're just swishing everything together and it sounds horrible.
Yeah.
So I'll very, very, very lightly compress right at the end, only if all of the input, so like all the vocals, drums, guitars and stuff, have been placed properly on the EQ spectrum. So you also have to divide instruments up and place them, on a slightly different part of the EQ spectrum. So you don't want guitars to be dominating the same EQ space as like vocals. You got to be able to balance out the drum cymbals and stuff like that, so that they're in their own little space as well. And making sure reverb is cut at 400. There's so many things that you have to do before you ever even think about using a compressor. And for the most part, like if I would be giving anyone advice, it'd be, obviously make sure everything going in is right first. And then at the end, if you want to give it a nice little warm boost, chuck a nice warm tube compressor or something on it. But I couldn't actually tell you exactly how it works.
Yeah.
I just know that
the compression of vocals, though, I think is pretty universal. Like if you listen to any song on the radio, any like professionally produced song, it's almost certainly got the vocals with a fairly heavy amount of compression going on, which is weird.
And there's another.
Go on.
They add another they run it through another compressor for radio as well, which is like extreme. Like it's an extreme compression before it gets played on the radio.
So it's weird because we hear people's voices in real life and we think it sounds fine. It sounds nice. It sounds great. But then when we hear recorded music, for whatever reason, we require it to be, or I guess maybe it's because it's competing against other recorded music that has been made to sound just this certain way. Where
No,
we
you can hear it
compress the
even when you
vocal.
even when you're just listening to an isolated vocal recording. It's the same thing. It sounds weird because it's. I don't know if like I've got no idea how it works in terms of like sound in space. You know, whether it's because we're getting the sound traveling on the air directly towards us when we're hearing someone speak, but in the microphone you can't capture that. It's the same reason why it's really hard to capture or to simulate the sound of an amp without it actually being a physical amplifier with a microphone in front of it that's been put in the right place to capture that airflow coming off the mic. So maybe it's the same sort of concept. I'd have to ask Lumberg.
Do you do for heavy rock tracks? Do you record the rhythm guitar twice and hard pan it left and right? I've heard that's a big thing.
I don't hard pan. I'll go. So I'll quad track for like something like heavy metal. Yeah, I'll quad track it, and then I'll put the first two at about 30 or 40 left and right, and then the second couple will be 80 left and right.
It just gives you this like wall of sound.
Yeah, it does.
It's like instead of being attacked by one guitar, you're being attacked by a gang of guitars.
Oh, it's amazing what it does to. So like if you've just had it for drums and bass for ages while you're writing it and putting it all together, then once you put in a properly quad tracked guitar and then you sort of put it into the mix, it's just transformative. It sounds incredible. I love it.
I found the process to be really. There's moments like that when you make a discovery and you try it and it sounds so good and it's beautiful, but then it's also so frustrating because there's so many ways in which you're chasing after a sound and it seems impossible. Often the thing I've found I'm doing wrong is actually adding too many elements into a mix. If you're adding stuff that's barely audible, all it's basically doing is cluttering things up and making everything sound horrible and muddy and whatever. So half the time, if you analyze the music that you think is the most pristine, amazing mix, you go, how many instruments are playing here? It's like barely anything happening. And that's why it sounds so pleasing, because we love the simplicity of it. Our brains have just latched onto it. Like everything has space to breathe. Everything has its natural habitat as well.
Yeah, and what you're describing as well is talent. It's like people that are actually competent at what they play, and especially if they have a lot of maybe not formal instruction with music, but definitely if they're session musicians, which I suppose you have to learn how to sight read if you want to be a session musician, but if you spend enough time in studios and on productions and stuff, you know how to write music that is basically what you're describing, where you know how to refrain from just being busy. You know when to relax. The best guitarist you'll ever hear will always be once like Eric Johnson or whoever, John Bonamassa. Like these guys know how to. Well, actually, one of their trick is never play a lead for longer than you can exhale. So
interesting.
So it's the same concept as a saxophonist or a flautist or whatever, where you're only able to operate with how much breath you can expel. So so one of my friends taught me that. Christian, he's quite a pro guitarist. He goes, look, it's as simple as this. He goes, like he'll be playing a beautiful lead, and then as soon as he's stopped breathing, he just stops, because like your music's playing, and if it's a nice sort of relaxing, I don't know, fusion, you can rely on the pleasantness of the backing music to just relax and then just have a go again and just lean into it. So that was probably what, and that I'm sure they've all been taught that as well. And so when it reflects in when they play together, because no one's trying to overshadow anyone else, no one's trying to draw attention. They're just sitting in that space, and so
and probably to some degree, when you hear a lead guitar, your brain is thinking of it as if it was a voice in some weird way. Like it's obviously not a voice, but it's kind of imitating a voice, and part of the illusion is broken if it's playing for 3 minutes nonstop.
Yeah.
I saw Lumberg saying he knows nothing about metal recording, so let's talk about metal recording for Lumberg's benefit.
Okay.
What goes into a guitar sound? So I know you could change guitars, you could change amps. Like what actually matters? You know, how do you a bunch of pedals? How hard do you overdrive things?
No, it's honestly, it's just what sounds good. There's really not too much technical stuff involved. I mean, like you can get so many different amplifier simulated like plugins. You know, one of the best ones that have been released is by the guy Nolly, who is the guitarist from Periphery, and he's also one of the best mix engineers in the metal world. And he produces a lot of simulated amplifiers that are so close to the real thing, like the actual real sound of an amplifier, that it's not even funny. And he works in conjunction with a guy named Forrester Savell, who is also a masterful mix engineer. I've done a bit of work with him in the past in bands I've been in earlier, and they're sort of the top, two of the top mix engineers for the most metal bands, massive metal bands too. And you can just literally use Archetype Nolly, which is what the plugin's called, and you just find an amplifier that sounds pleasing, and that's different for every person. And there is a whole different range of amplifier sounds you can get, and so you wouldn't want like a warm, low gain sort of distortion for something like thrash metal or death metal or something like that. Like that's about the only thought process that would go into selecting an amplifier. Otherwise, it's just literally just whatever sounds good. And as I said, with quad tracking, it's just like you can quad track basically anything and it'll sound good.
Do you multi-track vocals?
Occasionally. So if definitely for metal, you'll do a lead vocal and you'll do what I call LV dubs, which is just lead vocal left and right. So you're singing the same thing 3 times effectively. And I'll back the LV dubs down probably about 5 or 6 decibels lower than the lead vocal and pan them about 40 left and right. And that's really good for power metal, anything with soaring vocals and stuff like that, because it just thickens it. And then you'll do most commercial metal bands. You're looking at, just trying to think of one off the top of my head. I can't. Like Disturbed or anyone like that. They'll tend to, like, once we got into the late 90s, early 2000s, a lot of them started to do octave lows, which is basically just singing an octave lower, the same line an octave lower, throughout the whole track, and doing that sometimes 2 times, sometimes 4, like sometimes double track, sometimes quad track. Time consuming, but and that's really quiet, like really, really quiet. So it's probably about 11 or 12 decibels quieter again. And it's amazing. It adds another distinct element to it that is quite, it's effective, but you wouldn't know it was there unless you pointed it out.
How precise do you have to be when you're singing a double like that?
Oh yeah. Or, I mean, some people can, like, there's a lot of bands that are sloppy with it and no one really gives a shit, but it's only for like picky people that, because if you have any sort of sibilance, in, like, so if there's lots of S's and C's and T's and all that sort of stuff, if they're not perfectly on top of each other, it's quite unpleasant, especially if you're listening in high quality headphones. But for the most part, you can actually edit it after the fact because the backing vocals are not as prominent, so you can get away with just like clipping where the consonant is and either shifting it or just fucking it off, like getting rid of it. And it doesn't really matter because the lead vocal's what's sort of dominating. But if you're talking big choirs or a choir effect, which is in my case, I'll just record the same line 30 times. So I'm my own choir. That's also really time consuming and very exhausting, I must say. Yeah, if you start landing hard T's and hard S's and they don't line up, it sounds awful because like it's not a group of people in a room together where the sound and the air is all sort of moving with each other. It's like it's all individually tracked and they're all on separate tracks. So every consonant is, audible and it doesn't blend together.
It's like a weird situation where the choir are all standing equally distant from you. Probably very weird effect. Okay, let's talk some other vocal technique. What goes into singing in a heavy style like rock or metal?
In what way?
Like what's difficult? What mistakes do beginners make? Like how does somebody go about getting like a better vocal take in a genre like that where you're competing against such loud instruments?
Yeah, well, one of the things, it's not nice for the ego, but you have to do it if you want, high quality production for like a song. I tend not to do this anymore because I've sort of gotten better at singing as I've gotten older. But what you used to have to do, or what I used to have to do was like this is when I would work with other producers. So like they'd have me in a separate room singing. And then what you'd do is you'd sing the whole song twice, basically. Like you just do a sing through twice, just to sort of warm up and everything. And then what they'll get you to do is they'll get you to sing. They'll sing the first verse, say 4 times, and pick out the best words and the best phrases and clip them together and blend them together. So that's the standard process for pretty much all studios. That's what they do. So that's why like you listen to a pop song or whatever, and you're just like, God damn, like everything is just every line they sing is just perfect. How do they do that? Where in reality that's not what happens. Like when you're actually singing in a studio, very rarely will you sing a complete line as perfect as what you hear it in the final product. So that's what they call it comping. They'll just compare each phrase and each line, and then they'll just drag this word out of this track and then put it on the main track and then crossfade it all together. So yeah, and that's basically standard practice. And that way, you can so that allows you, if you're a little bit less experienced singing, that allows you to like sing the phrase and then sing the line and then sing it in slightly differently each time, where you emphasize like the word that you might be struggling with, in one take, so that you can get that perfect, and then maybe focus on putting all your energy into the next phrase, so that's perfect. So that's just one of the things that they do. But these days I tend to just sing the whole line in one go. Not the entire song in one go. That's fucking impossible, especially for instance, the Read the Names, that pirate metal song I did recently. It was literally impossible to sing that thing in one go because it's all just like an extremely high register with a lot of force, like a lot of aggression. There are people that can do that, but I swear you have to be born with it to be able to do it, or have very formal vocal instruction from a very young age. But for the most part, people like Jimmy Barnes or whatever else, these guys are born with the ability to sing at that, velocity and that height and that range, with ease. So, yeah.
Have you performed live much?
Yeah. I spent most of my.
Well, I was going to ask, what's the difference between singing in the studio versus singing live?
Oh, it's just energy. It's just pure energy. Like you'll lose yourself in the wall of sound when you're playing live. So it's a lot more fun. To be fair, it's a lot more relaxing. Like you don't have to be like, it pays to be meticulous, but you can sort of ease off a bit and just have fun rather than
It's amazing technical. if you make a recording of something that you hear live and listen back.
It's awful.
It's terrible.
It's awful, especially if it's the raw mix, like taken from the desk. So you have none of the like echoes and reverbs, and you cannot hear how loud it all is. Like it's all just isolated, unmixed, uncompressed, and you listen back to it, and it's like, oh god, that is fucking awful. But at the time, in the actual hall or room
Anybody
or whatever, it
in
sounds
the room,
amazing.
I mean, if you were an audience member there and heard it live, you would swear that it sounded amazing. And then if you heard the track straight out of the mixer, you'd be horrified as well. So it's a strange phenomenon. Partly it is, I guess, the sheer volume. If you listen to something at a high volume, it just sounds better. Partly it's got to be the energy. You're feeding off what you're in the you're in the crowd and people are moving around and you've got the energy off the stage. And as you say, partly it's like the reverb in the room is covering up half the detail anyway. So
yeah, and it's actually better if there's more people in there, obviously, because the bodies absorb the sound. So it's not so like if you were to play to an empty room, it sounds very different to a room that's full. And I think it's the whole physical experience rather than the audio one. So it's like you'll be enjoying how loud it is and the sound of the crowd. But I mean, I always wear earplugs. It's the physical side that's actually the most fun. So you're getting all the body heat off everyone. Everyone's sort of just like moving around, and the feeling of the bass coming out of the amp goes through your chest, and it's an intense feeling. And depending on what band you're going to see, I mean, if it's someone like I don't know. I'm trying to think of the name of the band. It's got Eric Adams as the singer, not the politician. The Manowar. Sorry, Manowar had I think they had the record or the loudest gig, and the people, I think the front 5 or 6 rows of people ended up having perforated eardrums.
Uh-oh.
I think it was about 145 decibels or something like that, which is, if anyone knows about how decibels work, it increases by double as you go up each decibel. So that's very loud.
Crazy.
That's basically about sitting right next to a jet engine.
That's mad.
So,
wow.
Yeah. So, and a lot of people there were describing it as, they said, it felt like I was having a heart attack just from the sound moving through their body.
What are the other factors you'd say are most important for producing high quality recorded music? Do you record real drums, or do you have programmed drums?
No, they're all programmed because it's far too difficult to get a drummer to play that well. You can get them. I do actually have a lot of drumming friends that are up to some of the stuff that I do. So some of the more very complex stuff, but I'm an idiot when it comes to mixing drums.
Come on so much in the last couple of years. I feel like
they're exceptional, and part of this is because of people like Nolly. Nolly also released what's it called? P4, P3 or P4. So he's named these drum kit simulators after their album names. So they have Periphery released albums called P1, P2, P3, and he basically did the same thing with Drum Simulator. And it's literally his exact drum sound that he uses for his mixes.
Wow.
And you can just have it for $60.
Right.
So it's part of this. I object to it and I endorse it at the same time, because it's sort of this democratization of elite sound. You giving it to the plebs for $60. It sort of loses that sense of elitism. Because I mean, to get that was what was so amazing about listening to Periphery, because I would only ever listen to them for the mix, because the mix was so good, especially the drums. The drums were sensational. You're just basically giving that to anyone. So now we have this problem of thousands upon thousands of gent artists, DJ, ENT, gent guitarists, and they all use Nolly's P4 kit, and they all use Nolly's Archetype, or they'll use AXFX, which is just another amplifier simulator. But it's like a physical box. And now it's just all sounds the same. So all of the guys that are worth their salt in mixing, to a degree, they all have music that sounds basically as good, or maybe not as good, but close to something what Nolly would mix. And that's only because they have access to his plugins, which eliminate 99% of the mix work. Most of the mix work goes into the drums. So that's why, like, if for me, I wouldn't bother, paying a drummer $1,000 to play this song for me to then sit down and learn how to mix drums, because I don't. Because it's like it takes a long time to learn how to mix them.
Because, like, okay, vocals, you've got a mic, you put it through a compressor, golden, but, do a high pass at 300-400 or whatever. Drums, you're looking at probably a kick mic, one over the snare, overheads.
I think it's about 12 mics on average.
And then, okay, fine, you've got all those stems. Now you have to make them all sound good together.
That's right, yeah. And you'll also have to edit them too.
Insane.
So, like, because if some of them, for something like death metal, you need it to be quite precise. Or say, for instance, like a lot of prog metal, definitely a lot of prog metal. Anything that you would expect to sound on the grid, you'll be editing those drums for weeks, because but you also have to line them up so they're not snapped to the grid. They also have to be slightly relaxed here and there so they sound real. But then when you do that, you're also having to edit the cymbals and the room mics, and it's impossible to, because like once you move the snare, you're now having to crossfade the cymbals and rooms on those small chunks, and that sounds, if you're not a mix engineer, you probably won't hear it, but most mix engineers will hear it and they'll recognize it straight away, and they'll go, you need to get your input better, stop fucking doing all this post stuff. So but if it was up to me, if I was to be getting like a raw recording, like of a very talented band, I'll do very, very little editing, if any, because you'd expect them to make the input perfect once they get in.
In a sense, the on the grid version, apart from just taking more time to do, could be worse. Like, okay, it's technically more accurate, but people actually do the opposite, where they try and humanize. Start with a pattern that's on the grid and deliberately push stuff around. It feels better. We don't want robots. We want very talented humans.
Yeah, I just out of curiosity, I put one of Earth, Wind and Fire's songs into a session and just tried to find the tempo. They didn't go by a metronome. They just played the drummer was the metronome.
Right.
So I only figured that out by actually trying to line it up and trying to find the tempo of it. And I was like, they just play free form. But if you're listening to it, without thinking of that, you think, oh, damn, that's like it's perfect. It sounds absolutely perfect. And they were so methodical. Earth, Wind and Fire is probably an example of a band that I would use that has like perfect input. Like they're just a bunch of black guys with all different sort of instruments. I think the singer plays I don't know what's called, the kanimbla or something like that, the little African plucking thing. But like when you're listening to it, the mix is just incredible, because they're all playing everything perfectly. And all you have to do is just position them on the pan spectrum, and you've got, obviously they'd be putting it through like a tape machine and compressor and stuff like that at the very end for the final touches. But for the most part, like if you listen to them play live, when they were still around before the singer died, everyone said they were just perfect. They were mechanical. They were so good at their job, because they come from an era where bands would literally, say like in the 70s, for you to produce an album, there's none of this like, oh, okay, we're doing guitars today. Oh, we're doing drums today, guys. Come in and we'll do a session, and we'll like make sure everything's written first, and then we'll do a pre-pro and stuff like that. That's not how they did it. They used to all sit in the studio together and play and write. And then when they're doing recordings, they're recording everything together. And it's like, it has to be perfect. There's none of this like post-edit nonsense. It's like, no. So that's why the 70s, like the music sounded so good from those rock bands, because it's like, these are all very professional guys. Very professional.
Yeah. Roger Cook says 60s to 80s recordings are good. It's funny how you can remove constraints and then make the result worse. But I think it's quite common that the constraints actually were useful, like helpful for the human beings who were operating. Like, yes, we could still run a studio the same way as they did in the 70s, but nobody's going to do it because it's so much easier to use our modern technologies. But you just lose some of these little intangible things where, I mean, even stuff like if you record digitally and do all your processing digitally, you reduce the amount of accumulated wear and tear that you get from tapes. So theoretically, that's an improvement because the quality you get out the end is like mathematically maximal. But the thing is, the wear of tapes, the slight inaccuracies provided warmth and compression and saturation and all these nice things that now people are having to digitally replicate and add back in. So like all the constraints that they had in the 70s, they had figured out how to use them to their advantage. And then here comes digital. Okay, well, now you can do whatever you like, but you'd figured out how to use the previous technology to produce incredible records, and now you've got a different technology that you have to start from scratch to learn, like how to use it again.
Yeah. The problem with that is, I mean, there was that building on the previous knowledge, with analog, but it also just created a lot of incentives to be lazier. So just the general quality of writing in general has declined since everything sort of became digitized, especially once, I keep calling it the democratization of musical stuff, because, there's just a saturation of, home artists, and I'm one of them. And it's but they also all have platforms and they all compete each other for, attention. And you listen to all of it, and very rarely does anything actually surprise you. Go, oh wow, it's all just so lazy. Whereas, if you were in a position to get a record deal and record in a studio back in the 70s, it was only because you were exceptional. Simple as that. So it's very difficult to separate the wheat from the chaff these days, because if you even promotion with AI art and then paying a certain promo group $1,000 or something to promote your subpar crap to archives and magazines, and even maybe get you some playtime on Sirius X radio over in America, you'll end up almost being on the same sort of playing field as guys that have been doing it for 30-40 years, who are pros, who are actually talented and deserve the attention they have. You're almost putting them on the same line as that sort of elite group, which I just think is I think it's a net negative for sure. I mean, yeah, it's great that I can make stuff and share it with people, but I recognize that by the same token that this is sort of part of the deterioration of the quality of music. And so better example is, any classical composer you can think of off the top of your head would be example of someone who would just, that is an exceptional person. And that's the only reason we know who they are, because their work was absolutely exceptional, and they were the only ones that could ever actually get a platform and get commissions by the aristocracy and whatever. So I wouldn't mind if we could return to that a little bit. We need to bring back a little bit of elitism into music.
You're happy to make the best use of it for yourself in the meantime, but
exactly, because I'm sovereign.
Nice. Yeah, I once heard some. So I mean I generally agree. Somebody once did a thing that gave a little bit of research that gave me a bit of hope here. This was in the realm of video games. So they there's the problem on the App Store where it's only like the top 1% of games or apps that make any money, and then there's just this giant cloud of everyone else, and it's kind of the same thing as the music industry. So they took a particular category and they said, I don't know what it was, golf games or something, and they said, right, I'm just going to look methodically, download, try every single app that fits this description. And there was loads, and obviously one of them made all the money, and basically none of the others made any, because most of them had never been downloaded or tried and hadn't got any ratings. So what hope was there for them? But what they found was that there wasn't really any gold in the rough. There was all of the other ones that were outside the top 1% were deficient. So I've used that that was a YouTube video I saw once. This guy was saying what he discovered. That has given me some strange little nugget of hope that actually if you really are the best of the best, you will find your way to the top. Like if you're genuinely putting out the best music, even though you're competing against AI art and all the SoundCloud rappers and all that, it doesn't matter.
SoundCloud rappers.
You're going to make it.
Yeah. That's my thinking. That's my thinking as well. Because there is a tiny contingent of these exceptional, what I would call genius artists, who literally just don't produce anything. It's the same thing. It's the genius problem as well. Is like so many of them are quite lazy and procrastinate to within an inch of their life. So, but you will always have like your exceptional musician with high energy and high productivity is just like guaranteed to make their way to the top. They just fall upwards because record labels are always sending scouts out. And my advice to anyone as well is to never join a record label because they're quite usurious. Let's just say that. They'll always be searching for people, and they'll be begging them and offering them heaps of money and fame and whatever else. But then there's like people that also follow scouts, and so there's always a lot of people that will just be looking for the most talented people, and they find them, and they're always found. But I don't really pay much attention to who's making it to the top, like who's at the top, like the commercial artists. I've sort of fallen out of listening to music for the past, a few years, just because it's just always been a letdown. But even in saying that, there is occasionally
I'll tell you who
artists
I think is actually good. Silk Sonic, which is a collaboration between Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak, and I think they've actually made it. Like I don't know if they won Grammys and things, but they've certainly got mainstream, play on the radio. And I think their music really genuinely is high quality.
Yeah, Bruno Mars is an example of of what we were talking about, like a genius musician type with high energy and high productivity. That's just like they don't even have to try; they just do it. They'll just follow whatever their drives are making them do. So
they just everything they do looks so effortless, and yet is just better than what everyone else is doing.
No, you're right.
Okay, is there anything else that we haven't covered for production of music? What other techniques or tricks have you figured out that improve the quality of your output?
One little trick that Einar Solberg from Leprous taught me, because I had a couple of conversations with him privately. He is another example of a very, very, very talented guy. Beautiful voice, wonderful songwriter. And Leprous is actually a really, really good band. You should check them out. Check out Melina, Congregation, those sorts of albums. It's exceptional stuff. Very, very well done. they're a good example of a band actually that uses very little, like a small amount of input, but crescendos beautifully. But yeah, very, very minimalistic, like just the most subtle plucking of a guitar, like on a single string. But the drummer, Bard, his name is just absolutely sensational. Beautiful polyrhythms. He'll be playing like 2 or 3 different polyrhythms at once. So it's just interesting because they are so good. But as I said, very minimalistic. And Einar taught me a little trick, which is, so you use technology to your advantage sometimes. And one of the ways is, if you want to produce a really nice progressive song, you would just have, say, like just for template's sake, you'll just sit down a standard drum beat, maybe put in an odd time signature because it's prog, why not? Have maybe just like a clickety clack, something just as acts as a polyrhythm of itself, and then just draw up a chord on the MIDI map. Just draw any chord, and then have like pick a note in that chord that you want to make as your root note. So like, you know, you'll if it's just a C major or whatever, you know, choose one of those notes and maybe make that your bass line. Just for the moment, just a droning bass line that's on the same chord, on the same note. And then take that chord on the MIDI map and then copy it over and then move the notes around. So this is for people that are musically illiterate. Move the notes around to produce a chord that, you know, so you've got the voice of each note of the first chord. You want to send each note in a direction. So, you know, if you've got the E at the top, you want it to go up to an F. You know, if you've got a B in the middle there, you make that go to a C or A or whatever. And eventually you'll have a journey for each of these notes that goes in their own sort of direction, but it makes the second chord, even if it's, you know, you wouldn't intuitively do that. If you were playing a guitar, you wouldn't go from this chord to the second chord that you've just created with the MIDI map, but it works because it's as long as it's, you know, in its appropriate key. That's actually a really great way to create an interesting chord progression, because you can just keep moving from that next chord to the next chord to the next chord, and it'll be interesting because it'll be you just be launching off what the last chord was by following the journey of the notes, and then that way you can expand it to chord. So I'll do this with orchestral stuff, and it fucking sounds sensational when you do it properly. Is like, because you'll have, say, a string section, and it'll have all the instruments. It'll have the cello, the basses, the violas, violins, and what you can do is when you're doing that with a chord progression, you can expand it. And so as you're going into the next chord, you can then add a bass note underneath it, and then top notes with violins, and then keep working up and down at the same time and expanding and filling up the space with, you know, the violas and whatever else. And by the time you get to the final chord, it's just like, oh God. And then you'll draw it all back again. Like you'll have a little tail flourish, or you'll just, you know, descend and then work your way back down again into a quiet space. So you're going up and down and breathing. And if you can manage to, you know, dial in the expression of that. So like you want it to breathe in and breathe out with each chord movement. So that was one little songwriting trick that he taught me. And it's been probably one of the most useful things I've ever used for, you know, anything that's going to be a complex chord progression. Whereas if it's something like a folk song, like, which is, you know, the Panama Hat songs that I was doing, it's a lot simpler because it's folk music. Folk music is simple. So most of the stuff that I would pay attention to with that is just things like, you know, making sure it's nice and quiet where it needs to be. Don't flood it with too many elements. I actually keep everything quite dry. I like everything to be like minimal reverb, so it's a lot more crystal clear. But yeah, basically the chord progression one was probably one of the best things that I ever learned. So
I mean, it's interesting because that's very similar to the stuff we were talking about right at the beginning. It's funny to see the same kind of ideas in the realm of orchestral classical music almost. Well, not necessarily classical music, but it's the same concepts of. I mean, the chromatic movement maybe is a different thing, but the general thing of like widening, you've got to start small in the middle so that you've got space to go up and down at the same time. I'd love to hear an example.
And this is what like starting to do stuff like that in the studio just made me realize just how unbelievably talented and like absolute masters a lot of these classic composers were. Brahms would be one of my favorite from the Romantic period, but like just the idea. So that's just me on a MIDI map, moving some notes around, and the virtual instrument will basically fill in, it intuits where it needs to go. So like once you go down to a certain key note, it'll then switch over to a cello. So like rather than, because obviously a violin can't play that low. Whereas like, I'm just thinking to myself, he is writing every single one of these notes meticulously and writing it for a certain instrument and also for horns, reeds, and then also the whatever other sort of percussive instruments might be in there. But just to think of the time and care it would take to write a symphony for a full orchestra, and it being upwards of 2 or 3 hours long in duration, and to have made or to have written hundreds of these, it absolutely boggles the mind. So it was only really after realizing how much time and effort and care it takes just to do what I was doing with the mini map, because you have to do it. You have to take care in how you're, mapping it out, and because it needs to sound good. But I'm just thinking, if that's like, it just blows my mind. And for hundreds,
those guys were genius.
Yeah.
I mean, Beethoven by the end of his life was deaf. He was still writing like incredible stuff. I suppose that's true of half the prog rock guys as well at this point.
That's right. Drew, is God a fan of Zappa? I don't mind Frank Zappa. He's a little bit discordant, but he's okay to listen to. Another genius.
Haley Templar, how are you doing?
Hello. Oh, I finally made it after being stuck in a tunnel for 20 minutes.
Maybe I'll just ask I'm trying to find crossover questions between all of my guests. So I feel
something subversive AI art, something.
Once upon a time before AI art, I was often asked by Chris to make fun gifs of his patriotic tunes. So I like Chris' music a lot. I'm hoping to eventually, as I've sometimes mentioned, I'm trying to make a VR game, and I kind of want to pay for some of his music rights to show up in the game, but it's like background stuff. But it's
what
been.
Rates, Chris?
I'll
negotiate for you.
I don't even have
10% cut.
I barely even have time to make my own music. I get a lot of people asking for music, and I just can't do it anymore because now the kid's been born. I'm just
that was your mistake.
Don't have the time.
Yeah, I don't. It's a good thing games take about 3 years to develop, because that's when I expect to hear back from you.
Unless you're willing to use existing music, then
maybe. I've mentioned a little bit. It's like a VR game
because I make instrumental version. I make instrumental versions of all of them, so for that purpose, in case people want to use them for stuff. So.
Yeah, because like I'm really inspired by the music from the old game Half-Life, and yours somewhat reminds me of that kind of style, like the old rock and grand music to it. So I love the instruments of the instrumentals of your songs too. They're like really like they make you want to run. Like I sometimes use it for exercise music.
Very good.
Great. All right. Thanks so much, Chris. That was an awesome discussion, and have a great day.
Thanks, Luke.
See ya.
A good crossover question would have been AI music, because that's probably coming down the line eventually.
That is true. I think we may have mentioned AI music earlier in the stream. I seem to remember. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
But yes, I hopefully at some. So what we're discussing. Chris in chat says no AI music.
I'll steal your soul. bad construction. Yeah, I don't like AI stuff in general, because I do think it's demonic.
Was that your AI just eating you? after you
No,
said that.
that's me slamming into my very poorly assembled table that I've been using, which is a recycled piece of thin plywood that bends very poorly.
So what are we talking about? The history of AI. Is
Yes,
that correct?
I wanted to, because I think I've done enough babbling about AI art shit with the like Restoration Bureau stuff, and that's all cool and everything, and anyone can look at the half a dozen things I've explained the process with before. But I want to do something unique in the sense of like, is there a nerdy historical origin for AI? And again, as Mr. D has said many times, AI is a gimmick. It's a marketing term. It's really just a series of advanced algorithms. If you can think about your own, like imagine if each one of your emotions were an algorithm that functioned information and gave out an output for your consciousness to deal with. We wouldn't call that algorithm, like we wouldn't call your sensation of fear an artificial intelligence. We would just call it a part of you. The part of like the you-ness of you apart from your emotions has not yet been digitalized, and I sometimes doubt it ever will be. What's happened is that algorithms have been developed that are able to simulate aspects of intelligence, but they have no coherent sentience. And I mean, even if you I think a few episodes back it was Praise of Farley who said like you just have a fast calculator, you don't have sentience, right? Sentience is not just a faster calculator. There's something more there. You could discuss how and what that is in various ways. I will open up with saying when you start to network the pseudo consciousnesses, you're not really getting a sentient being, you're getting a demon. Let me put it that way.
That's a very good clickbait take there. I like that. And
yes.
Can you project the PDF, or do you want me to do it?
I can. So I'll screen share if I can the window. Let's see if this works without breaking anything. Is that working? And let me see if I can full screen this. Oh, it looks like it's working. Okay, amazing. So I mean, it's some darkness there. So I made this funky image. Take a guess what this image represents.
Looks demonic, which I guess is appropriate that the AI is good at that, given your thesis. Guess what it is? Okay, there's a lot going on here. So it looks like a throne, I guess. There's some guy in red sitting next to it. Is he kneeling? What's that on? They look looking at something.
You mostly get it. So like behind it, in the Bible.
Hang on, I think there's something temple-ish. No. Okay, go
on. No, it's kind of like it's based off a few lines from Ezekiel, or Ezekiel Elijah. I always confuse the two, but there's always the idea that there's a man on the throne, and then there's a spirit behind the throne that guides the man. And so like you can change the man on the throne, but if the throne is possessed, the next man will be just as bad as the last one. There's this idea that there is a sentient, or I'm going to be using sentience and consciousness interchangeably. They're not really, but I'm too dumb to know the background of it. Behind every, I guess you could call it, artifact from whence decisions are made, there's the person operating the machine, and then the ghost in the machine, if you will, to use an Isaac Asimovism. The famous quote from either the movie or the book, I forget, but there's always been ghosts in the machines, and if your machine is just you sitting on a throne of power rather than a computer, it's still the same thing. And essentially the device that the person operates, be it a throne, a computer, or an algorithm, is this means by which to flow the energies, the humors of the cosmos to get some kind of power or data out. Like the input is something, the output is something. It's basically an algorithm. You can think of the throne or the, before there were thrones, or there were also crowns, like the crown or the throne, these artifacts of authority. These are essentially the first like methods of algorithm. So like, why does the king do something? Because he's divinely appointed. That's the the justification for the algorithm. Or why does the king decide this or that? Because it's a tradition. That like you're basically running an input in through a process, an algorithm, to get an output. the algorithm in that case used to be like divine will, heritage, or tradition. Those are basically descriptions of functions or equations that justified like the processing of the data. So you can think of like thrones and powers and dominions as essentially very, very, very primitive algorithms, and and essentially the force behind the throne, be it a demon or angel, whispering there in the background how the man should act. You can almost imagine it as like that's those demons in the photo in the background of the thrones. They're effectively the ancient equivalents of AI or algorithmic general intelligence. Like the intelligence being back then was just tradition or divine will or what the priest has consensus to it. So I'm trying to frame it like that, and then on that note we can go into the next thing. So like, what is an algorithm? It's defined as a process or set of rules to be followed in calculations or other problem-solving operations, especially by a computer. But it's not always limited to a computer. The essence is it's a calculation or a predetermined series of steps to get a problem solved.
Like I've often noted the similarity between law and software engineering. That in a sense, the law is interpreted by people rather than the compiler, as it were, is a particular.
The art of logic essentially is trying to make that consistent rather than ad hoc or arbitrary. Like the more justified the algorithm is, the more logical it is, even though oftentimes it's just because it works.
But another type of algorithm that people will be familiar with is a recipe for cooking.
Yeah. Recipes are in many ways a kind of algorithm. They're a predetermined series of steps and instructions to solve a problem of hunger to get a result desired. They're not very adaptable. They're not very parametric, but they're very linear functions, if you will.
Actually, you do occasionally see parametric recipes where somebody's made an Excel spreadsheet and you put in your parameters and it tells you.
I'm gonna guess the person you're talking about is Mr. D's like esoteric recipes that only occasionally see the grace of day. But yeah. So what are some examples of algorithms? We know a lot of these. They're searching, they're encryption. The greed there is like a greedy algorithm that will like harvest all the data it can that use like stock automation. Recursives will build on the information previous. You can think of law almost like common law in many ways is a recursive algorithm. It builds on the traditions set forth. Tracking and divide and conquer algorithms. These are all like algorithms that your computer does at a rapid pace, like millions of bits a second or something like that, which in ancient times humans would do it like thousands or hundreds of bits per second based off vocalization and edicts and tradition. So in many ways,
a computer meant a human anyway.
A human being. Yeah, anyway. And in many ways you can think of tradition as a faster pace of bits per second than ad hoc proclamations. Because if you proclaim something out of ad hoc reasoning, there's always a debate or an argument why and why. But if you can say tradition, you've just streamlined the process. So do algorithms need a computer? No. We've already computers can be humans too. So in this case, I'm talking about a digital computer, but you can even remove the person playing the role of a computer. Algorithms have existed since ancient times. These are like series of Babylonian, Egyptian, and Greek algorithms that do. Oh, God bless you in advance. So like you can see here on the left side there's like various trigonometric algorithms, Babylonian descriptions of algorithms. These are basically just like pre-coded sets of instructions that a person would use to get a solution to a problem. Famously, Pharaoh Snefu, or Snefu, I think, he is one of the only pharaohs of ancient Egypt to have developed more than one pyramid. He built 3 pyramids in his life, which is rather impressive to do that. And he did this because he streamlined and made an algorithm to equate pyramid angles for square footage size. So like his algorithm was you input the square footage of the pyramid and the height that you want, and it would give you an angle and a brick style to match for that. So one of the first algorithms can be traced to like the 2nd millennial BC. And this simple algorithm moved Egypt from step pyramids like you see in Mesoamerica to smooth pyramids that are remembered for. After Sneferu's algorithm proved so efficient that he could build 3 pyramids in his lifetime, Giza was built by his grandson or son, I forget which. So Giza came after that algorithm was developed. Giza was only possible because of the algorithm Sneferu developed to engineer the pyramids. You can look up his famous Red Pyramid, which is considered a prototype for what would eventually become the Giza pyramid, and the mathematics that went into that pyramid would turn out next. So he developed some of these like very simple, straightforward algorithms for constructions. Down there in the lower right corner, you see some of the geometric algorithms for solving like angles and a squared plus b squared equals c squared, that kind of stuff. In more contemporary times, Ada Lovelace was famous for developing algorithms for computers that hadn't been invented yet. You might remember Lovelace and Babbage invented the first concept of a computer. England brought essentially the AI into the world by inventing the concept of the computer, but it took another 100 years for someone to actually build it when Turing came around. There's actually concepts, and I didn't put the photos here, but there are sketches and designs for how this computer would have worked in like the 1870s or something. Maybe earlier, I forget, maybe it's 1840s, but like it's been Turing tested and everything. It would be a proper computer. It would use gears and steam instead of electricity and wires, but it would work.
Cool.
It would be incredibly
Someone
slow,
should
but it
make
would
that.
work. There are people trying to make it, actually. There are bits and bots going around there. To the right over here, I want you to remember these right images on the side here. So Ada Lovelace is on the left side here. This is just I think it's a musical algorithm. I forget what it was, but on the right here, these are like diametric explanations of logic gates, basically. Like they're flows of logic. They might look like electrical wires, but they're not. I mean, they might be actually, but there's a lot of similarities between how electrical engineering draw diagrams and how logic works, because they're basically designing the same thing. But you can get a sense and familiarity for how those diagrams are arced around these, like, there's a grid there that's not drawn, and the grid flows the logic through gates that get results. In essence, to get an algorithm, you need a series of inputs, logic gates to manage them, like capacitance to store information and sort it, and then eventually you get an output from the way these operations work. It may be as simple as a squared plus b squared equals c squared, or they're like very simple geometric ones, or it might be incredibly advanced like the ones you see in the diagram over there. But an algorithm doesn't need a computer. It's basically just this series of instructions. So hopefully I've wasted 8 minutes getting that through. So like, I don't want to make this like a kind of nerdy presentation. I'll get into like a secret esoteric bullshit next, but I just wanted to explain, like, behind the marketing term of AI, you have a few algorithms that operate what is called AI, which individually are not AI, and in a sum total have not yet reached artificial intelligence, but it's labeled as AI as a marketing gimmick. I was actually trained in architecture school with genetic algorithms. I know how those work because we use them to like pre-code parametric equations that would like set solar panel angles for where you were on the Earth. So you'd input your longitude and latitude. I forget which one is for horizontal, but the horizontal lines are the ones that matter because that's a sun angle. So you'd calculate the sun angle, you calculate your seasons and sun and when and not when, like, where's your southern exposure and how much, what's the shape of your building, how to optimize those energy equations. And you would run a genetic algorithm to get the best fit pattern. Neural networks are more popular now with like, what is called AI art today. It's really just algorithmic art, like Mr. D says. And neural networks are different than genetic algorithms for several reasons, but this maybe is better. A genetic algorithm has a predetermined ideal to aim for. So you pump it with possible, it's labeled there on the top left diagram. Like each series of inputs are called a gene, and together they make a chromosome, and each individual chromosome is altogether a collection of chromosomes make a population, and that's how the math works. They're using very biological terms. It's just like sorting data, basically. The data is then pumped through best fit pattern, like best fit swiggly. So imagine this. Imagine if you were sitting in front of you were Homer in front of a nuclear power plant and it's a meltdown, okay? And you don't know how to operate the power plant because you're Homer Simpson. You just start flipping flipping random dials and switches everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So some arrangement of those random flips and dials will be
the correct arrangement.
Yeah, that's the correct arrangement, which will stop a meltdown. A genetic algorithm essentially runs that, like, those series of possible arrangements to stop the meltdown like millions of times a second. It's a lot faster than Homer Simpson. So the genetic algorithm. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say you could encode neural network weightings as chromosomes, and then you can do both at once. You can have...
Yeah, that's probably gonna be the next step that may very well produce a evil demonic AI overlord, but let's not talk about that yet. So essentially, once the algorithm has like flipped all the switches for Homer Simpson a million times faster, it tells Homer Simpson, here's the arrangement of flips and switches to get the meltdown to stop, and he can just use that and save the day, and that's basically what that is. That's a genetic algorithm. It's not the same as what you see now with neural networks. A neural network takes in data and prompts, and then it will like mix and match various data, but it doesn't really have an ideal set to aim for like with a genetic algorithm. It's very open, and it's really up to the human interpretation to say that's good, that's bad. I remember a few weeks back you were talking about like Google selling the data for those like find all the switches in the image, find all the lights in the image for like password checks, and how that was actually training an AI behind the scenes.
Yeah,
that is an example of how neural networks are trained to get vague, almost ideal sets. But you can think of the neural network being more broad range, whereas the genetic algorithm has a predetermined solution, and it's more interested in the method to get there. So in that, sorry, go on.
I was going to say neural networks tend to be able to, I would say, are less prone to overfitting. Although, as I say that, I'm now wondering if that's true. That's always been my assumption.
Yeah, and so essentially, the role that a genetic algorithm could play in a neural network, the human plays the human votes. This is good. This is bad. This is good. This is bad. And through a democratic process, you get something that most people agree with. Oh, that's good art. And so after years of doing this, you get something like Midjourney or DALL-E 2. Whereas a genetic algorithm, like 10 years ago, was doing what a neural network could do, but no creativity. It can't actually get creativity. Because like if you tell a genetic algorithm, I want you to alternate between RGB lights to get something resembling the Mona Lisa, within a day, it will get you an arrangement of lights that look like the Mona Lisa, but it will never do anything else. So they're very, very limited in terms of like, basically, to summarize and not confuse people, a genetic algorithm has a predetermined goal that it has to aim for, and it essentially is using the given equipment to get to the best fit of that. So, like if you want something more exact than the RGB lights, you add more lights or smaller lights to get a clear image. Whereas a neural network will essentially just keep churning out more and more arrangements that the human has to democratically select as best or arrange it best. Yeah.
So. For example, you might have the genetic algorithm is trying to produce a single image that pleases the constraints that you've given it, and it eventually comes out with an image. Whereas the neural network, you're training a system that can then produce images once it's finished.
Yeah, so like the genetic algorithm, like with the solar panels and the buildings that I was trained to use it for like 10 years ago in school, there is a predetermined ideal arrangement of solar panels that will generate the most amount of electricity. A neural network will keep finding new arrangements that are less fit and that are not really important or relevant. So you can almost think of like the genetic algorithm is a brutally raw capitalist going for the min-maxing of life. Whereas the neural network is more French and cares to be a little more creative, if you will.
Hence why the intuition needed for Go required a powerful neural network to
I don't know what Go is actually, but
so do you remember AlphaGo? There was this.
Nope.
Well, okay, all right, I'll fill you in. But you probably remember. That there was a chess engine that beat Garry Kasparov.
Yeah.
Deep Blue? Was that what it was called?
Yeah, chess algorithms are usually genetic algorithms because they have a predetermined range of options to get to beat the player, whereas a neural network will keep trying solutions even after it knows the ideal.
So the way chess and Go operate, they're both games which have two players, and you make your move and then it flips over to the other side and they make their move and it flips back, and they're both total information games, so there's no hidden information. Both players know everything, right? If you're playing chess, you know where all the pieces are. There's no surprise like, I flipped a coin, and now I can reveal my secret extra piece.
Yeah.
So what you do as an algorithm is you think about all the moves that you could make, and you maybe pick a few candidates that you think would probably be good moves, and then for each of those you play all the moves that you think the opponent might play, and so you're getting this tree structure, and the tree diverges quite quickly, so you need a lot of processing power. But
well, actually, you don't need, because it's with the genetic algorithm, it's very linear. That's why I could run a genetic algorithm with hardware from like 2009, but like a neural network needs hardware like 5 years from now to be efficient.
And a chess board has quite a lot of moves that you can play every turn, but on a Go board, it's like, instead of 10 by 10, it's like 20 by 20 or something. It's way more options.
All right.
So you what you need is something instead of just trying all the options to 5 moves in the future or whatever. You need a much more of an intuitive kind of just a guess, and that's why neural networks are necessary. They eventually won against human players in Go, but that was only in 2017, 2018, something like that.
Well, I am a very, very intellectually inbred American and had no idea what Go is. I'm sure I've heard of it at some point, but I feel embarrassed.
Well, it's a Japanese game, so you're just a very racist American as well.
Yeah, well. Or maybe I'm just very insulated. Anyway, I think I've explained like the gimmick of AI. There are other methods of like, pumping data in and out. These are just the most two popular that I'm familiar with. So if we go next, I want you to now. I should actually hold on before I talk about this.
Okay.
No, back.
Oh, it's going the wrong way.
I'm spoiling. So I wanted to like take a detour here. Okay, so if you are a human being, let's say 10,000 years ago, or if you want to be on a young Earth, or 6,000 years ago, and you want God says, I put the stars up there for seasons in Genesis, right? Like I put the stars up there for man. Like I put the stars up. We can read Genesis what the stars are made as. I put the stars up there to be algorithms, basically. Let's just read it that way.
Okay.
And you were an ancient human being. How might you write down a series of instructions where you might be able to use that information from the stars to get something out of like a competitive edge in reality?
You mean like, okay, when this constellation is in that part of the sky, then plant your seeds.
Because the Earth wobbles, there are certain constellations that herald winter or summer, and so like if you're looking for a way to tell your ancestors, hey, that star's there, better plant before you're going to starve to death. The stars would be a pretty good algorithm, wouldn't they? Right. Now, what if I said there is a way of using geocentrism to produce algorithms that, regardless if geocentrism is real or not, still work?
Well, given that the main thing that moves is the Earth spinning, like all the other things that move in the sky are so slow by comparison that actually geocentric it's a bit like it's a bit like Newtonian physics is true up to a certain speed of light.
I need you to read the following text in a voice akin to Severus Snape from Harry Potter. I try not to laugh. I made this meme like a month ago, but like with that in mind, what we just discussed, with that in mind, please read this in the most like elitist, looking down on your students' voice you can imagine.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Harry Potter, you are here to learn the delicate science and exact art of geocentrism. As there is little foolish Evola quoting here, many of you will hardly believe this is esoteric. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering telescope with its refracting glass,
The subtle power of planets that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to foresee fame, calculate conquest, even predict profundity, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Dr. Gigachad Snape, PhD.
Okay, yeah, I made this image a while ago. I was in a debate with people explaining how, regardless of the truth of geocentrism in how the universe is ordered, from the perspective of Earth, it actually contains algorithms that will like save or destroy civilizations. So hopefully that's just a fun little meme to break the ice about. Relax. The sun is probably still the center of the solar system from a certain perspective, but I want to like roll with it. So, and this will come back to AI and why it's demonic in a little while. Just hold that in your mind.
Okay,
now, you might imagine geocentrism as this stupid diagram of hoops of planets going around the Earth like this, and this is a very primitive understanding of what geocentric esoterica is. In reality, it is not that way. The geocentric documenting of planets does not assume an orbit of a circle. In fact, you dumb modernist are assuming a circle is the ideal motion of a planet because you are a modernist. Now, if we go to the actual models that they were looking at, there were actually geocentric models that assumed a solar center, but from that assumption, you unlock a new set of data. So if you don't assume an orbit like the solar system, you assume a circular orbit if the sun is the center. If you apply that to the Earth, it doesn't work. If you maintain the distances and speeds, because these retrograde motions are when the Earth and other planets or certain arrangements, they will enter a retrograde motion and move backwards in the sky. Those are almost clicks, like ticks rather in a CPU. Those retrograde motions hearken a new set of data being started. If you interpret the motions of planets, assuming the distances and orbits are still solar center, but you're modeling it from a geocentric model here, you now get a series of data which predicts certain seasons and times and dates. So, and this looks obviously a lot more ordered and complex. That you may be in certain low IQ variations, you may be hard pressed to assume, maybe the Earth is the center. These are various motions of the planets. They mark out those loops that you see in the tangled knots in the diagram. Those are motions of retrograde where the Earth is going faster, or rather faster. The Earth appears to be going faster than the planet being documented, and so they kind of set the tick. Yeah. So this method of conducting a geocentric algorithm to predict seasons, times, and dates was one of the first methods used by our ancestors to plant crops, predict certain bad droughts coming, even in some cases predict when not to talk to your wife at certain times of the month. In certain Middle Eastern traditions, that's called the Mazzaroth. That's a specific like Aramaic, Hebrew kind of style of understanding of it. I went to buy a spiral. So Mazzaroth was basically like the pseudo-prophetic modeling system of those algorithms, using the constellations with the planets moving through them as a series of ticks and motions. Basically a way to extract an algorithm by the way God made the solar system. Kind of a fascinating little model. But the Middle Eastern people were not the only ones. Off in China, someone made an interesting notation, an interesting note. They noticed that the shell of a turtle is actually ordered in such a way that its numbers and scales are months and days of the year. For whatever reason, for whatever fluke of creation or evolution, a turtle shell contains the algorithm of the solar system. For whatever reason, it's not known. We can speculate in a million ways why, but some folks in China discovered, instead of waiting at night to study the stars, I can predetermine that data set on a turtle shell and start using that instead. For whatever reason. And this is probably why some cultures have come to the conclusion that the Earth was just a turtle. If you can imagine, the turtle is a creature that doesn't die.
All the way down.
Yeah, so like if you think like, oh, the turtle, I never see a turtle die unless I kill it. I've never seen a turtle die of old age, and it contains a structure of the cosmos on its shell. Maybe an old enough turtle would be the Earth. So it's not that far of a grasp. And so these diagrams on the left are essentially they're old Middle Eastern and Persian documentations of this, and the right side here is essentially the Chinese version of it. And so at some point there was a switch from using the turtle shell to predict planting seasons and the time of month. Like you could literally mark a little take a bit of dye and put it on a turtle shell, and you basically have a living calendar that you can mark out the months and days with. It's kind of weird how it aligns with the 30 day month structure. I think it's 28 or 30 day month structure plus 13 months, with one being a leap year every once in a while. Some crazy numerical nonsense. Someone made the connection, maybe these shells can be used to predict more than seasons, and that was the way Chinese turtle astrology began, if you will.
Astrology.
Yes, and so was born another algorithmic model. Once humans in China discovered that the algorithms they saw in the stars was almost printed on the turtle shell became yet another algorithm to, predict the future and all kinds of crazy esoterica like that. Now, there's an interesting thing that happens in China. They start trying to map logic circuits on these algorithms. And they start to create a series of logical ands, ors, buts, nots, and stuff like that. And then they start asking it questions, almost like an AI model, which is kind of bizarre.
It's like one of those 8 balls.
Yeah, it basically is a magic 8 ball, but the magic 8 ball is also connected to the structure of the solar system. It's not random. So this method of asking the questions, it's not entirely random. It's basically, the winter is coming. I'm going to ask on the turtle. You ever make one of those like folding fortune tellers with paper?
Yeah.
Same concept, right? And so this caused a series of innovation. In fact, the characters used to look a lot more like Middle Eastern and you might be familiar with Phoenician characters. There's a lot of similarities with them, and so the early Chinese was essentially editing those ancient symbols you find in a lot of cultures into prophetic words, if you will.
Almost like all the people of the world
come from one. Almost like Noah was a real story. Anyway, and yes, there are flood myths attached to the turtle, and that's for another stream. But eventually, they start doing these more abstracted logic gate systems on the turtle shell, in addition to the alphabet system named here, and they basically start doing these matrix systems to create a very, very sophisticated style of asking the cosmos questions. And this became, if you've ever read the Dai Chao, I Chao, is it called? I Ching? The I Ching is a documentation of these questions and answers. The ancient, it's not hard to see where calendars came from. Eventually some guy noticed every time the moon was new, the woman was having a period. So let's document that and stay away from the woman every 28 days. But I am quite convinced that calendars were invented for men to know when to stay away. And then later on, someone was like, "Oh, this also helps you farm crops at the right time of the year." But anyway, eventually, in some cultures, this method of matrix assembly becomes anything from the arrangement of martial arts to this series of bar graphs which come from the turtle shell. You might notice some of the symbolism here starts to look a little bit like a Star of David. There is a reason for that. It's interesting. But these symbols in the East derived, again, they originally were derived from those geocentric models we were looking at earlier. It just so happens that people found that those same models could be used on a turtle shell. And then that birthed an entire new series of algorithmic styles. You can almost view this as increasing the bit rate, if you will, the tick rate, if you will. I'm confusing my terms, but like, the CPU tick, the amount of bits per second goes up, because now instead of waiting for nighttime, you can just go to the turtle shell, and it's a lot more faster of a system for prophesying and predicting things. There's actually a lot of weird, there have been people that have used this method to correctly invest their money, and it actually works. It's a very sophisticated system that's bizarre. I don't want to get into it because it's probably demonic. But
okay.
So in other cultures, such as the Babylonians, this continues to develop on an astrological model, but it kind of has the same turtle shell structure. They just don't have many turtles in the desert to look at. despite what Blade Runner wants you to think in that opening scene. But so like in the Babylonian epics, they start creating more advanced algorithms to predict the Euphrates and Tigris rivers when the gods are angry, they interpret that as. And eventually, you get an interesting thing where they start making maps from these. And so that the birth of cartography starts to assemble from these algorithms trying to predict wind like you go from seasons to wind, water patterns, where the river's coming from, and how can we design canals to take advantage of that. And this starts a large amount of infrastructure gets developed around this system of algorithms that are essentially using the motions of the stars and planets to arrange society and the workload throughout the year. Back then people didn't do the same job all year long. They alternated their jobs. So for a certain amount, depending on these, these were the first algorithmic run societies. The algorithm said now is the time to plant. Everyone is a farmer for 4 months. The algorithm says it's going to get cold. Everyone's going to brew beer for 2 months now. And so essentially you can think of these ancient cultures as the first algorithmic, or you could say the first AI run societies. And you get the advantage of it being very well ordered. You do get excess food production, and that stirs trade, but you're also eliminating a lot of choice in how you live your life as well. Because the algorithm says we all have to farm now, or we're going to starve to death. So you can't do anything else but farm. You're locked in for 4 months to farm everybody. And so before the division of labor formally happens, it's starting to happen. Everybody's a farmer, everybody's a brewer, everyone's doing this, or mason, whatever it may be, the time of the year that the algorithm says you should be. It's a very weird time period, and we're talking about somewhere between 3000 BC to 1500 BC, like that 1500 year range, essentially the Bronze Age, and a little bit before then. So one of the most interesting things I've ever found about this algorithm, I think I've mentioned it to you a few times, but Revelation 12 somewhat mentions it. And if you go look at Revelation 12 and compare it to the stars, there's this repeating algorithm in the stars that seems to be the proto-evangelium in Revelation 12. You might remember the proto-evangelium about the sun, the seed of the woman slaying the serpent. In Revelation, you see this saying where the virgin with how many stars at her head? I'll just read it. A great sign appeared in the heavens, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars at her head. She was pregnant and cried out in pain as she was about to give birth. Then another, we'll pause there. You see in this symbol here, Virgo, the virgin, Jupiter, the king. So the virgin's pregnant with the king. The moon's at her feet. The sun's at her clothes. The sun's there because it's during day. It's interesting because you could never actually see this unless you had already documented the paths of the stars at night. So this is a sign which you could only infer. You can never directly see it. Revelation 12 is describing something that you would only be able to know if you'd studied the stars, documented the algorithmic motions, and could understand what was happening without seeing it. And in many ways, Revelation 12 is documenting this moment where the star algorithms have developed to a degree that you can now understand how the stars and planets look without looking at them. You may recall Uranus, and I think was discovered purely by mathematics, never directly observed until later on. It might be Neptune, I forget. When the planets were discovered by using mathematical models to predict its existence, it was not actually observed. Those ideas are classical ones. They're not from the modern age. They're ancient ideas. The 12 stars here are Leo plus the 3 planets. So that's the 12 crowns. And then later on in this text, you see, as we go on, then another sign appeared in heaven, an enormous red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns at its heads. Blah, 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 blah. To the left of Virgo, we see the serpent here, the dragon, and we see Libra, the scales of judgment. So the king born of a virgin will pass through the scales of judgment and slay the serpent, basically. The proto-evangelium is actually an algorithm in the stars. Incidentally,
where did these constellations come from? As in
they're prehistoric, so I'm just going to say Adam.
Right.
The only culture you don't really see them in actually is China, and to some degree the Native Americans. There's a little bit of mixture in there. So China seems to have wholly abandoned this model and gone for the turtle shell system instead. That's just something to note. Once they move to the turtle shell, they stop caring about the stuff. Whereas in the Middle East, they keep maintaining it. So you see here in the stars essentially a form of the proto-evangelium. The seed of the woman will slay the serpent and pass through judgment and save mankind. And this is essentially an algorithm, one of many algorithms you can find in not just in the Bible but elsewhere, that people were using the stars to predict things. Famously, the poet Virgo, who is known to have read the Isaiah scroll. This is before Christ, by the way. This is like 30 BC. He wrote the epoch. Columba was telling me about this, but he wrote the epic a poem called the Epilogue 4, where he laments not being born, not being. He won't live long enough to see this sign. This sign does appear, I think, in the year 1 or AD or BC. I forget. It basically this sign basically occurs the year Jesus, or around the range of when Jesus was born. And the prophet Virgo, who had read the Isaiah scroll and understood this, he studied astrology too from the Magi. Like a lot of poets back then studied stuff that from the newly conquered provinces of Palestine and Syria, and that's where this comes into Rome. He wrote in his Epilogue 4, lamenting that he won't live to see the day that the son of Jupiter will be born, which is kind of an interesting way to say it. Some people have interpreted that poem. There's a lot in there. Like he meditates on the wisdom of trees and sounds like he's talking about the cross. He somewhat references Judaic prophecies of like lions being no longer a thing to fear and sheep resting well around the field. There's different images in his poetry that you can tell he's read Isaiah. You can tell he's read the Magi and Persian traits, and he's reinterpreting that prophecy. Virgo discovers the Proto-Evangelium after Rome conquers Palestine, and he actually writes a prophecy of Christ outside the Bible before Christ is born, lamenting that he won't live to see the sign of his birth because he's going to die before. He's only 30 BC. He's only a few years off, and he laments being a few years off. I won't detract too much from that. It's sorry, excuse me. It's excuse me. I'm coughing a lot. Apologies. Anyway, we're running out of time, so I should just run through here a bit more. Let's talk about Solomon now. So we talked about the Middle East prophecies and algorithms being used, and Solomon, the wisest man, he asks for wisdom. He becomes a very wise man. He's one of the first people to use a new system of algorithms. We talked about this earlier today. I didn't put the quote up, unfortunately, but King Solomon's throne was known to be an early automaton. It was a mechanical device. He had developed, I think it's referenced in different parts of the Old Testament, that his throne was quote unquote like none other. And if you look at different records of what that was from the time period and like apocrypha texts, they basically say that it was an automaton. It was a mobile, robotic, like anime style robotic, like Gundam, like robotic throne. These lines that were on the throne would move and look at the people coming up to his throne. And depending on where Solomon stepped, he would encode like data to tell the lions where to look. It was an automaton, like a basic primitive robot. And it's said that he used the wisdom of demons to build this. Because Solomon, as you know, spent many years somewhat possessed with lust. And in those years, he was known to consort with demons through powers unforeseen. And this is basically like Kabbalah bullshit. But there's some interesting stuff to go over in terms of the origin of AI. There's art of Solomon's mechanical throne. It's been displayed by various artists throughout history. And attempts in the Middle East have been to like document how it worked. But it was basically a robotic. Solomon used his wisdom to build an automaton, a series of robotic lions and throne parts. It was said that he would, I'm going to paraphrase it, he would walk up, and as he walked up, stepping on the stairs in a certain arrangement, the lions would look at him and grace him with like bows. And then as he sat on his throne, a bird would come down and hold his crown off, like pick up the crown from his head and hold it for him so his head wouldn't have to bear the weight. And so you could imagine this like almost like sci-fi scene of like, a robotic throne that like Iron Man style takes off his garments, takes off his crown, and lets him sit in peace. It was very impressive. It was said that many kings came, the Queen of Sheba and others came to visit him because they were enthralled by this robotic menace. Eventually, when Jerusalem was sacked by the Babylonians and Persians, it's said that the throne was captured by the king of Persia and brought to to the Persian domain to be like reused as honoring Xerxes and other great heroes. You might remember the movie 300. Xerxes' throne was this mechanical thing being floated around from the movie. That was actually like kind of based off of those legends. That so in the movie 300, King Xerxes is using Solomon's throne. It's kind of interesting. So there's other. Sorry, go on.
On the previous page, on the right,
Mhm.
it looks a bit like a kind of cam system for doing animatronics on the donkey. Is that what it's demonstrating?
I think the donkey. I think the donkey here is actually moving it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it's working.
The other way around.
Yeah, I think this is actually a water because some parts of this machine were driven by water pressure. I'm not really sure how this works. It may not even be King Solomon's throne. I might have confused it with other images from the Middle East. But motions like this are basically how it worked. But there's a lot of artistic depictions of this throne. My favorite is the one on the top right there, where the throne steps look like piano cards that you would press and like move the lines around, like playing a tune. But there's a lot of art around here. But essentially, I'm actually sad this has never been depicted in like film or media, other than like slightly. I doubt the people that made the movie for 300 even knew they were documenting Solomon's throne. But it's just like a anyway.
You should be the first person to do. You know, once we've got AI video going, then that can be your first assignment. I feel like AI video will come within a year.
I've made it. I've made a video of Donald Trump getting arrested. A GIF of it, running from the cops. He just got indicted today, so they're gonna do the pep walk with him. They're gonna have to take him and do the mug shot and do the fingerprint. It's gonna be fun to watch.
But it was. But when you say AI video, you don't mean like you just put in a text prompt.
Fed alert. I have friends in the military and they have access to certain algorithms, and so I had to make what would, if you had a friend in one of the most advanced military computer complexes in the world, what would you ask him to do?
Memes.
Make a meme. Yeah. So I had to make a he didn't want to give it to me, but I was like, he had to clear out the metadata so no one could track who made it.
Yeah, it turns out this stream is breaking news for people. So
yeah, who cares? Anyway.
Yeah, who cares? We're talking.
This
about
is more interesting than what happened.
Multiple millennia.
This is infinitely more interesting than American politics. So whatever, who cares? Let's keep a topic.
Agree.
And more icons of it. Anyway, let's go over that. Anyway, this is probably in the wrong order. I should probably we'll return to this weird image. There are a lot of stories about how Solomon acquired his wisdom from demons, explicitly from demons. There's Asheba, Ashmedai. Ashmedai is one of the main demons. If you'd like, you can quickly read through this section, and I'll read the next section. But yeah.
Okay. But before I read it, I thought it was pretty explicitly stated that Solomon received his wisdom
from God.
Yeah, he asked for it from God.
But this is like kind of like, fan fiction. I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff in here, but I doubt
esoteric people.
Let's say this:
he got corrupted, right?
It's better to understand like this. He got wisdom from God. He got knowledge by using that wisdom, and so this is him using. You would use the wisdom to assemble chains to enslave demons to ask them knowledge. That's the fan fiction. To what degree this is real, it's somewhat mentioned in the Bible. I could hardly care if it's real or not. It's just a fun story. So anyway, read away.
Solomon sent for Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada. He gave to him a chain whereon was engraved the ineffable name of God, and an anklet whereon was engraved the ineffable name of God, and woolen yarns, and leathern bottles containing wine. He went and dug for himself a cistern beneath that which was made by Ashmedai, and drained out of the water that was in the upper, so that it emptied itself into the nether, and then clogged them up with the woolen yarns. He then went and carved out a cistern above the one made by Ashmedai, pouring therein wine, which emptied into the other, and covering it over again. Thereupon he went up, and sat himself down in a tree, where he eventually came to examine his seal. He opened it and found that instead of water, there was wine. He said, It is written, wine is a mocker, and strong drink is raging. He that is deceived thereby shall not become wise. Proverbs 20, verse 1. It is moreover written, whoredom and wine and new wine take away the heart. Hosea 4, verse 11. I shall not drink of it. When he thirsted, he could no longer resist. Then he reasoned, saying, this is hilarious, by the way. Then he reasoned, saying, wine maketh glad the heart of man, making the face radiant more than the oil. Psalm 104:15. I shall drink of it. He became drunk and fell into a stupor. Benaiah then came and cast upon him the chain and locked it. When he awoke, he saw to his dismay that he was fettered in iron and tried to break loose. Said to him Benaiah, thy master's name is inscribed upon you. Thy master's name is inscribed upon you.
Yeah, so essentially this is a story of how Solomon caught a demon. and he enchained the demon in magical chains with God's name on it, and then like tricked the demon to. And it's important to note here, the demon. I think it's the demon speaking the Bible verses, but the demon can't really say anything other than scripture. If I'm, do you think am I reading that right? The demon's only quoting scripture, or am I confusing characters?
Hang on. Well, yeah. So hang on. I think that's right. Who gets? Because in the middle, then you kind of just get the pronouns, don't you? So Ashmedai then went out and carved the cistern, pouring therein. He went up when he eventually came to examine his weapon and found that was. He said, "It is written."
Anyway,
yeah, Ashmedai. No,
so
he. Yeah,
there's this tradition, in that time period that demons aren't allowed to talk to men. They can only quote scripture, and so and likewise, men can only quote scripture to demons.
I mean, it is interesting that the serpent in the garden quotes God, and the devil, when tempting Jesus, quotes God.
Yeah, there's some kinds of echoes with these traditions in the literature, but to what degree there's a connection, I haven't looked up and not really relevant. But essentially, we see here that the demon got tricked by scripture on himself, like a curse came upon him, and he was enchained. The image here depicts the captured enslaved demon coming into Jerusalem to be used by Solomon. To essentially be interrogated and tortured for information. There's a whole series of fan fiction about Solomon's many black sites where he would capture, interrogate, punish demons, get the knowledge he wanted, and then send them to hell. It's kind of like it would make a great film. I don't know why no one's made a film about this, but I'll read this part. But this is the part that's interesting because the demon can't directly talk to man and can only be inquired through symbolism and quoting scripture. There's basically a syntax, a computer code negotiating communication between the entity and mankind, which I find really interesting. This is essentially the going from algorithm to computer code. Anyway, I'll read it real quickly. King Solomon kept him under house arrest for that entire duration of time, restraining him from leaving until he had built the temple. One day he sat alone with Solomon in his palace. That's the image here, him like staring at this giant creature, like, One day he sat alone with Solomon in his palace. Solomon said to him, "It is written, he hath as it were the majestic strength of a rhino." Numbers 23:22. By way of allegorically expounding the meaning of the verse, we say that majestic strength refers to the ministerial angels, while rhino refers to the demons. What is your advantage over us? He answered, "Remove the chain from me and give me your signet ring whilst I show you my advantage." Which is kind of weird. I don't know where he's quoting this. This is like kind of like the demons being hard pressed, but it's kind of interesting, right? Like he's like Solomon has given this thing a text prompt and is getting out of it information, which is kind of crazy. I find this hilarious. There's another story. There's another story that precedes this one where to communicate there were a series of bricks arranged, and the demon had to move the bricks to signal like almost like a binary system 1001 to construct replies to Solomon. But it's a very 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 strange like series of images and stories from like various Judaic sources, which basically show demons as almost like AI. They're basically like an AI that needs a computer code to talk to, and you need to like enchain them in some kind of containment device with which to run logic on them, which is really interesting because like you can almost equate that with how computers run. You capture the electricity and you force it to do work. Returning to that image from before, this image with the weird creature, this is I forget what this is called, but it was known as Solomon's worm, and supposedly it helped build the temple by a similar method. So there's a whole lot of these like, oh yeah, Solomon had a dune like worm, a sandworm. It just happens that there's a lot of weird stories. Most of it's probably bullshit, but the idea behind it of like you can't directly talk to something like this. You need an algorithm. You need to arrange algorithms to force information to get processed. That's kind of weird. That's almost like you're saying AI is demonic, or algorithms are algorithms are a form of demonic intercession, which is something to bear in mind in terms of like where is this stuff coming, like what is the ghost in the machine and how we are arranging the flow of information. There is some overlap. There is a tradition that understands AI and algorithmic information as essentially a captured demon, a thing which is being forced to give you answers which you really should be doing on your own. Just something to think about there. This is a little bit more esoteric, but there are certain seals that are said to have been made to capture every demon, and every demon has a unique seal to essentially capture it. And these are basically like the numbers in these diagrams are Strong's numbers, and they're various numbers. But you can actually take verses from the opening of Proverbs, and when you arrange them in a logical tree, you actually get a Star of David, which is kind of crazy. So and the biggest one being that the almost like the Proverbs 1:7, the only way to acquire these algorithms is through fear of the Lord, because these things will take over you if you don't respect them. These are all the many seals from esoteric Kabbalah bullshit. Most of these are probably nonsense. Like, the way I understand it is, you see the bare minimalist of this diagram system. It's like this diagram system is very simple and linear to understand how the flow of logic works. It's kind of like the logic trees that we looked at earlier with genetic algorithms. This is just that plus like an illiterate adding artistic interpretation to it. What's to understand here is that each algorithm has its own logic circuit. Basically, let's understand these symbols more like these symbols. These are more artistic interpretations of this bare minimum logic tree. So we can understand this as basically a unique series of logic trees that will result in a demon giving you an answer, which is kind of weird because now you're talking about microchips being used in specific logical arrangements to get data, and then that's kind of interesting. There are ways to arrange these signets, and these signets, they're medieval. There's not really much information from them from the classical era. They're offhandly mentioned, but they're not directly documented. And in the Middle Ages, these like kind of probably fan fictions come up about them. I just kind of like the fact they look like motherboards and microchips and like electrical diagrams.
Pretty cool.
The top on the left here, the Stargate looking thing, that's Solomon's seal. That's kind of like the seal of seals, if you will. So like all of these other seals are submissive to this seal, and it's like a Stargate referencing the cosmological origin. It is said that each one of these seals essentially is, in the same way that this is documenting like the logic tree in scripture, these seals may be documenting the cosmological dominions, quote unquote, the constellations that from which inscribe the authority of the demonic entity. In the same way that there can be, I think that I forget how many, like, anyway, it's all like haha interesting unless kind of like thinking. Oh yeah. Sorry, settler. Whenever you see these kind of crazy like Kabbalah nonsense that no one ever explains, that's basically what's going on. You're basically looking at a system that's this and this compiled into this structure to understand what's going on. It's basically a logic tree. It can be used as a meditation. probably could be demonic, who knows, but it's a series of meditations you can go through to essentially master some sin over you. That's all that's about. But still, it is essentially going through a series of instructions to get a result. It's an algorithm. It's a meditative algorithm. In the same way, I want to now take a bit of a tour. Might you know of any other culture that is known to have captured demonic forces in certain labyrinth structures to get something out of them? Do you know?
Say it again. What was the question?
Might you know of any other cultures that would capture demons in labyrinths to get them to do things?
Demons in labyrinths? Are you meaning the Greeks with the Minotaur?
Yeah, the Minotaur. The Minotaur is essentially a form of that concept. But there are two things to bear in mind. There's a labyrinth and there's a maze. A labyrinth is a linear set of instructions.
Oh, was it the Minoans, not the Greeks?
Minoans, whatever. Same thing. I mean, the Proto-Greeks. A labyrinth is a series of linear instructions where you take staged pauses to build yourself up in prayer to then go into the next one. They're very linear. There's no complexity. The thoughts happen in your head. Whereas a maze, there's a geometric arrangement of confusing lines that you have to use your mind to get through. So think of a labyrinth as a maze where the...
Interesting.
Yeah.
There's that famous space filling curve, isn't there?
Yeah. So, for Snake, the game.
Well, actually, the Hilbert curve is what I'm thinking of. Do you know the Hilbert curve?
No, I'm not good. I'm not good at that stuff.
I'll show you. Like this. Copy image address. Now I have to figure out how to share my screen again.
No worries.
Here we are. See, so it's like a fractal algorithm where you can have a line that goes through any size 2D grid. So if you trace it round, it's like covers the whole space.
Yeah, and so this would be more like a maze than a labyrinth. A labyrinth can be thought of like a linear system where a maze, you have to do the work of thinking based off of like the tectonic arrangement you're in. A labyrinth, you do the thinking in your head, but there's no real tectonics to the choices. It's just a linear path with pauses.
This is the single pathway though, so you don't.
It is? Okay.
It literally goes around the whole. You have to think that the.
Oh, I thought it was a maze. Yeah, I see. It's like a sponge structure.
Ignore the grid. Just the line that goes through the grid is just a linear. Yeah.
I see. Yeah, that's kind of like another version of that almost.
It's kind of a labyrinth. Yeah.
Yeah. So labyrinths in Christian tradition moved from. So let me put it this way: the traditional understanding of a labyrinth as a means to capture a demon and interrogate it in the Christian tradition became almost like a form of exorcism, where you would enter the labyrinth with like burdens you want to work through, and you would go through the staged turns and pauses to pray and think like an algorithm, a series of instructions through prayer to get that demon out of you. You would essentially leave the demon in the labyrinth and then leave, if that makes sense. So there is to some degree a medieval Christian tradition alongside this, where the algorithm is being used not to communicate with demons, but to exorcise them out and leave them while you go free. And this is done through a series of meditative prayers at each stage. So it's interesting how in the Christian tradition it goes from let me find a way to talk to a creature abstractly because it can't talk to me directly to get answers from my power, to the Christian tradition being let me find a way to get rid of this thing and think independently in the grace of Christ, which is kind of like a more, I think it's more a freeing sensation of it. You sometimes find these labyrinths in church floors. I know there's a few in England that do this too. So if you ever see this pattern in a church floor you visit, it's actually a tool for prayer and exorcising demons. So just something to think about next time you're in a church, that you might be standing on a hell gate meant to capture and send demons back to hell. Just FYI.
It's always useful to have one of those around. Like, you should know where your nearest fire extinguisher is. And you should know where your nearest labyrinth for capturing and defeating demons is.
As a Baptist, you might find this interesting, but there is a European tradition that I think shows up in England too, where those who were not baptized yet weren't allowed in the inner worship chamber. They were only allowed in like the middle of space between the outside and the inner chamber. And the idea was that until you're baptized, until you work out your demons, you shouldn't bring your sin into into the worship space yet. You should worship by the labyrinth and get it exercised out first. Well, you'd usually put a baptismal font at the center of the labyrinth, and so during catechesis you would go through the labyrinth. I think in some examples they would return to the labyrinth every Sunday and take one extra move forward towards the baptismal font and go to baptism on Easter. So it's actually a rather beautiful system of baptism. But I think that was a very brief time in Christian history, kind of like maybe 3rd and 4th century. But the labyrinth became incorporated into a prayer structure. From the Minoan tradition of capturing a demon and interrogating it to the Christian tradition of exorcising a demon and getting it away from you and sending it back to hell. A church, in some instances, is an exorcising device to capture a demon and send it to hell. Anyway, these are just other examples of labyrinths that show up in both the classic and Christian tradition. So it's kind of interesting that this random esoteric practice in Manoa ended up in a lot of Christian churches in the Middle Ages. I find that fascinating. Just a random thread. There's this very interesting medieval artwork showing how these labyrinths would capture demons. And so like you would come with your demons and slowly reach the center, and the demon would get stuck in the center, and then you could walk out free from the demon. I find these very interesting. They're kind of like visualizing the spiritual battle going on, and the labyrinth as a tool, as an algorithmic tool to generate freedom. I think that's something beautiful. Anyway, though, interesting enough, Kenosis, the Minoan origin, not only did they have these labyrinths, but their buildings were in these maze structures where you would like operate. The Minoan cities are famous for not having private property. Everybody lived in a single massive building that had like multiple families living in them. They called them the palace civilization because everybody lived in a big freaking palace. And there's some thought that, from an esoteric perspective, that this is because you were essentially treating humans as like electrons on a motherboard, harvesting a demonic entity. So the labyrinth would capture the demon, and then the people in the motherboard over here would process data through the demon, if that makes sense. So here, if you see here in this photo, here is the labyrinth, which is a linear system to capture a demon, and then the palaces themselves were more like mazes where the logic was pumped through. That's just speculation, just interesting that the architecture seems to align with that. A lot of people know about the Minoan labyrinth. They don't know about the maze structure of Minoan palaces. It's interesting to find both models in there. And they were often, like in this piece, you see the palace on the mountain here, and then the labyrinth there where the demon was captured. So that's interesting. It's almost like this is your CPU and that's your GPU. Anyway, I think that's my little thing about ancient algorithms, and why you should at least hold the possibility that AI is in fact demonic. The main thing to think about, you may be wanting to think of a demon as a entity which has a fixed position and comes to possesses you at a locale. There's another view in which have you ever heard those like kind of esoteric physicists that think there's like a consciousness field, that the brain is just a radio that processes like the consciousness field into an individual?
Yeah, I think I've heard of this idea.
Yeah, so that's a lot of thought that like the demon may in fact just be the default state of the universe, and then these devices force out sentience from the demonic field. Not to get all doom guy on you or anything, but anyway, that's just like I want to go through the most fascinating thing I find, though, going all the way back, is the fact that these ancient geocentric models, you basically get the birth of computational thinking that process. It's weird that it gets encoded onto a turtle shell in the East, and in the West it becomes like parts of our scripture. Anyway, though, it's fine. I find it fascinating.
It's an excellent crossover actually with Semiagogs. And the last stream from yesterday was also all about being able to track things in the sky. He was talking about the obelisk and the church tower and the minaret, and that these could be used for you can look at the sky and track it against the stars and see different times in the year.
Yeah.
And then he took it in some different directions than you, but I feel like the cohesion between the streams is growing.
One of the ways in which it's known that the pyramids were designed by first the process of designing a pyramid, you stick a piece of wood in the sand, and then you have a fixed length of rope, and you tie the rope to the pole in the sand, and you keep it snug, and you basically wrap around it to make a circle. That circle becomes the foundation of a ring structure you build up to about 7 or 8 meters high. No, what I'm saying, 7 or 8 feet high. It's like 2 meters, let's say. You build the wall up 2 meters, and you use a canal at the top with water, because water finds its own level, to create a perfectly flat top to this perfectly circular ring. Then if you stand in the center and you watch the stars at night, you mark when you see a star. This requires 2 people. So there's the astrologer in the center of the circle, and the slave or servant that will mark the star where the man sees it. He will then mark where it sets on the opposite side of the ring. That axis is now a perfectly aligned equatorial line from whence you can start to build a grid from, and eventually get to the size of a pyramid. So before you even build a pyramid, the obelisk that Semigog was mentioning, you use that in combination with a ring structure that's leveled off by water, and you've essentially created a satellite accurate grid for a pyramid to be built on. And that is how the pyramids became so perfectly arranged. It's a very simple method, but from those simple pieces of like algorithms, you get a very complex output.
It's amazing how we marvel over the sophistication of doing something because we assume people are going to be using our methods, and our methods are all so convoluted. Like, I mean, again, to draw the link with Semigog's stream from last night, we were talking about how you would synchronize clocks over a large area, and I was thinking, well, of course, you're going to need, you're going to need to broadcast IP packets, and therefore you're going to need radio antennae, and you're going to need a CPU, and then, of course, a clock, like a clock tower will have a bell in it, and you just use the sound, and you go, okay, when the bell rings, the sound passes through the air at similar speeds essentially instantly across long distances. So yeah, the concept of the pyramids being built so precisely and we don't know how is like interesting.
It's because most people overthink it, like, oh, it must be aliens. No, you can make something as accurate as the pyramid with a stick, a few bricks, and some water, and that's all you need. And everything I've just mentioned comes from architecture education, so you get a lot of esoteric knowledge from architecture. It still exists in some universities.
When you say architecture education, you mean you became a Freemason?
No, I'm Catholic. I can't be a Freemason.
What am I to make of the fact that you both believe that that AI is demonic and also are the most skilled AI wielder and prolific?
Semigog is too, you said, or
no? I mean, you. I haven't seen Semigog doing any AI. Just
no, I thought you said he thinks it's demonic too.
No, I don't remember him saying that. Although he probably does. I mean,
yeah, it's demons, people. It's demons. Not to do the forbidden name joke.
All right, we'd better stop talking before Settlers Lament gets too angry. But
sorry,
thank you so much for that.
Yeah,
that was excellent.
Should I just leave?
Well, I'll probably what I'll do to close out the stream is play my little video again. So anybody who's on the rewatch can just skip to watching something else at this moment. But if you're in any way incapacitated and can't get to your phone,
should I shill first and then?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I have Telegram, the Restoration Bureau. I think the acronym is like Restorationist, and that's it. But that's where I post a lot of semi AI generated propaganda. I do a lot of Photoshop work on it, so it's not entirely AI generated. What I really do is I use the AI to generate magazine fragments, and then I chop it up in Photoshop, almost like in a who's the Campbell Soup guy, the artist. D likes
the pop
art
guy.
I forget his name. I'm really dumb. He's from this city. I literally see his work all the time. Blanking out here. Chat, help me.
Right, I'm going to Google it.
Campbell Soup guy. I can never remember his name.
I'm not going to Google it. I'm going to chat GPT it.
It's a Polish man.
Who is the Campbell Soup guy? GPT-4 says, oh no, that's useless. It's telling me about the logo.
The demon doesn't like you.
The pop art guy. Let's see what it says. I believe you're referring to Andy Warhol.
Yeah, Warhol. I like to think what I'm doing is something in the spirit of Warhol, where I'm taking an existing material and photoshopping it with words and clippings into a piece of motivational propaganda at the Restoration Bureau. People seem to like it. It's up to I think 6,000 or 5,000 followers now. I forget. So I'm going to keep trying to make some stuff that makes people realize that you're not hated by everyone in the world. God loves you.
It's very good, actually. The Restoration Bureau stuff is. I mean, if you've enjoyed seeing the thumbnails that Cringe Walker has whipped up for me in 0 time flat, but want to see what he does when he,
Well, it's not 0 time. Each one of these took like a half an hour to make because I'm not just doing an algorithm.
Well, I didn't mean to.
No.
I wasn't meaning to criticize or belittle your work. I mean, they are amazing. All I'm saying is, if you like the thumbnails that you've made for me, you'll love the Restoration Bureau. How's that? Is that the plug?
Yeah, there you go. And I have a Twitter, which you can find somewhere. I'm eventually going to rename it into what you see in the name here, because I much prefer the Greek word now for truth than the word for enlightenment, because I like truth more than enlightenment. And what else?
By the way, what is your preferred image generation AI?
I like Midjourney because Midjourney allows me to source my own drawings. So it's like I'm training the AI on my own drawing style. DALL-E is kind of hard coded and you can't do it. I'm eventually going to get a Midjourney or what's the other one that's out there?
Well, I have I've run what's it called? Stable Diffusion.
Yeah.
On my laptop before.
Yeah, I want to set up a server at home that runs either Midjourney or Stable Diffusion, and essentially just only uses my art only. So it's essentially a digital hand of me only. I kind of like I like the idea of limiting the AI to only what I've drawn, training it off of what I've drawn, and then make it like my soul, not someone else's.
But as I understand it, you would need to throw. I mean, the saying is in machine learning, life starts at 100,000 samples.
That's not really true, though. I mean, like, you can literally arrange. One of the things I've noticed, I guess the reason why my AI art seems to be better than most people's is because I'm actually hacking the system. I'm training it to use brush strokes of artists, but the general idea of the image I draw out myself. In that sense, you can have 100,000 zoom ups of a brush stroke style. That's easy, but then you limit its creativity to the general outline I give it, so that it essentially takes that and draws what I want. A lot of people just type in these text prompts and get random arrangements of shapes and forms. I try to start with something I drew to limit it, and a lot of these have like creativity settings, so I bring the creativity setting as low as possible, and I have it essentially work off of my initial setup of the space, and that is why that is. Oh yeah, well, I mean, so anyway, that's why my art looks better than most people on the AI, because I'm not just doing a text prompt. I'm actually doing a lot of work behind the scenes to get what I want, to have control over the product.
Well, it works. It looks your work looks exceptionally Fine.
Better than most. Can't find the weird letters for your new handle. Hey, hey. Yeah, that's by design. I purposely changed my name all the time just because I don't want some like crazed account. I've had stalkers on the internet. I've had multiple. Back when I was a wee little cringe walker, I burned through at least 4 Reddit accounts that got up to like 200,000 karma and like a lot of followings. Because every time, once you get popular enough with your art or style, you always get stalkers. Every time. The funniest one was this like schizophrenic woman who thought I was her ex-husband, and I had to contact the admins of Reddit itself to say, you have a schizophrenic person in a life-threatening situation and you will be sued if she kills herself because she imagines me her ex-husband or something. You should handle this. I actually got a direct reply from the Reddit chair people, like handling it and deleting and banning her IP and getting her help. Like, there are weird fucking people out there, and I don't like being popular, so I like changing my name around so I don't get weird stalkers like that. I actively ban. I actively like isolate myself. I don't want some weird like 300-pound black woman tracking me down and wanting to kill me. No, thank you.
Right. I'm gonna call it. Let's finish there. Unless you had any more plugs.
No, I can only think of the Twitter. I have a YouTube channel. Good luck finding it. It's just bad music and ideas. I'm not gonna link it. It's a challenge. You get reward with subscribing to my YouTube channel if you can find it. That's your reward. The reward of finding it is subscribing to it. It's a challenge to find it. Go subscribe to Settlers Lament instead. There you go.
All right. Well, everybody, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the last day of Lambda Conversations 2023, when we have some mighty fine final day guests. But thank you for joining me today. Make sure you're subscribed. And here come 10 minutes more of my plugs. There we go. I hope that you're enjoying Lambda Conversations 2023. I guess if I'm going to play this every single hour over the course of the week, some of you will end up watching this section 40 times. Okay, so first of all, are you subscribed to this channel? Should be quick and easy to check. And if not, why not? I basically only use this channel once a year, so there's no need to fear notification spam. Imagine the travesty that it would be if in a year from now you missed Lambda Conversations 2024. Also click the bell button, and the bell button will give you a push notification a year from now, and you will think back and thank yourself for the foresight that you showed. I have another channel. The other channel is called Lambda Bible Studies. Every episode, every stream, we pick a chapter of the Bible and I have a guest and we talk over it. Just type in Lambda Bible Studies into the YouTube search box and it'll be the top result. Subscribe there, check it out, try it, see what good it does you to have an injection of the Bible, of Scripture, almost like into your veins. Although maybe that's actually a dangerous analogy to use right now. Byline for the channel should be try injecting something that's good for you this year. There's also a Discord associated with that channel, a lively community that's ranges from wise veterans of the faith through to seekers who are trying to figure out more. Maybe they're on a faith journey of their own. I also have a Twitter. Go and check me out at I am Lambda, all one word. If you're anything like me, and I suspect that you are, you spend too much time online as it is in this weird, cursed half-life that we all have to endure. The thing that I'm most excited to tell you about is called Lambda Weekend Retreat. And actually, we did one of these last year. It was a massive success. From Friday the 21st to Sunday the 23rd of July, a group of us will be staying on the beautiful south coast of England, 10 minutes walk from the beach. If you're interested, send me an email, lambda.retreats@gmail.com. But it's more than just an opportunity to hang out with each other. It's a big opportunity to clear time in your calendar, clear time in your life to draw closer to God. Last year, about half the people who came weren't Christians. We sang hymns, we did Bible studies, we prayed, we talked about faith. And I don't believe there was a single person who regretted coming in the slightest. It was a really genuinely joyful, amazing time, a chance to take faith a little bit more seriously. Jesus said, "Behold, I send you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. So be wise as serpents and innocent as doves." My mission is to foster a community of Christians who are indeed wise as serpents, who see through the lies we're surrounded by. If you're interested in this, send me an email, lambda.retreats@gmail.com. Check your diary, the weekend of the 22nd of July. I anticipate that it's going to be overbooked pretty quickly, so I will have to do first come, first served. If enough people get in touch, I might look into doing a second retreat, maybe the following weekend. Let's have a look at some footage from last year's weekend retreat.
So we're like 20 minutes walk to the beach, surrounded by a bunch of trees, like really tranquil.
But the area is very pretty. For Swiss people, any place near the sea is great. So it's been very fun so far, and the weather's been fantastic. And I met a bunch of very nice people, so it's all been great.
It's been a nice change of pace in that regard, and everyone's been really nice. There haven't been any schisms that I've been aware of, so...
I've gotten a much closer relationship to God. I don't feel like a LARPer when praying anymore.
Well, I came into here as I wouldn't say a skeptic, it's very much a person who hasn't been brought up in any sort of spirituality and no connection to religiosity. It's definitely opened my eyes. It's given me a view into scripture that I've never, ever read, not even offhand at school. And it's very different coming at it from a outsider's perspective, I feel. It's definitely been very positive.
It's good to meet people who have been Christians all their lives, and people who are, like me and have recently found Christ, or people who are still seeking, and be able to discuss with them, the joys of God and of worship.
I've not had much church experience. We've gone intermittently to our local C of E church for a couple of years, but off and on. So I've not really had any experience for anything like this before.
There is a level of instant available camaraderie, which is lovely. Having it's like being in a society where people have shared assumptions again.
You do feel like you're not so alone in the big world.
A lot of us, I think we've come to Christ sort of on our own, so it's going to be quite isolating a lot of the time.
You've taught me some skills I didn't know I probably needed for Bible study, and with it being my first Bible study, it's been nice to be around people who are in the same boat.
I came here very much as a seeker, hoping to find connection, and my worry was essentially, is this going to be too high level? Am I not going to get any references? But there was absolutely none of that.
I haven't really read a lot of the Bible on my own, so it's been nice to read some of the important verses.
Local church by me I've never had any interaction with whatsoever, but coming into a group of very open, easy to talk to Christians has been wonderful.
It's just really nice to do Bible studies in person with like a community, and obviously, like with this community, you can get like really intelligent people coming along, kind of giving their own understandings, and you're kind of getting insights that you wouldn't get on your own.
I think the group discussions were very interesting. Lots of different points of view that came together.
This is the thing that I always find about Bible study, is that it's particularly satisfying to make connections to other parts of Scripture, especially the Old Testament.
The microscopic detail that you can go into about everything is fascinating, really. It's like an endless rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So I think when I'm reading in future, I'll be paying extra close attention.
The biggest things I hadn't noticed were in the wedding at Cana, which I think I had such a simplistic child level understanding of before. The sacred nature of the vessels, the one stored in, the way that the miracle was hidden, and where it was placed within the ministry is just a whole new level to the process. And the metaphorical level on which you get the idea that the best wine being saved till last might be about more than just the wine.
It's a bit different to hearing it on YouTube or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's a bit more personal and obviously a bit more interactive.
It's been wonderful, really. I didn't really know what to expect, but it's been just wonderful having a space to kind of think about Jesus and sort of Christianity quite intellectually, but it's not been intimidating. It's just been really free and open.
I think it's good to know that you don't actually fully have to understand faith for you to begin to step in the way of Christ, and to be able to begin to experience the fruits of the Holy Spirit and of God. And I think that's important to know that you don't have to comprehend everything. You just have to have some faith.
It's been great. I've gotten so many new friends here.
I definitely feel God's been here with us this weekend with the Spirit and stuff.
It's just joyful, really. It's just been so much fun and so kind of, freeing and joyful and open.
For closing thoughts, I think I am not going to be alone in saying that there is a big appetite to do this again. Give it a try. As someone with very little experience, it's been very rewarding, very reassuring, and we're definitely going to get something out of it. How can I say it? People are inspiring. These are good people to emulate.
I've really had a lovely time. It's it's a shame that it was so short.
This is a mission field that needs to be continued. We should definitely do it again.
I hope I'll be able to attend again.
Would you come again?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Yeah, it would be amazing.
Yes, absolutely, in a heartbeat.
So have a serious think about coming to that, maybe pray about it. The future is uncertain. There are serious things to be worried about. There's many ways that we could respond to this, but I really believe that the difference between disaster and renewal, both individually, as a community, and nationally, is how we respond spiritually. And perhaps part of the way that you can act towards that end is to come and join with people who feel the same way as you do. The Lambda Weekend Retreat starts on Friday, the 21st of July. Email lambda.retreats@gmail.com. Do it now to secure a place. This is the end of the pre-recorded section. Let's get back